Translator's Preface to the Phenomenology of Mind, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Phenomenology of Mind, Volume 1 by Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel, translated by James Black Bailey. Translator's Preface. The work here translated and offered to the English philosophical reader has long been recognised as a unique product of Teutonic genius and as, on the whole, perhaps the most remarkable treatise in the history of modern philosophy. Alike in its style of thinking, its manner of expression, the comprehensiveness of its survey, and the wealth of its material, it can hardly be said to have a parallel. Tracts of experience, which have each formed from time to time the subject of separate discussion, have engaged the undivided interest of different thinkers, and are here treated as but fragments of a single system. Movements of human history, which have marked epochs in the development of the human race, are looked on as but typical or prominent embodiments of principles at work in the spirit of man, and are discussed in shadowy schematic form, through which the historical realities referred to is only dimly visible. Acknowledged truths of science are stripped of their apparent self-containedness and independence, and are reduced to phases of the necessary movement of human intelligence. The supreme importance assigned by mankind to religion are not allowed to obscure the fact that religion is but one act in the drama of spiritual existence. Even to the work of philosophy there is assigned but a relative, though necessary, place. Man in his lifetime must needs play many parts, and one of these is to be a philosopher, and all philosophies are here regarded as but phases of a single mood. The imposing array of philosophical positions constituting the history of philosophy are abbreviated into a central principle which together evolve a single comprehensive truth, controlling the minds of individual philosophers, though all unknown to themselves. So exhaustive an analysis of the life history of the human spirit, so sustained an effort to reduce its complex and involved harmonies to their simple elemental leading motives, and to express these controlling ideas in an orderly connected system, has certainly never been compressed within the compass of a single treatise. The courage which made such an effort possible was no doubt in large measure due to the state of the intellectual atmosphere at the time when the book was being written, an atmosphere surcharged with grand and grandiose ideas which were capable of stimulating and sustaining philosophical enthusiasm, or of exciting and intoxicating speculative ambition. Inspired by the promise and potency of the Kantian philosophy, Kant's immediate successors made bold to set sail on speculative seas unknown, with a fraction of their master's scientific knowledge, and none of his philosophical prudence. Influenced in Hegel, as Hegel undoubtedly was, by the confident daring of these earlier intellectual adventurers, it was not long before a mind so concrete as his, and with so reverent a regard for scientific truth and practical fact, saw the necessity for chaining speculative imagination to the solid ground of tried and verifiable experience. It might be possible to dispense with the things in themselves, but it was not possible to dispense with the things. If the new philosophy was to make any claim to a connected system of ideas, appealing to old and satisfying the common reason of mankind, the wealth of familiar and accessible truth in science, history, and ordinary experience must be at our disposal before philosophy can take with assurance the high road of comprehensive systematic knowledge. The constant if cryptic reference throughout the whole of the following treatise to facts of nature, and human history amply testifies at any rate to the seriousness with which Hegel endeavoured to meet the demand of all true philosophy. In this sense, the work before us, in large measure, is a reaction against the soaring insubstantiality of the ingenious manipulation of principles in abstracto and the wearisome unmethodical constructions of the works which intervened between the Kantian analysis of experience and the appearance of the Phenomenology in 1807. It is therefore small surprise that, though the appearance of the book was hailed with great expectation, the work was received with coldness and dissatisfaction by those who had, up to this point, been Hegel's teachers and friends. But while an enormous wealth of representative material lies behind the treatise, partly illuminating the argument, partly determining the course of its development, it need not be supposed that the author could possibly lay claim to omniscience. From first to last it is apparent that the author was limited by the information available at his time, by the scientific views prevalent during his day, and by his own selective interest in the material presented before him. Only in one department was his knowledge sufficiently adequate to reduce this limitation to a negligible characteristic. This was in the department of history, and more especially the history of philosophy. But here it may well be said the material was regarded as primarily representative and typical of movements of the human spirit, so that errors of fact or detail for the purpose of this treatise are insignificant. Even so, the selection of such material is governed both by his interest in the problem of the phenomenology and also by the intellectual attitude and bias of the time. A selection under conditions imposes restrictions on the character of the argument of the treatise. Such limitations as those indicated are doubtless inevitable, and they help us explain many of the more singular peculiarities or even obvious defects of the work. Subjects are treated in this book with a fullness and even diffuseness of analysis which must now seem utterly out of proportion to the value of what is discussed. For example, Hegel devotes much labour to demonstrating the hollow pretentiousness of the pseudo-sciences of phrenology and physiognomy, and endeavours to bring to light the truth which they had misconstrued. The explanation is that in his day these twin scientific impostures had great success and won much favour from learned and unlearned alike. The scientific function of observation, again, is dealt with at inordinate length, doubtless because of the success which attended the scientific investigation of nature towards the end of the 18th century. So too is the constantly recurring reference to states of spiritual life, which were familiar features of the Romantic movement, is only to be explained by the outstanding historical importance of this movement at the time the book was written. But the omissions from the treatise are as remarkable as the exaggerated attention devoted to some aspects of experience and relatively to others. In a work ostensibly dealing with the whole range of human experience, it seems surprising to find no specific discussion of our knowledge of space or of number or of the sphere of fact dealt with by chemistry, or again to take another domain of experience remote from these, there is no mention at all of the fine arts like music or painting. Such omissions are all the more striking when we bear in mind Hegel's keen appreciation of the value of both pure science and fine art, and when we remember that in his later works a full and elaborate treatment is given to the subjects mentioned. It is not enough to plead in excuse that he is dealing in this work with the main types of experience, and that what is not explicitly discussed is implied in the analysis of the type selected, for it seems obvious that the kinds of knowledge of art and above referred to play a unique part in experience and are not simply specific forms of more general types of experience. Looking at the plan of the treatise as a whole and the method of treatment assigned to the forms of experience brought under review, an impartial critic is bound to admit that the scheme of work is unbalanced and out of proportion. The discussion of some parts is foreshortened, and in other cases subjects are treated with an elaborateness of detail in which the main idea is overborne by the sheer mass of the material used to elucidate it. At times, indeed, the writer seems to have become so absorbed with the particular subject in hand that for the time being he seems to have lost sight of the plan and purpose of the argument of the whole treatise. In such cases the author's description of his work as a voyage of discovery has a literalness of application which is more accurate than complimentary to the author. The business of a writer is to determine the chart of his argument before he sets out in this literary expedition, and not to draw it afterwards in order to discover what coasts of truth he has visited. Hegel himself felt that in many parts the argument had been overweighted, and expressed the hope in a letter to his friend Neithammer that he might be able to, in a second edition, load some of the ballast and get the ship to float more easily. The last part of this work is especially unsatisfactory. To the discussion of religion and absolute knowledge, one would naturally have expected the author to have devoted the greatest care and the best of his energies, for it was one of the main objects of his task to explain and justify the place of philosophical knowledge in the plan of human experience. Yet, the analysis of religion is condensed, fragmentary, inadequate to the theme, while the statement of absolute knowledge is brief and elliptical to the verge of obscurity. This is disappointing, more particularly after the long and carefully wrought argument dealing with the sphere of moral and social experience which immediately precedes the section on religion. Defects certainly demand some explanation, and it is to be found in the circumstances under which the last part of the treatise was written. In a letter to Schelling, in which Hegel promises to send him a copy of the book, Hegel asks indulgence for the unsatisfactory character of the last parts of the work, and says, as if by way of explanation, that the composition of the book was concluded at midnight before the Battle of Jena. This sounds a little hollow and melodramatic. One naturally asks what the roar of Napoleon's cannons had to do with the philosophical delineation of the Absolute. The Absolute, as well as his expositor, could surely afford to wait until the smoke of such temporalities had cleared. In any case, on the night before the battle, there could have been no serious cannonade to disturb Hegel's meditation. In point of fact, the Prussian general himself did not expect Napoleon to attack on the 14th day of October, the day of the battle, and it is extremely unlikely that Hegel could have been so certain of Napoleon's plans as to feel constrained to hurry in the completion of his book in case of eventualities. No doubt after the battle, affairs in Jena were uncomfortable and sufficiently uncertain to induce Hegel to carry about in his pocket the manuscript finished on the night of the 13th, and to defer till the 20th, when things had quietened down, the dispatch of his manuscript to Bamberg. The real explanation was much more commonplace. Hegel had made an unfortunate arrangement with his publisher. Instead of waiting till the manuscript of the work was actually finished before sending it to the publisher, Hegel arranged to let the publisher have it in installments. The publisher was to pay so much a sheet. First payment was to be made when half the entire manuscript was in his hands. Printing began in February 1806. Any publisher could easily have made sure of getting the best of such a bargain. In this case, the publisher was a printer, publisher and bookseller all in one, a singularly dangerous position for an impecunious man of letters to deal with. When Hegel had sent what he took to be half the manuscript of the book and demanded payment accordingly, the publisher declared himself unable to feel satisfied that this really was half of the manuscript. Payment was therefore refused, and further, the edition of 1,000 copies originally agreed upon was altered now to one of 750, with a corresponding diminution of payment to the author. Hegel, being much in need of the money, appealed in despair to his friend Neithammer, then living in Bamberg, the place of publication, and asked his good offices to urge the publisher to forward the money. The publisher was obdurate. Finally, Neithammer made a new contract with the publisher, whereby Neithammer agreed to pay the publisher so much should Hegel fail to send the last of the manuscript by the 18th of October 1806. The new contract was made on the 29th of September. By great effort, Hegel managed to send off a large instalment on the 8th and 10th of October, promising faithfully to send the last remaining instalment by the 13th. Meantime, Napoleon appeared on the scene, and hostilities with Prussia were definitely declared from Bamberg on the 7th of October. The proximity of this Weltschee on the horseback added to Hegel's anxieties and difficulties, for there could be no certainty that the postal arrangements would be efficiently carried out and the manuscript safely reach its destination, either in due time or at all. Hegel was in agony, for the loss of time would be serious to his friend, and the loss of the manuscript irreparable to himself. It was in these circumstances that the last part of the Phenomenology was composed. With his mental energies strained to keep pace with the flight of time, his personal honour at stake, with the roll of war in his ears, and a pitiless publisher master of his financial resources, even Hegel could hardly be expected to be in the appropriate frame of mind necessary to compose the dialectical hymn of absolute knowledge. There is thus some excuse, and at any rate sufficient explanation, for the curtailed analysis, the hurried argument, the condensed utterance which characterise the last stages of the work. But the result as it now appears must be taken as it stands. Valuable as it is not a fully elaborated development of one of the richest and most important parts of the whole range of experience. It is not an ample and measured survey of the domain of the absolute. It is speculative steeplechasing. But these deficits, avoidable and unavoidable, to which reference has been made, do not seriously impair the monumental greatness of the work. No man can escape from the limitations of his own individuality any more than he can avoid the restrictions imposed on him by the circumstances of his time. The very attempt to rise above them requires the assistance to support the effort. We cannot therefore expect that the work before us, which, as we shall see, is so closely concerned with history, should be unaffected by the conditions under which the historical phenomena exist. The translator has endeavoured throughout the book to indicate the train of thought connecting the successive stages in the analysis. It will suffice here to indicate the general character and purpose of the work, and to draw out the main thread. In general terms, the Phenomenology of Mind is a comprehensive and systematic survey of the ways in which experience appears. This explains the meaning of the term phenomenology, a term employed by Lambert in his work The New Organon, 1764, and later by Kant, who uses the word to cover the metaphysical interpretation of the idea of motion, which forms the concluding section of his Metaphysical Foundations of Natural Science, 1786. The survey seeks to accomplish threefold result. Number one, to show the various forms of experience constitute a continuous and connected series of stages of the mind, that life of mind as a whole is thus a single continuous movement. Two, to vindicate for each typical form of experience a necessary place in the plan of the whole. Three, to prove that the self-comprehension of spirit, absolute knowledge, is the necessary demand, the inevitable outcome, and the final consummation of the entire process of experience. These three aspects of the argument essentially involve one another. Without some single principle present throughout the series of forms, they could not be connected together. Spirit in this principle, without some single end dominating the movement from first to last, the movement could not be continuous. Absolute knowledge is this end. Unless each stage has a definitive positive value of its own, no connection could be established between them. The moments of experience would be illusory, and the experience as a whole meaningless, a series of negations which would not even be a series, and certainly could not give us a system of truth. The source of this positive significance of each step is again absolute knowledge, and finally, unless absolute knowledge were the outcome of the whole process, either there would be no absolute at all, and the process would be endless and so unintelligible, or else the absolute would simply appear as shot out of a pistol, and hence would itself be unintelligible. The process of experience is necessary to the meaning of the Absolute, as the Absolute is necessary to give meaning to the process. There seems no reason to doubt that all three aspects of this result were present in the author's mind before he proceeded to work on the argument in the treatise. This seems obvious in itself, and a perusal of his introduction conclusively shows this to have been the case. The ways in which he varies the description of the character of the treatise arising from laying emphasis on one or other of the features of the argument. The term Phenomenology of Mind has in view the fact that we are here dealing with the procession of the nodes of mind and the form in which this experience appears. The term Sciences of Experience of Consciousness, by which he describes it on the title page of the first edition, a designated omitted apparently by Hegel and his editors in the subsequent edition, lays stress on the second aspect above noted, the constructive interpretation of the positive value of each phase of experience. The development of science, or again, the development of the natural consciousness up to the level of science, by which he designates the work, refers to the relation of movement of experience to its final outcome and end, a relation in virtue of which he also speaks of the work as the first part of a system of science and an introduction to a speculative science in general. To interpret experience in the manner above indicated, it is necessary to find at the outset a conception of experience which will apply both to the experience as a whole and to every form the experience appears. The term experience is indefinite and hence has been used by different thinkers and for different purposes. Accepting the result of Kant's analysis, Hegel regards experience as constituted by an interrelation of subject and object. The interrelation takes the form of conscious awareness of an object. Their movements are distinct, and the unity of these factors is simply the mental process holding them together in a single mental situation and distinguishing them from each other within that state. The moments are inseparable and have neither existence nor significance except in conscious relation to the other. Till the distinction arises, there is no experience. After it disappears, there is equally no experience. Kant held that the relation disappeared if a particular kind of object, a sense object, disappeared or could not be produced. From this followed his things of view per se, apart from experience, and of ideas of reason, beyond the bounds of experience. Both notions are connected together. Accepting temporary criticism of Kant, Hegel rejected both notions and hence rejected Kant's restriction of experience to sense phenomena. The subject-object relation was still maintained as the essential nature of experience, but whereas in virtue of the above restriction Kant admitted a subject-object relation to hold where there was no experience, for example in the sphere of reason, Hegel extended the term experience to each and every conscious relation of subject and object. In this way, Hegel was in closer touch with the fact of common usage and carried it to its legitimate conclusion as a fruitful principle established by Kant. This extension of Kant's principle both removed its limitations and deepened its meaning. What Kant meant by insisting that sense objects were necessary for experience was that in all experience there must be a given or immediate element. But Kant identified the given or immediate with sense objects. Here, no doubt, givenness must seem very prominent and very obvious. This givenness, which is so obviously a feature of sense facts, is, however, largely due to the striking mental contrast between thought and sense. In truth, the immediate is found in many other forms besides that of sensibility, and on Kant's own showing, even the givenness of sense involves an operation of the subject before entering experience. Kant confounds the immediacy, which is essential to the relation of subject and object, with a particular kind of immediacy found in a particular kind of relation of subject to object, viz. Sense experience or consciousness of sense objects. In other words, he identified a formal character of all experience with a peculiar content of one kind of experience. Hegel saw that the very nature of conscious relation of a subject and object implied the subject and object were in all cases immediately related to one another. But this is only the first step in the relationship, the formal condition of there being a relationship at all. The relation is not static, it is a process or conscious movement, in the constitution of which two terms are distinct and distinguishable factors, the movement being simply the process of uniting the two in a single and complete mental situation. This process, as contrasted with immediacy, is described as the condition of mediation. It is essential to the total state of immediacy, and in the nature of the case is absolutely inseparable from immediacy. Kant had been at pains to establish the necessity of such a mediating process in the constitution of experience, but had again interpreted this in a one-sided way. For Kant, the mediation was introduced in the form of an intellectual operation of manipulating the material of sense which somehow the mind appropriated externally. Just as there was one kind of immediacy, that of sense, so there was only one kind of mediation, that of understanding. The error in the interpretation of the former has its counterpart in the interpretation of the latter. the correction of the error takes the same line in both cases, since immediacy is only one way in which the immediacy appears in the general relation of subject and object. Intellectual mediation through understanding is but one of the many ways in which the mediation of subject through object and object through subject take place. There are, in short, many forms of mediation, as there are forms of immediacy, for both are required and found in every possible relation of subject and object. But the transformation of Kant's result is not yet complete. Another step is required, equally necessary and equally important. Immediacy and mediation are formal conditions of every possible relation of subject and object, but the form is inseparable from, and in every case relative to, its content. This principle, the full significance of which Hegel seems to have found through the study of Aristotle, was indirectly confirmed by the very confusions and ambiguities which characterized Kant's attempt to keep them apart in his three critiques. The concrete embodiment of the principle was typically represented first of all in the fact of having a living organism, and more clearly still in the actual process of the moral life of man. The reality of the principle in those two spheres indicated to Hegel, as to Aristotle, how the principle was to be interpreted in other spheres. Kant's doctrine of the primacy of practical reason now received a new and supremely important meaning. The moral life provided the clue to the solution of the relation of matter and form in experience as a whole and in every experience of every kind. For there, the essential union of man's rational activity with nature was the very condition of the experience, and yet the form and the matter of the experience were, as Kant had held, distinct. If, as Kant maintained, the reason at work in moral experience was one and the same with the reason which operated in knowledge, then the reason which was practically, i.e. actually, established as an operative principle of unity of subject and object in morality must be equally the operative principle of the unity of subject and object in knowledge. If, as Hegel interpreted, the position self-conscious reason or spirit actually controlled and permeated the entire range of its material, nature, the moral life, where the separation of subject and object was greatest, and the union of the two the very purpose of their relation, then in this experience we have at once a supreme manifestation of the principle of the unity of form and content, and a key to interpret all other ways in which the unity may appear in experience. Thus then we get the fundamental features of experience with which the phenomenology starts. Experience, wherever it is found, is constituted by 1. Subject and object, 2. An immediate conscious relation, 3. Mediating that relation in the process of reciprocal involution, the one with the other, 4. Within the limits and under the control of an underlying unity or universal, which, 5. is implicitly or explicitly determined by self-conscious reason or spirit. We next ask, how are the forms of experience to be found? Whose experience is under consideration? What determines the selection of the types to be considered? The answer lies in the nature of the system which the treatise seeks to furnish. The system of experience has a logical and historical aspect. On the one hand, it seeks to be a coherently ordered body of truth. As such, it must work with the universals, for the coherence which every scientific system requires can only be obtained by connecting universals. On the other hand, its facts are the manifestation in time of the content and processes of conscious individual experiences. As such, they are historical phenomena, for history is precisely the coexistence and succession in time of the appearances of living individuality. But it is transparent that this system of experience does not appear qua system. For historical experience is a discontinuous disarray of events and occurrences. It is equally clear that every individual does not as a fact take on, either successively or otherwise, each and all of the forms which the human spirit historically assumes. For the purposes of a system of experience, we want therefore to combine these two aspects in a single working conception. The science requires generality, the experience requires individuality. The generality of science must be individualized, the individuality of experience must be generalized. The generality of science is satisfied if it is allowed to abstract a form of experience from a given historical or individual situation and treat this form as a typical moment of experience. The individuality of experience is satisfied if at any time or any individual situation the typical form can be, as has been, actually realized. Both are satisfied at once if the experience is considered by the system is treated by the experience of a generalized individual. This series of forms of experience, analyzed and connected in the Phenomenology, constitute the experience of such a typified individual. This working conception enables us to treat experience as a whole and at the same time to embrace the various modes of experience that appear discretely in history. Without it, we should either have mere history, which is inexhaustible and so cannot be a whole, or mere connection of abstract ideas, which cannot be as such an experience. This typified individual is no doubt another expression for the Kantian conception of consciousness in general, and in any case the idea of such an individual is directly analogous to what we find in any science which seeks to deal with living individuality. No physiologist supposes that what he says of the functional operations of an individual organism will be found precisely to hold of any chance individual whom he may examine at a moment's notice. For the chance individual may happen at the time to be below the level of normal health, or may have had his organic functions affected by an endless variety of circumstances, prejudicial or otherwise. Yet the physiologist does not consider that these variations make a science of the functions of the organism impossible. He deals with averages. The average individual is the basis of his science. In a similar way, the generalized individual is the working basis for the construction of the system of experience. Such a conception determines the principle on which the forms of experience are selected, and the manner in which the historical phenomena are treated in the argument. Those selected are, in the main, the constant or recurring forms of experience. We do not find every possible form of experience discussed, but only the forms that serve the main idea of the discussion. Idiosyncrasy and eccentricity are no doubt of interest in human experience, but they have a significance or purpose of biography or autobiography. They are off the main track of common experience and do not play a necessary part in the development of the essential substance of human spirit. Nor do we find all the forms of experience that might have been expected to have a place in the general plan of experience. The restriction in the selection of these forms of experience is largely accounted for by the limitations on which the author worked. Again, historical phenomena are throughout the argument inevitably treated as individual circumstances of a type of experience, not as mere historical fact. This accounts for one of the most perplexing difficulties in the following discussion at certain points. Concrete historical facts are before the mind of the author, inspiring and suggesting the course of his analysis, but hardly a single hint is given of the particular facts in question. It would seem as if history is treated as a mere illustrative footnote to a typical movement or experience, instead of being, as it is, the substance of the movement analysed. The particular time at which the historical facts appear is a matter of indifference to the type of experience, still more to the 1001 details which fitted them into one historical epoch as distinct from another. Hence, at some stages of the argument, currents of history similar to or identical in character but far removed in point of time may operate simultaneously, determining the nature of the discussion, and elements may be drawn now from one and now from another, regardless of historicity. The reason and the justification for such a procedure is that while history may not repeat itself, types of experience do, as we see, for example, from the simple facts of language, custom and tradition. And indeed it may be said that only when a form of experience has been repeatedly inscribed on time's palimpsest so as to produce a composite impression, are we in a position to regard it as a type, and thus an essential factor in the unfolding of complete meaning of human existence. That type and historical fact should thus be indissolubly blended is the argument of the Phenomenology, a necessary characteristic and condition of such a system of experience. Whether the author has successfully interwoven the two in his analysis may well be questioned. It may be said that sometimes he mistakes a side track for the high road, sometimes he takes an incident for a type, sometimes he takes aspects of a type for the whole, sometimes he repeats types at different stages of the development of the whole, but at any rate, there need be no doubt regarding his intention and aim. The last general question of importance concerns the nature of the method of constructing such a system. This is determined by what has already been said. The method, in a word, is that of development. There was nothing novel in such a method. It has been used with success by Aristotle and in modern philosophy by Leibniz. The application of it for the construction of a system of experience has been suggested, even attempted by Schelling in his Transcendental Idealism 1800, where he sought to exhibit all parts of philosophy in a continuous succession of stages, or epochs in the history of self-consciousness. What was new in Hegel's use of the method was due to the clearness of his conception of what he meant by development and the rigorous, inflexible persistence with which he sought to work it out. In his view, the principle of the method is involved in the very nature of every type of experience, as well as the whole of experience, for the method is neither more nor less than the operation of the form of experience itself, and the form of experience, as we have seen, is inseparable from the content. Indeed, it may be said that the presence of the method is a test of whether or not any apparent case of experience is or is not typical and worthy of consideration. The general character of the method is that of the unification of opposites by a process which reveals their inherent necessity to one another, in virtue of their participation in a common principle, and conversely. The specific procedure of the method is that 1. Starting from a prima facie or immediate relation of the terms opposed as subject and object, 2. Showing how they mutually involve and determine or mediate one another, and thereby 3. Evolving the inner unity of the principle, which both establishes and contains their immediate relation and makes possible and necessary their mediation. The procedure is one and the same in its operation in every type of experience and in experience as a whole, for one and the same principle controls and pervades all experience, viz. Self-conscious reason or spirit. And the various types of experience are to the whole of experience as the factors in a given experience, subject and object, are to the type in question. The same method thus spontaneously determines the various chief divisions of the whole argument and the particular stages in the evolution of the meaning of a given type of experience. The author fully explains in his preface and introduction the significance of the various phases of method, and his statements need not be repeated here. Enough has been said to indicate the general nature of the method as applied throughout. But while the system is constructed deliberately by this method, it need not be supposed that the successful use of the method was an unique and mysterious secret of the author of the treatise, who carried out his scheme in the private laboratory of his own mind, without suggestion or assistance from any other source whatsoever. As a matter of fact, the author's claim that his own particular inspiration is quite unnecessary and is even irrelevant, and so far from dispensing with assistance in the construction of the argument, he maintains that his method really operates, though unconsciously, in all minds and in all experience. And there can be no doubt that in the working out of the method the author was guided to a very large extent by results achieved by others, and by facts and suggestions drawn from familiar sources. For one thing, it's clear that before commencing his argument he must have had a definite idea of where his argument was likely to terminate, as of the stage of experience from which it was to begin. And it is not difficult to trace the profound influence of Greek thought in determining the analysis of both the beginning and the conclusion of his system of experience. The discussion of sense certainty in the first stage of the Phenomenology seems little more than a fresh restatement of the analysis and criticism found in Greek philosophy, especially in Plato and Aristotle. The conception of absolute knowledge, with which the Phenomenology concludes, is a reproduction of Aristotle's interpretation of pure thought. Quote, "Pure thought thinks that which is the most divine and most precious, and it does not change. Since it is the most excellent thing, it thinks itself, and its thinking is the thinking on thinking. In productive activity, apart from the matter, the substance or formal essence is the object, and the theoretical activity of the object is the concept or function of thinking. Therefore thought and the object of thought, not being different in the cases where there is no matter, will be the same, and thinking will be one with the object of thought. As human thought holds us in a certain period of time, so the divine thought, the thought which thinks itself, holds throughout all eternity." Unquote. Again, the order in which the various forms of experience are placed between the upper and lower limits of experience was also suggested to a large extent by the mental development of the individual and the historical development of mankind. This was inevitable, for the very nature of experience, as we have seen, involves processes in time, and this occurs in a definite order. If that order coincides with the necessary order required by a logically constructed system, the coincidence may be a chance, but it facilitates and gives vividness to the analysis. Moreover, it is of the essence of the argument to look upon historical processes, whether individual unit or in a larger area of spiritual life found in society, as the condition by which the particular and universal elements of experience become concretely identified and harmonized. Thus, for example, the psychological process of mental development provides the suggestion for the dialectical process of mind, from sense knowledge to perception, or again from consciousness to self-consciousness. The historical evolution of the Greek and Roman society suggests the dialectical transition from the custom constituted to the law-constituted order of society. The historical connection between the individualism of the 18th century and the ethical philosophy of Kant and Fichte suggests the dialectical connection between the atomistic freedom of a revolutionary epoch and the inner freedom of conscience. Such then is the principle and method of this philosophy of experience. When systematically developed, every essential mode of experience must find its due position and validity guaranteed, for the guarantee of the value of every form is the ultimate transparent unity of subject and object in absolute knowledge, and every essential form is required as a stage in the realization of this spiritual idea. The only truth about the whole of experience is thus the comprehensive system of all the forms in which the truth is attained throughout experience. Every essential form makes its own peculiar contribution, and none can be absolutely false, for an absolutely false relation of a subject and object is either meaningless or a contradiction in terms. We may describe the system as a critique of experience, but only in the sense that such a criticism is the self-criticism of experience, for beyond experience we cannot possibly find anything, still less a standard to criticize experience. We cannot arbitrarily break up experience into separate parts and elaborate independently a critique of knowledge, a critique of morality, and a critique of beauty, for all of these are but forms of one experience. Experience is the common denominator of them all, and must be construed as a whole. In short, a true critique of experience can only be a connected system of the whole of experience. It is manifest that such a system is no more than an orderly arrangement of the ways in which experience appears. It does not expound all the truth that the various modes of experience themselves contain. Each mode forms a nucleus of a sphere of truth all its own, and the elaboration of which is a separate undertaking by itself. The substance of the truth which each contains is only relevant to the argument, and is only introduced so far as it's necessary to bring out the peculiar nature of the kind of experience each mode embodies. Again, the phenomenology is distinct from empirical psychology on the one hand, and the concrete life of the individual experience on the other. The growth of mental life of the distinction between subject and object is presupposed before experience can be said to exist, and the growth of that distinction in time is part of the work of the psychology to trace. On the other hand, relatively to the living agent in concrete experience, the phenomenological observer is like the historian or the dramatist who perceives and understands the play of forces controlling the living agent, and traces the connection of the moving principles that operate unseen and certainly unforeseen in the production of their result. It is equally clear from what has been said that the phenomenology is not a complete system of philosophy. It is, at the most part, and, the author has insisted, the introductory part to a comprehensive philosophical system. The exhaustive elaboration of absolute knowledge would alone be a complete system of philosophy. All that is done in the phenomenology towards such a system is to show that absolute knowledge is a mode of spiritual life and has its roots in experience, and is the consummation and final cause of the whole process of experience. The author endeavoured, in his other works, to construct the entire system of absolute knowledge, but the success or incompleteness of this achievement does not affect the value of the argument in phenomenology, which justifies the standpoint of absolute knowledge. But, though the phenomenology is not a complete system of philosophical knowledge, it is itself a philosophical systemization of the modes of experience, for only a philosophical argument could justify the validity of the philosophical point of view, and this Hegel does by showing that every mode of experience in the long run derives its validity as an avenue to the truth from the fact that it implies the essential principle of philosophical knowledge. The argument of the phenomenology is undertaken to prove that the interests of all forms of knowledge are bound up with the validity of philosophical knowledge. The phenomenology enables us to determine the position of absolute truth, and the parallax of the absolute can only be found if we take as our baseline the diameter of the orbit of human experience. It is not necessary here, even if it were in place, to defend the argument of the phenomenology from possible lines of attack and criticism. Least of all need it be asserted that we have in this work the last word of philosophy regarding the nature and meaning of experience. The discussions of philosophy are not to be reduced to the level of a brawl in a marketplace, and no serious philosopher ever made a merit of having had the last word. But so much may be said. If in principle, aim and result, the argument of this work is untenable, idealism, whether as a creed or as a system, may once and for all be abandoned. Indeed, any attempt to put a spiritual interpretation on the facts of human life. In a sense, the present work contains little that is new beyond the method by which the forms of experience are wrought into a connected system. In a manner, it is but an elaborate exposition of the doctrine expressed in the well-known lines. How exquisitely the individual mind, and the progressive powers perhaps no less, of the whole species to the external world is fitted, and how exquisitely too. The external world is fitted to the mind. Wordsworth Preface to the Excursion. That experience must, in the long run, obtain its explanation and justification from itself may be regarded as a truism, and again, that the Absolute embodies itself in all modes of experience, that it requires every form of truth to constitute the whole truth, and only in the entire extent of our human experience can we read the full meaning of the Absolute Spirit in which we live and move and have our being. These are propositions acceptable in every age and recurring as regularly as the days of the human calendar. We might even say, in the words of the unsophisticated child of nature, Unversagt, dass der Pfarrer auch nur mit ein bisschen anderen Worten, from Faust. But the familiarity of much of the substance under discussion will not lessen the value of the argument in the eyes of those to whom a comprehensive conspectus of experience is an intellectual need. That they will find both light and leading in this remarkable book there can be no doubt. To these the book may be safely commended, and those whose need is greatest will find the most. The best edition of the text is that of Georg Lassen, pastor of St. Bartholomeus Church in Berlin. This appeared in 1907 and is a most carefully collated recension of the work. The translator was fortunate in being able to make use of this edition in the final revision of the translation, which was begun long before Lassen's edition appeared. Another competent student of Hegel, Professor Bolland of Leyden, has also produced an edition of his work in 1907, but this is merely a reproduction of a second edition of 1843, beautifully printed on beautiful paper. All the footnotes accompanying the text of the translation have been appended by the translator. For some of these he is indebted to editions of Lassen and Bolland. The editions of 1807 and 1843, Hegel's Werk II, contain no notes. In addition to the footnotes, the translator has also written short introductory paragraphs for most of the sections and subsections to which the work is divided. These paragraphs will be found in small type within brackets. They are intended partly to be explicatory and partly to be a guide to the argument, partly to indicate the background of historical fact to which the analysis refers. In default to a full commentary, which it is hoped may someday appear, these paragraphs may be found useful to the student of the book. In translating the work, there has been no attempt to do more than give a rendering of the original, which would be faithful to the meaning and as close to the style of the text as was consistent with clearness and intelligibility. There seems no doubt that the work was written with less regard than usual to literary effect, and with more regard to the logical coherence of the result than is common in works in philosophy. The appalling struggle of the author to carry out his self-imposed task of arranging the crass material of experience into an organically connected plan of necessary thought, and of satisfying his demands for philosophical system, overwhelm all other considerations whatsoever. It is impossible, as it is unfair, to expect anyone who is staggering under the weight of absolute truth to move to the graceful measures of literary minuet. He is content to let his meaning be expressed in the way that comes readiest to his hand and offer the least impediment to the movement of his thought. The consequence is that the style throughout of the work is severely formal and is only relieved at times by the crudest and homeliest metaphors. It is no part of a translator's task to improve his author, and when the thought of the original is clad in wincy, then it is not the translator's business to drape it in satin. The translator has therefore refrained in the present case from attempting to make the reproduction more attractive from the literary point of view than the original. He can only hope it will not be found to be less so. In the task of revising and correcting the proofs, the translator has been placed under deep obligations to those who have kindly assisted him with suggestions and criticisms. The whole of the proof has been read by the general editor for the series, Professor Muirhead, and by Mr. McLeaver, lecturer in philosophy, Aberdeen University. Georg Lassen, pastor in Berlin, has also given invaluable help with the translation. The early part of the translation has been greatly improved by the suggestions of Professor Pringle Pattison of Edinburgh. Whatever merit the translation of the middle portion of the work may possess is in large measure due to the careful criticism of Mr. Jocham of Merton College, Oxford. The Right Honourable Mr. Haldane MP has read proof of considerable part of the work, and the translator is also indebted to Miss Haldane for criticisms in one of the most difficult sections of the argument. King's College, Aberdeen, March 1910. End of the translator's preface. Recording by Morris in Arlesey, Bedfordshire. Preface to the Phenomenology of Mind, Volume 1 by Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel, translated by James Black Bailey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Preface Part 1. In the case of a philosophical work, it seems not only superfluous, but, in view of the nature of the subject, even inappropriate and inexpedient to begin, as writers usually do, with a preface explaining the end the author had in mind, the circumstances which gave rise to the work, and the relation which the writer takes it to stand to other treatises on the same subject, written by his predecessors or his contemporaries. For whatever it might be suitable to state about philosophy in a preface, say, an historical sketch of the main drift and points of view, the general content and results, a string of desultory assertions and assurances about truth, this cannot be accepted as the form and manner in which to expound philosophical truth. Moreover, because philosophy has its being essentially in the element of universality, which encloses the particular within it, the end or final result seems, in the case of philosophy, more in that of the other sciences to have absolutely expressed the complete fact itself in its very nature, for which the mere process of bringing it to light would seem, properly speaking, to have no essential significance. On the other hand, In the general idea of, for example, anatomy, the knowledge of the parts of the body regarded as lifeless, we are quite sure we do not possess the objective concrete fact, the actual content of the science, but must, over and above, be concerned with particulars. Further, in the case of such a collection of items of knowledge, which has no real right to the name of science, any talk about purpose and such like generalities is not commonly very different in manner from the descriptive and superficial way in which the content of the science, these nerves and muscles, etc., are themselves spoken of. In philosophy, on the other hand, it would at once be felt incongruous were such a method made use of, and yet shown by philosophy itself to be incapable of grasping the truth. In the same way, too, by determining the relation which a philosophical work professes to have to other treatises on the same subject, an extraneous interest is introduced, and obscurity is thrown over the point at issue in the knowledge of truth. The more the ordinary mind takes the opposition between true and false to be fixed, the more it is accustomed to expect either agreement or contradiction with a given philosophical system, and only to see the one or the other in any explanation about such a system. It does not conceive the diversity of philosophical systems as the progressive evolution of truth, rather it seems only a contradiction in that variety. The bud disappears when the blossom breaks through, and we might say the former is refuted by the latter. In the same way, when the fruit comes, the blossom may be explained to be a false form of the plant's existence, for the fruit appears, as its true nature, in place of the blossom. These stages are not merely differentiated, they supplant one another as being incompatible with one another, but the ceaseless activity of their own inherent nature makes them at the same time moments of an organic unity, where they not merely do not contradict one another, but where one is as necessary as the other, and this equal necessity of all moments constitutes from the outset the life of the whole. But contradiction in the case of philosophical system is not usually conceived in this way, and again the mind perceiving the contradiction does not commonly know how to relieve it, or to keep it free of one-sidedness, or to recognize, in what seems conflicting and inherently antagonistic, the presence of mutually necessary moments. The demand for such explanations, as also the attempt to satisfy the demand, very easily pass for the essential business philosophy has to undertake. Where would the inmost truth of a philosophical work be found better expressed than in the purposes and results? And in what way could these be more definitely known than through the distinction from what is produced during the same period by others working on the same field? If, however, such procedure is to pass for more than the beginning of knowledge, if it is to pass for actually knowing what a philosophical system is, then we must, in point of fact, look on it as a device for avoiding the real business at issue, an attempt to combine the appearance of being in earnest and taking trouble about the subject with an actual neglect of the subject altogether. For the real subject matter is not exhausted in its purpose, but in working the matter out, nor is it the mere result attained in the concrete whole itself, but the result along with the process of arriving at it. The purpose by itself is a lifeless universal, just as the general drift is a bare activity in a certain direction, which is still without its concrete realization, and the naked result is the corpse of a system which has left its guiding tendency behind. Similarly, the distinctive difference of anything is rather the boundary, the limit of the subject. It is found at that point where the matter stops, or is what the matter is not. To trouble oneself in this fashion with the purpose and results, or again with the differences, the positions taken up and the judgments passed by one thinker and another, is therefore an easier task than perhaps it seems. For instead of laying hold of the matter itself, a procedure of that kind is all the while away from the subject altogether. Instead of dwelling within it and becoming absorbed by it, knowledge of that sort is always grasping at something else. Such knowledge, instead of keeping to the subject matter and giving itself up to it, never gets away from itself. The easiest thing of all is to pass judgments on what has a solid and substantial content. It is more difficult to grasp it, and most of all difficult to do both together and produce the systematic exposition of it. The beginning of culture and the struggle to get out of the unbroken immediacy of naive psychical life has always to be made by acquiring knowledge of universal principles and points of view, by striving in the first instance to work up simply to the thought of the subject matter in general, not forgetting at the same time to give reasons for supporting it or refuting it, to apprehend the concrete richness and fullness contained in its various determinate qualities, and to know how to furnish a coherent and orderly account of it, and a responsible judgment of it. This beginning of mental cultivation will, however, very soon make way to the earnestness of actual life in all its fullness, which leads to a living experience of the subject matter itself, and, when in addition conceptual thought strenuously penetrates to the very depths of its meaning, such knowledge and style of judgment will be relegated to their due place in everyday thought and conversation. The systematic development of truth in scientific form can alone be the true shape in which truth exists. To help to bring philosophy nearer to the form of science, that goal where it can lay aside the name of love of knowledge and be actual knowledge, that is what I have set before me. The inner necessity that knowledge should be science lies in its very nature, and the adequate and sufficient reason for this is simply and solely the systematic exposition of philosophy itself. The external necessity, however, so far as this is apprehended in a universal way, and apart from the accident of the personal element and the particular occasioning influences affecting the individual, is the same as the internal. It lies in the form and shape in which the process of time presents the existence of its moments. To show that the time has come to raise philosophy to the level of scientific system would, therefore, be only the true justification of the attempts which aim at proving that philosophy must assume this character, because the temporal process would thus bring out and lay bare the necessity of it, nay more, would at the same time be carrying out that very aim itself. When we state the true form of truth to be its scientific character, or, what is the same thing, when it is maintained that truth finds the medium of its existence in notions or conceptions alone, I know that this seems to contradict an idea with all its consequences, which makes great pretensions and has gained great widespread acceptance and conviction at the present time. A word of explanation concerning this contradiction seems therefore not out of place, even though at this stage it can amount to no more than a dogmatic assurance exactly like the view we are opposing. If, that is to say, truth exists merely in what, or rather exists merely as, what is called at one time intuition, at another time immediate knowledge of the absolute, religion, being, not being the centre of divine love, but the very being of this centre of the absolute itself, from that point of view it is rather the opposite of the notional or conceptual form which would be required for systematic philosophical exposition. The absolute would not be grasped in conceptual form, but felt, intuited. It is not its conception, but the feeling of it and the intuition of it that are to have the say and find expression. If we consider the appearance of a claim like this in its more general setting, and look at it from the level which the self-conscious mind at present occupies, we shall find that self-consciousness has got beyond the substantial fullness of life, which it used to carry on in the element of thought, beyond this naive immediacy of belief, beyond the satisfaction and security arising from the sense of certainty which conscious life possessed regarding its reconciliation with ultimate reality, wherever present, whether inner or outer. Self-conscious mind has not merely passed beyond that to the opposite extreme of insubstantial reflection of self into self, but beyond this too. It has not merely lost its essential and concrete life, it is also conscious of this loss and of the transitory finitude characteristic of its content. Turning away from the husks it has to feed on, and confessing that it lies in wickedness and sin, it reviles itself for doing so, and now desires from philosophy not so much to bring it to knowledge of what it is, as to obtain once again through philosophy the restoration of that comfortably solid and substantial mode of existence it has lost. Philosophy is thus expected not so much to meet this want by opening it up in the compact solidity of substantial existence, and bringing this to the light and level of self-consciousness. It is not so much to get chaotic conscious life brought back to the orderly ways of thought and the simple unity of concept, as to run together what thought has divided asunder, suppress the notion with its distinctions, and restore the feeling of existence. What it wants from philosophy is not so much insight as edification, the beautiful, the holy, the eternal religion, love. These are the bait required to awaken the desire to bite, not the notion but ecstasy, not the march of cold necessity in the subject matter, but ferment and enthusiasm. These are to be the ways by which the wealth of concrete substance is to be stored and spread out to view. With this demand there goes the strenuous effort, almost perfidly zealous in its activity, to rescue mankind from being sunken, and what is sensuous, vulgar, and of fleeting importance, to raise men's eyes to the stars, as if men had quite forgotten the divine, and were on the verge of finding satisfaction like worms in mud and water. Time was when man had a heaven decked and fitted out with endless wealth of thoughts and pictures. The significance of all that is lay in the thread of light by which it was attached to heaven. Instead of dwelling in the present as it is here and now, the eye glided away over the present to the divine away, so to say, to a present that lies beyond. The mind's gaze had to be directed under compulsion to what is earthly and kept fixed there, and it has needed for a long time to introduce that clearness which only celestial realities had into the crassness and confusion surrounding the sense of things earthly, and to make attention to the immediate present as such, which was called experience, of interest and value. Now we have apparently the need for the opposite of all this. Man's mind and interests are so deeply rooted in the earthly that we require a like power to get them raised above that level. His spirit shows such poverty of nature that it seems to long for the mere pitiful feeling of the divine in the abstract, and to get refreshment from that, like a wanderer in the desert craving for a merest mouthful of water. By the little which this can thus satisfy the needs of the human spirit, we can measure the extent of its loss. The easy contentment in receiving or stinginess in giving does not suit the character of science. The man who only seeks edification, who wants to envelop in mist the manifold diversity of his earthly existence and thought, and craves after the vague enjoyment of this vague and indeterminate divinity, he may look where he likes to find this. He will easily find for himself the means to get something he can rave over and puff himself up with. But philosophy must be aware of the wish to be edifying. Still less must this kind of contentment, which holds science in contempt, take upon itself to claim that raving obscurantism of this sort is something higher than science. These apocalyptic utterances pretend to occupy the very centre and the deepest depths. They look askance at all definiteness and preciseness of meaning, and they deliberately hold back from the conceptual thinking and the constraining necessities of thought, as being the sort of reflection which, they say, can only feel at home in the sphere of finitude. But just as there is a breadth which is emptiness, there is a depth which is empty too, and we may have an extension of substance which overflows into finite multiplicity without the power of keeping the manifold together. In the same way we may have an insubstantial intensity which, keeping itself as mere force without actual expression, is no better than superficiality. The force of mind is only as great as its expression, its depth only as deep as its power to expand and lose itself when spending and giving out its substance. Moreover, when this unreflective emotional knowledge makes a pretext of having immersed its own very self in the depths of absolute being, and of philosophizing in all holiness and truth, it hides from itself the fact that instead of devotion to God, it, rather by this contempt for all measurable precision and definiteness, simply confirms in its own case the fortuitous character of its content, and on the other endows God with its own caprice. When such minds commit themselves to the unrestrained ferment of sheer emotion, they think that, by putting it over self-consciousness and surrendering all understanding, they are thus God's beloved ones, to whom he gave his wisdom in sleep. This is the reason, too, that, in point of fact, what they do conceive and bring forth in sleep is dreams. For the rest, it is not difficult to see that our epoch is a birth time and a period of transition. The spirit of the age has broken with the world as it has hitherto existed, and with the old ways of thinking, and is in the mind to let them all sink into the depths of the past and to set about its own transformation. It is indeed never at rest, but carried along the stream of progress ever onward. But it is here, in the case of the birth of a child, after a long period of nutrition and silence, the continuity of the gradual growth inside of quantitative change, it is suddenly cut short by the first breath drawn. There is a break in the process, a qualitative change, and the child is born. In like manner, the spirit of the time, growing slowly and quietly ripe for the new form it is to assume, loosens one fragment after another of the structures of its previous world. That it is tottering to its fall is indicated only by symptoms here and there, frivolity and again ennui, which are spreading in the established order of things. the undefined foreboding of something unknown. All these are hints foretelling that there is something else approaching. Gradual crumbling to pieces, which did not alter the general look and aspect of the whole, is interrupted by the sunrise, which in a flash and at a single stroke brings to view the form and structure of the new world. But this new world is perfectly realized, just as little as the newborn child, and it is essential to bear this in mind. It comes on the stage to begin in its immediacy, in its bare generality. The building is not finished when the foundation is laid. Just as little is the attainment of a general notion of a whole, the whole itself. When we want to see an oak with all its vigour of trunk, its spreading branches and mass of foliage, we are not satisfied to be shown an acorn instead. In the same way, science, the crowning glory of a spiritual world, is not found complete in its initial stages. The beginning of the new spirit is the outcome of an extensive transformation of manifold forms of spiritual culture. It is the reward which comes after a checkered and devious course of development, and after much struggle and effort. It is a whole which, after running its course and laying bare all its contents, returns again to itself. It is the resultant abstract notion of the whole. But the actual realization of this abstract whole is only found when these previous shapes and forms, which are now reduced to ideal moments of the whole, are developed anew again, but developed and shaped within the new medium and within the meaning they have thereby acquired. While the new world makes its first appearance merely in general outline, merely as a whole lying concealed and hidden within a bare abstraction, the wealth of the bygone life, on the other hand, is still consciously present in recollection. Consciousness misses in the new form the detailed expanse of content, but still more the developed expression of form by which distinctions are definitely determined and arranged in their precise relations. Without this last feature, science has no general intelligibility, and has the appearance of being an esoteric possession of a few individuals, an esoteric possession because in the first instance it is only the essential principle or notion of science, only its inner nature that is to be found, and a possession of a few individuals because at its first appearance its content is not elaborated and expanded in detail, and thus its essence is turned into something particular. Only what is perfectly determinate in form is at the same time exoteric, comprehensible, capable of being learned and possessed by everybody. Intelligibility is the form in which science is offered to everybody, and is the open road made plain for all. To reach rational knowledge by our intelligence is the just demand of the mind which comes to science. For intelligence, understanding, Verstand, is thinking, pure activity of the self in general, and what is intelligible, Verstandje, is something from the first familiar and common to the scientific and unscientific mind alike, enabling the unscientific mind to enter the domain of science. Science, at its commencement, when as yet it has neither got as far as detailed completeness nor perfection of form, is exposed to blame on that account. But to suppose this blame attached to its essential nature would be as unjust as it is inadmissible not to be ready to recognize the demand for that further development in fuller detail. In the contrast and opposition between these two aspects, the initial and the developed stages of science, seem to lie the critical knot which scientific culture at present struggles to loosen, and about which it is not so very clear. One side parades the wealth of its material and the intelligibility of ideas, the other pours contempt at any rate on the latter, and makes a parade of the immediate intuitive rationality and divine quality of its content. Although the first is reduced to science, perhaps by the inner force of truth alone, perhaps too by the noisy bluster of the other side, and though having regard to the reason and nature of the case it did feel overborne, yet it does not therefore feel satisfied as regards to these demands for greater development, for those demands are just, but still unfulfilled. Its silence is due only in part to the victory of the other side. It is half due to that weariness and indifference which are usually the consequence when expectations are being constantly awakened by promises which are not followed up by performance. The other side, no doubt, at times makes an easy enough matter of getting a vast expanse of content. They haul it in a lot of material already familiar and arranged in order, and since they are concerned more especially about what is exceptional, strange and curious, they seem all the more to be in possession of the rest, which knowledge in its own way was finished and done with, as well as to have control over what was unregulated and disorderly. Hence, everything appears brought within the compass of the absolute idea, which seems thus to be recognized in everything and to have succeeded in becoming a system in extenso of scientific knowledge. But if we look more closely at this expanded system, we find that it has not been reached by one and the same principle taking shape in diverse ways. It is the shapeless repetition of one and the same idea, which is applied in an external fashion to a different material, the wearisome reiteration of it, keeping up the semblance of diversity. The idea which, by itself, is no doubt the truth, really never gets any farther than just where it began, as long as the development of it consists in nothing else than such repetition of the same formula. If the knowing subject carries around everywhere the one inert abstract form, taking it up in external fashion whatever material comes its way, and dipping it into the element, then this comes about as near to fulfilling what is wanted, viz. A self-origination of the wealth of detail and self-determining distinction of shapes and forms, as any chance fantasies about the content in question. It is rather a monotonous formalism which only comes by distinction in the matter it has to deal with because it is already prepared and well known. This monotonousness and abstract universality are maintained to be the absolute. This formalism insists that to be dissatisfied herewith argues an incapacity to grasp this standpoint of the absolute and keep a firm hold on it. If it was once the case that the bare possibility of thinking something in some other fashion was sufficient to refute a given idea, and the naked possibility the bare general thought possessed and passed for the entire substantive value of actual knowledge, we find here similarly all the value ascribed to the general idea in this bare form without concrete realization, and we here too see the style and method of speculative contemplation identified with the dissipating and resolving what is determinate and distinct, or rather, with hurling it down without more ado and without any justification into the abyss of vacuity. To consider any specific fact as it is in the absolute consists here in nothing else than saying about that, while it is now doubtless spoken of as something specific, yet in the absolute, in the abstract identity, A equals A, there is no such thing at all, for everything there is all one. To pit this single assertion that in the absolute all is one, against the organised whole of determinate and complete knowledge, or of knowledge which at least aims and demands complete development, to give out its absolute as the night in which, as we say, all cows are black, that is the very naivety of this vacuous knowledge. The formalism, which has been deprecated and despised by recent philosophy, and which has arisen once more in philosophy itself, will not disappear from science, even though its inadequacy is known and felt, till the knowledge of absolute reality has become quite clear as to what its own true nature consists in. Having in mind that the general idea of what is to be done, if it precedes the attempt to carry it out, facilitates the comprehension of this process, it is worthwhile to indicate here that some rough idea of it, with the hope at the same time that this will give the opportunity to set aside certain forms whose habitual presence is a hindrance in the way of speculative knowledge. In my view, a view which the developed exposition of the system itself can alone justify, everything depends on grasping and expressing the ultimate truth, not as substance, but as subject as well. At the same time, we must note that concrete substantiality implicates and involves the universal or the immediacy of knowledge itself, as well as the immediacy which is being, or immediacy qua object for knowledge. If the generation which heard God spoken of as the one substance was shocked and revolted by such a characterization of his nature, the reason lay partly in the instinctive feeling that in such a conception self-consciousness was simply submerged and not preserved, but partly, again, the opposite position, which maintains thinking to be merely subjective thinking, abstract universality, as such as it is exactly the same bare uniformity, is undifferentiated, unmoved substantiality. And even if, in the third place, thought combines with itself the being of substance and conceives immediacy or intuition, Ausschwang, as thinking, it is still a question whether this intellectual intuition does not fall back into that inert abstract simplicity and exhibit and expound reality itself in an unreal manner. The living substance, further, is that being which is truly subject, or which is the same thing truly realized and actual, solely in the process of positing itself, or in mediating with its own self its transitions from one state or position to the opposite. As subject it is pure and simple negativity, and just on that account a process of splitting up what is simple and undifferentiated, a process of duplicating and setting factors in opposition, which process in turn is the negation of indifferent diversity and of the opposition of factors it entails. True reality is merely this process of reinstating self-identity, of reflecting in its own self, in and from its other, and is not an original and primal unity as such, not an immediate unity as such. It is the process of its own becoming, the circle which presupposes its end, or its purpose, and has its end for its beginning. It becomes concrete and actual only by being carried out and by being the end it involves. The life of God and divine intelligence, then, can, if we like, be spoken of as love disporting with itself. But this idea falls into edification and even sinks into insipidity, if it lacks seriousness, the suffering, the patience, and the labour of the negative. Per se, the divine life is no doubt undisturbed identity and oneness with itself, which feels no anxiety over otherness and estrangement, and none over the surmounting to the estrangement. But this per se is abstract generality, where we abstract from its real nature, which consists in its being objective to itself, consciousness itself in its own account, für sich zu sein, and where consequently we neglect altogether the self-movement which is the formal character of its activity. If the form is declared to correspond to the essence, it is just for that reason a misunderstanding to suppose that knowledge can be content with the per se, the essence, but can do without the form, that the absolute principle or absolute intuition makes the carrying out of the former, or the development of the latter, needless. Precisely because the form is as necessary to the essence as the essence is to it, absolute reality must not be conceived of and expressed as an essence alone, i.e. as an immediate substance, or as pure self-intuition of the divine, but as a form also, and with the entire wealth of the developed form. Only then it is grasped and expressed as really actual. The truth is the whole. The whole, however, is merely the essential nature reaching its completeness through the process of its own development. Of the absolute it must be said that it is essentially a result. Only at the end it is what it is in very truth. And just in that consists its nature, which is to be actual, subject, or self-becoming, self-development. Should it appear contradictory to say that the absolute has to be conceived essentially as a result, a little consideration will set this appearance of contradiction in its true light. The beginning, the principle, or the absolute, as at first immediately expressed, is merely the universal. If we say all animals, that does not pass for zoology. For the same reason, we see at once that the words absolute, divine, eternal, and so on do not express what is implied in them, and only mere words like these, in point of fact, express intuition as the immediate. Whatever is more than a word like that, even the mere transition to a proposition, is a form of mediation, contains a process towards another state from which we must return once more. It is this process of mediation, however, that is rejected with horror, as if absolute knowledge were being surrendered, when more is made of mediation than merely the assertion that it is nothing absolute and does not exist in the absolute. This horrified rejection of mediation, however, arises as a fact from want of acquaintance with nature, and with the nature of the absolute knowledge itself. For mediating is nothing but self-identity working itself out through an active, self-directed process, or, in other words, it is reflection into self, the aspect in which the ego for itself, objective to itself. It is pure negativity, or, reduced to its utmost abstraction, the process of bare and simple becoming. The ego, or becoming in general, this process of mediating is, because of its being simple, just immediacy coming to be, and is immediacy itself. We misconceive, therefore, the nature of reason if we exclude reflection or mediation from ultimate truth, and do not take it to be a positive moment of the absolute. It is reflection which constitutes the truth and final result, and yet at the same time does away with the contrast between result and the process of arriving at it. For this process is likewise simple, and therefore not distinct from the form of truth which consists in appearing as simple in the result. It is indeed just this restoration and return to simplicity. While the embryo is certainly in itself implicitly a human being, it is not so explicitly. It does not take itself to be a human being für sich. It is only the latter in the form of developed and cultivated reason, which has made itself to be what it is implicitly. Its actual reality is first found here, but this result arrived at is itself simple immediacy, for it is self-conscious freedom, which is at one with itself, and has not set aside the opposition it involves and left it there. it has made account with it and has become reconciled to it. End of part 1 of the preface. Recording by Morris in Elsie, Bedfordshire. Part 2 of the preface of the Phenomenology of Mind, Volume 1, by Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel, translated by James Black Bailey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Preface Part 2. What has been said may also be expressed by saying that reason is purposive activity. Extolling so-called nature at the expense of thought misunderstood, and more especially the rejection of external purposiveness, have brought the idea of purpose in general into disrepute. All the same, in this sense in which Aristotle too characterizes nature as purposive activity, purpose is the immediate, the undisturbed, the unmoved, which is self-moving. As such it is subject. Its power of moving, taken abstractly, is its existence for itself, or pure negativity. The result is the same as the beginning solely because the beginning is purpose. Stated otherwise, what is actual and concrete is the same as its inner principle or notion simply because the immediate qua purpose contains within it the self or pure actuality. The realized purpose or concrete actuality is movement and process of development, but this very unrest is the self, and it is one and the same with that immediacy and simplicity characteristic of the beginning, just for the reason that it is the result, and has returned upon itself, while this latter, again, is just the self, and is the self-referring and self-relating identity and simplicity. When thinking of the Absolute as subject, men have made use of statements like God is the eternal, or the moral order of the world, or love, etc. In such propositions, the ultimate truth is just barely stated to be subject, but not set forth as the process of reflectively mediating itself within itself. In a proposition of that kind, we begin with the word God. By itself, this is a meaningless sound, a mere name. The predicate says afterwards what it is, and gives content and meaning. The empty beginning becomes real knowledge only when we get to the end of the statement. So far as that goes, why not speak alone of the eternal, of the moral order of the world, etc., or, like the ancients, of pure conceptions, such as being, the one, etc., i.e., of what gives the meaning without adding the meaningless sound at all. But this word just indicates that it is not being or essence or universal in general that is put forward, but something reflected into self as subject. Yet at the same time, this acceptance of the Absolute as subject is merely anticipated, not really affirmed. The subject is taken to be a fixed point, and to it as their support, the predicates are attached by a process falling within the individual knowing about it, but not looked upon as belonging to the point of attachment itself. Only by such a process, however, could the content be presented as subject. Constituted as it is, this process cannot belong to the subject, but when that point of support is fixed to start with, this process cannot be otherwise constituted. It can only be external. The anticipation that the Absolute is subject is therefore not merely the realization of this conception, it even makes realization impossible, for it makes out the notion to be a static point, while its actual reality is self-movement, self-activity. Among the many consequences that follow from what has been said, it is of importance to emphasize this, that knowledge is only real and can only be set forth fully in the form of science, in the form of system, and further, the so-called fundamental proposition, or first principle of philosophy, even if it is true, is yet nonetheless false, just because and in so far as it is merely a fundamental proposition, merely a first principle. It is for that reason easily refuted. The refutation consists in bringing out its defective character, and it is defective because it is merely universal, merely a principle, the beginning. If the refutation is complete and thorough, it is derived and developed from the nature of the principle itself, and not accomplished by bringing in from elsewhere other counter-assurances and chance fancies. It would be strictly the development of the principle, and thus the completion of its deficiency, were it not that it misunderstands its own purport by taking account solely of the negative aspect of what it seeks to do, and is not conscious of the positive character of the process and result. The really positive working out of the beginning is at the same time just as much the very reverse. It is a negative attitude towards the principle we start from. Negative, that is to say, of its one-sided form, which consists in being primarily immediate, mere purpose. It may therefore be regarded as a refutation of what constitutes the basis of the system, but more correctly it should be looked as a demonstration that the basis, or the principle of the system, is in point of fact merely its beginning. That truth is only realized in this form of system, that substance is essentially subject, is expressed in the idea which represents the Absolute as Spirit, Geist, the grandest conception of all, and the one which is due to modern times and its religion. Spirit is the only reality. It is the inner being of the world, that which essentially is, and is per se. It assumes objective determinate form, and enters into relations with itself. It is externality, otherness, and exists for itself. Yet in this determination, and in this otherness, it is still one with itself. It is self-contained and self-complete in itself and for itself at once. This self-containedness, however, is first something known by us. It is implicit in its nature, an sich. It is substance spiritual. It has to become self-contained for itself, on its own account. It must get knowledge of spirit, and it must be conscious of itself as spirit. This means it must be presented to itself as an object, but at the same time, straight away, annul and transcend this objective form. It must be its own subject, in which it finds itself reflected. So far as its spiritual content is produced by its own activity, it is only we, the thinkers, who know spirit to be for itself, to be objective to itself. But insofar as spirit knows itself to be for itself, then this self-production, the pure notion, is the sphere and element in which its objectification takes effect, and where it gets existential form. In this way, it is existence aware of itself as an object in which its own self is reflected. Mind, which, thus developed, knows itself to be mind, is science. Science is its relation and the kingdom it sets up for itself in its own native element. The self having knowledge purely of itself, in the absolute antithesis of itself, this pure ether as such is the very soil where science flourishes, is knowledge in universal form. The beginning of philosophy presupposes or demands from consciousness that it should feel at home in this element, but this element only attains its perfect meaning and acquires transparency through the process of gradually developing it. It is pure spirituality as the universal which assumes the shape of simple immediacy, and this simple immediate element, existing as such, is the soil of science, is thinking and can be only in mind. Because this medium, this immediacy of mind, is the mind's substantial nature in general, it is the transfigured essence, reflection, which itself is simple, which is aware of itself as immediacy. It is being, which is reflection into itself. Science, on its side, requires the individual self-consciousness to have risen into this high ether in order to be able to live with science, and in science, and really to feel alive there. Conversely, the individual has the right to demand that science shall hold the ladder to help him get as far as this position, shall show him that he has himself this ground to stand on. His right rests on absolute independence, which he knows he possesses in every type and phase of knowledge, for in every phase, whether recognized by science or not, and whatever be the content, his right as an individual is the absolute and final form, i.e. he is the immediate certainty of self, and thereby is unconditioned being, were this expression preferred. If the position taken up by consciousness, that of knowing about objective things as opposed to itself, and about itself as opposed to them, is held by science to be the very opposite of this position, if, when in knowing it keeps within itself and never gets beyond itself, science holds the state to be rather the loss of mind altogether, on the other hand, the element in which science consists is looked at by consciousness as a remote and distant region, in which the consciousness no longer in possession of itself. Each of these two sides takes the other to be the perversion of the truth. For the naive consciousness to give itself up completely and straight away to science is to make an attempt induced by some unknown influence and all at once to walk on its head. The compulsion to take up this attitude and to move about in this position is a constraining force it is urged to fall in with, without ever being prepared for it, and with no apparent necessity for doing so. Let science be, per se, what it likes. In its relation to naive, immediate self-conscious life, it presents the appearance of being a reversal of the latter. Or again, because naive self-consciousness finds the principle of reality in the certainty for itself, science bears the character of unreality, since consciousness for itself is a state quite outside science. Science has, for that reason, to combine that other element of self-certainty with its own, or rather to show that the other element belongs to itself and how it does so. When devoid of that sort of reality, science is merely the content of mind qua something implicit or potential, an sich. Purpose, which at the start is no more than something internal, not spirit, but first merely spiritual substance. This implicit moment, an sich, is to find external expression and become an objective in its own account. This means nothing else than that its moment has to establish self-consciousness as one with itself. It is this process by which science in general comes about, this gradual development of knowing that is set forth here in the Phenomenology of Mind. Knowing, as it is found at the start, mind in its immediate primitive stages without the essential nature of mind, is sense consciousness. To get the length of genuine knowledge, or produce the element where science is found, the pure conception of science itself, a long and laborious journey must be undertaken. This process towards science, as regards the content it will bring to light and the forms it will assume in the course of its progress, will not be what is primarily imagined by leading the scientific consciousness up to the level of science. It will be something different, too, from establishing and laying the foundation of science, and anyway something else than the sort of ecstatic enthusiasm which starts straight off with the absolute knowledge, as if shot out of a pistol, and makes short work of other points of view simply by explaining that it is to take no notice of them. The task of conducting the individual mind from its unscientific standpoint to that of science has to be taken in its general sense. We had to contemplate the formative development, Bildung, of the universal, or general, individual, or self-conscious spirit. As to the relation between these two, the particular and the general individual, every moment as it gains concrete form and its own proper shape and appearance, finds a place in the life of the universal individual. The particular individual is incomplete mind, a concrete shape in whose existence, taken as a whole, one determinate characteristic predominates, while the others are found only in a blurred outline. In this mind, which stands higher than another, the lower concrete form of existence has sunk into an obscure moment. What was once a substantial objective fact, die Sache selbst, is now only a single trace. Its definite shape has been veiled and become simply a piece of shading. The individual whose substance is mind at the higher level passes through these past forms, much the same way that one who takes up higher stance goes through the preparatory forms of knowledge which he has long made his own, in order to call up their content before him. He brings back the recollection of them without stopping to fix his interest upon them. The particular individual, so far as content is concerned, has also to go through the stages through which the general mind has passed, but as shapes once assumed by mind, now laid aside as stages of a road which has been worked over and levelled out. Hence, it is that in the case of various kinds of knowledge, we find that what in former days occupied the energies of men of mature mental ability sinks to the level of information, exercise, and even pastimes for children. And in these educational processes we can see the history of the world's culture delineated by a faint outline. This bygone mode of existence has already become an acquired possession of the general mind, which constitutes the substance of the individual, and by thus appearing externally to him furnishes his inorganic nature. In this respect, culture or development of mind, Bildung, regarded from the side of the individual, consists in this acquiring what lies at hand ready for him, in making its inorganic nature organic to himself, and in taking possession of it for himself. Looked at, however, from the side of universal mind qua general spiritual substance, culture means nothing else than that this substance gives itself its own self-consciousness, brings about its own inherent process, and its own reflection into self. Science lays before us the morphogenic process of this cultural development in all its detailed fullness and necessity, and at the same time shows it to be something that has already sunk into the mind as a moment of its being and become a possession of mind. The goal to be reached is the mind's insight into what knowing is. Impatience asks for the impossible, wants to reach the goal without the means of getting there. The length of the journey has to be borne with, for every moment is necessary, and again we must halt at every stage, for each is itself complete individual form, and is fully and finally considered only in so far as it has determinate character, is taken and is dealt with as a rounded and concrete whole, or only as in so far as the whole is looked at in the light of the special and peculiar character which this determination gives it. Because the substance of the individual mind, nay more, because the individual mind at work with the world, Weltgeist, has had the patience to go through these forms in the long stretch of time's extent, and take upon itself the prodigious labour of the world's history, where it bodied forth in each form in the entire content of itself, which each is capable of grasping, and because by nothing less could that all-pervading mind ever manage to become conscious of what it itself is, for that reason the individual mind, in the nature of the case, cannot expect by less toil to grasp what its own substance contains. All the same, its task has meanwhile been made much lighter, because this has historically been implicitly, an sich, accomplished, and the content is one where reality has already given place to spiritual possibilities, where immediacy has been overcome and brought under the control of reflection, the various forms and shapes having been already reduced to their intellectual abbreviations, to determinations of thought, pure and simple. Gedankenbestimmung. Being now a thought, this content is the possession of the substance of mind. Existence has no more to be changed into the form that it is inherent and implicit, anschens, but only the implicit, no longer merely something primitive nor lying hidden within existence, but already present as a recollection, into the form of what is explicit, of what is objective to self, verschiens. We have to state more exactly the way this is done. At the point at which we here take up this movement, we are spared, in connection with the whole, the process of cancelling and transcending the stage of mere existence. This process has already taken place. What is still to be done, and needs a higher kind of transformation, is to transcend the forms as ideally as presented and made familiar to our minds. By that previous negative process, existence, having been withdrawn into the mind's substance, is, in the first instance, transferred into the life of self only in an immediate way. The possession of self has thereby acquired, has still the same character of uncomprehended immediacy, of passive indifference, which existence itself had. Existence has, in this way, merely passed into the form of ideal presentation. At the same time, by so doing, it is something familiar to us, something well known, something which the existent mind has finished and done with, and hence takes no more to do with and no further interest in. When the activity that is done with the existent is merely the process of a particular mind, of mind which is not comprehending itself, on the other hand, knowledge is directed against this ideal presentation, which has hereby arisen against this being familiar and well known. It is an action of universal mind, the concern of thought. What we are familiar with is not intelligently known, just for the reason that it is familiar. When engaged in the process of knowing, it is the commonest form of self-deception, and a deception of other people as well, to assume something to be familiar and give assent to it on that very account. Knowledge of that sort, with all its talk, never gets from the spot, but has no idea that this is the case. Subject and object, and so on, God, nature, understanding, sensibility, etc., are uncritically presupposed as familiar and something significant, and become fixed points from which to start and from which to return. The process of knowing flits between these secure points, and in consequence goes on merely along the surface, apprehending and demonstrating consistent similarity, seeing whether everyone finds what is said corresponding to his idea too, whether it is familiar and seems to him so-and-so or so-and-so not. Analysis of an idea, as it used to be carried out, did anyway consist in nothing else than doing away with the character of familiarity. To break up an idea into its ultimate elements means returning upon its moments, which at least do not have the form of the idea as picked up, but are the immediate property of the self. Doubtless the analysis only arrives at thoughts which are themselves known elements, fixed inert determinations. But what is thus broken up into parts, this unreal entity, is itself an essential moment. For just because the concrete fact is self-divided and turns into unreality, it is something self-moving, self-active. The action of separating the elements is the exercise of the force of understanding, the most astonishing and greatest of all powers, or rather the absolute power. The circle, which is self-enclosed and at rest, and being a substance holds its own moments, is an immediate condition, the immediate continuous relation of elements with their unity, and hence arouses no sense of wonderment. But an accident as such, when cut loose from its containing circumference, that what is bound and held by something else and actual only by being connected with it, should get an existence all its own, gain freedom and independence in its own account, this is the portentous power of the negative. It is the energy of thought, of pure ego. Death, as what we might call that unreality, is the most terrible thing, and to keep hold fast what is dead demands the greatest force of all. Beauty, powerless and helpless, hates understanding, because the latter extracts from it what it cannot perform. But the life of mind is not one that shuns death and keeps clear of destruction. It endures its death, and in death maintains its being. It only wins it to its truth when it finds itself in utter desolation. It is the mighty power, not by being a positive, which turns away from the negative, as when we say something there is nothing or it is false, and being then done with it pass off to something else. On the contrary, mind is this power only by looking at the negative in the face and dwelling with it. This dwelling, besides it, is the magic power that converts the negative into being. That power is just what we spoke of above as subject, which by giving determinateness a place in substance cancels abstract immediacy, i.e. immediacy which merely is, and by so doing becomes its true substance, becomes being or immediacy that does not have mediation outside it, but is this mediation itself. This process of making what is objectively presented a possession of pure self-consciousness, of raising it to the level of universality in general, is merely one aspect of mental development. Spiritual evolution is not yet completed. The manner of study in ancient times is distinct from that of the modern world, in that the former consisted of the cultivation and perfecting of the natural mind. Testing life carefully at all points, philosophizing about everything that it came across, the former created an experience permeated through and through by universals. In modern times, however, an individual finds the abstract form ready-made. In straining to grasp and make it his own, he rather strives to bring forward the inner meaning alone without any process of mediation. The production of the universal is abridged instead of the universal arising out of the manifold detail of concrete existence. Hence nowadays the task before us is to consider not so much in getting the individual clear of the level of sensuous immediacy and making him a substance that thinks and is grasped in terms of thought, but rather the very opposite. It consists in actualizing the universal and giving its spiritual vitality by the process of breaking down and suspending fixed and determinate thoughts. But it is much more difficult to make fixed and definite thoughts fuse with one another and form a continuous whole than to bring sensuous existence into this state. The reason lies in what was said before. Thought determinations get their substance and their elements of their existence from the ego, the power of negative or pure reality, while determination of sense finds in impotent abstract immediacy in mere beings in such. Thoughts become fluent and interfuse when thinking pure and simple. This inner immediacy knows itself as a moment when pure certainty of self abstracts from itself. It does not abstract in the sense of getting away from itself and setting itself on one side, but of surrendering the fixed quality of its self-affirmation and giving up both the fixity of the purely concrete, which is the ego as contrasted with the variety of its content, and the fixity of all those distinctions, the various thought functions, principles, etc., which are present in the element of pure thought and share that absoluteness in the ego. In virtue of this process, pure thoughts become notions and conceptions, and are there what they are in truth, self-moving conjunctions, circles. What their substance consists of are spiritual entities. This movement of the spiritual entities constitutes the nature of the scientific procedure in general. Looked at as the concatenation of their content, this movement is the necessitated development and expansion of that content into an organic systematic whole. By this movement too, the road which leads to the notion of knowledge becomes itself likewise a necessary and complete involving process, Werden. This preparatory stage thus ceases to consist in casual philosophical reflections, referring to objects here and there, to processes and thoughts of the undeveloped mind, as chance may direct, and it does not try to establish the truth by miscellaneous rationalizations, inferences, and consequences drawn from circumscribed thoughts. The road to science, by the very movement of the notion itself, will compass the entire objective world of conscious life and rational necessity. Further, a systematic exposition like this constitutes the first part of science, because the positive existence of mind qua primary and ultimate is nothing but the immediate aspect of mind, the beginning but not yet its return to itself. The characteristic feature distinguishing this part of science, phenomenology, from others is that element of positive immediate experience. The mention of this distinction leads us to discuss certain established ideas that usually come to notice in this connection. The mind's immediate existence, conscious life, has two aspects, cognition and objectivity, which is opposed to, or negative of, the subject function of knowing. Since it is the medium of consciousness that mind is developed and brings out its various moments, this opposition between the factors of conscious life is found at each stage in the evolution of mind. And all the various moments appear as modes or forms, Gestalten, of consciousness. The scientific statement of the course of this development is a science of experience, through which the consciousness passes, the substance and its process are considered as the object of consciousness. Consciousness is known and comprehends nothing but what falls within experience. For what is found in experience is merely spiritual substance and moreover object of itself. Mind, however, becomes object, for it consists in the process of becoming another to itself, i.e. an object for its own self, and in transcending in this otherness. And experience is called this very process by which the element that is immediate, unexperienced, i.e. abstract, whether it be in the form of sense or of a bare thought, externalizes itself and then comes back to itself from this state of estrangement. And so by doing, at length is set forth in its concrete nature and real truth, and becomes too a possession of consciousness. The dissimilarity which obtains in consciousness between the ego and the substance constituting its object is the inner distinction, the factor of negativity in general. We may regard it as the defect of both opposites, but it is their very soul, their moving spirit. It was on this account that certain thinkers long ago took the void to be the principle of movement, and when they conceived the moving principle to be the negative element, though they had not yet thought of it as self. While this negative factor appears in the first instance as a dissimilarity, an inequality between ego and object, it is just as much the inequality of the substance with itself. What seems to take place outside it, to be an actively directed against it, is its own doing, its own activity, and substance shows that it is in reality subject. When it has brought out the completely mind, it has made its existence adequate to and one with its essential nature. Mind is object to itself just as it is, and the abstract element of immediacy, of the separation between knowing and the truth, is overcome. Being is entirely mediated, it is a substantial contact, it is likewise directly the possession of the ego, it has the character of self, is notion. With the attainment of this, the Phenomenology of Mind concludes. What mind prepares for itself by argument of the Phenomenology is the element of true knowledge. It is this element, the moments of mind, that are now set out in the form of thought, pure and simple, which knows its object to be itself. They no longer involve the opposition between being and knowing. They remain within the undivided simplicity of knowing function. They are truth in the form of truth, and their diversity is merely diversity of the content of truth. The process by which they are developed into an organically connected whole is logic and speculative philosophy. Now, because the systematic statement of the mind's experience embraces merely its way of appearing, it may as well seem that the advance from that to the science of ultimate truth in the form of truth is merely negative, and we might readily be content to dispense with the negative process as something altogether false, and might ask to be taken straight to the truth at once. Why meddle with what is false at all? The point formerly raised, that we should have begun with science at once, may be answered here by considering the character of negativity in general, regarded as something false. The usual ideas on this subject particularly obstruct the approach to truth. The consideration at this point will give us an opportunity to speak about the mathematical knowledge the unphilosophical mind looks upon as the ideal which philosophy ought to try to attain, but has so far striven in vain to reach. Truth and falsehood, as commonly understood, belong to these sharply defined areas, which claim a completely fixed nature of their own, one standing in solid isolation on this side, the other on that, without any community between them. Against this view it must be pointed out that truth is not like a stamped coin that is issued ready from the mint and so can be taken up and used, nor, again, is there something false any more than there is something evil. Evil and falsehood are not so bad as the devil, for in the form of the devil they get the length of being particular subjects. Qua false and evil, they are merely individuals, although they have a nature of their own with reference to one another. Falsity, that is what we're dealing with here, would be otherness, the negative aspect of the substance, which, substance, qua content of knowledge, is truth. But the substance is itself essentially the negative element, partly as involving distinction and determination of content, partly as being a process of distinguishing pure and simple, i.e. as being self and knowledge in general. Doubtless we can know in a way in which is false. To know something falsely means that knowledge is not adequate to, is not on equal terms with its substance. Yet this very dissimilarity in the process is distinction in general. The essential moment is knowing. It is in fact out of this active distinction that its harmonious unity arises, and this identity, when arrived at, is truth. It is not truth in a sense which would involve the rejection of the discordance, the diversity, like dross from pure metal, nor again does truth remain detached from diversity, like a finished article from the instrument that shapes it. Difference itself continues to be an immediate element within truth as such, in the form of the principle of negation, in the form of the activity of self. All the same, we cannot for that reason say that falsehood is a moment or forms even a constituent part of truth. That, quote, in every case of falsity there is something true, unquote, is an expression in which they are taken to be like oil and water, which do not mix and are merely united externally. Just in the interests of their real meaning, precisely because we want to designate the aspect or moment of complete otherness, the terms true and false must no longer be used where their otherness has been cancelled and superseded. Just as the expressions, quote, unity of subject and object, unquote, of, quote, finite and infinite, of, quote, being and thought, unquote, etc., are absurd if the subject and object, etc., are taken to mean what they are outside their unity, and thus the unity means to be what its very expression conveys. In the same way, falsehood is not, qua false, any longer a moment of truth. Dogmatism, as a way of thinking, whether in ordinary knowledge or in the study of philosophy, is nothing else, but the view that truth consists in a proposition which is a fixed and final result, or again which is directly known. To questions like, when was Caesar born, or how many feet has a furlong, etc., a straight answer ought to be given. Just as it is absolutely true to say the square of the hypotenuse is equal to the sum of the square on the other two sides of a right-angled triangle, but the nature of a so-called truth of that sort is different from the nature of philosophical truth. End of the Preface Part 2, recording by Morris in Arlesey, Bedfordshire. Part 3 of the Preface to the Phenomenology of Mind, Volume 1 by Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel, translated by James Black Bailey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 3 of the Preface. As regards truth and matters of historical fact, to deal briefly with this subject, so far as we consider the purely historical element, it will be readily granted that they have to do with the sphere of particular existence, with a content in its contingent and arbitrary aspects, features that have no necessity. But even bare truths of the kind, say, like those mentioned, are impossible without the activity of self-consciousness. To get to know any of them, there has to be a good deal of comparison, books must be consulted, or in some way or other inquiry has to be made. Even in the case of direct perception, only when we know it along with the reasons behind it, it is held to be something of real value, although it is merely the naked fact itself that we are, properly speaking, supposed to be concerned about. As to mathematical truths, we should be still less inclined to consider anyone a geometer
who had got Euclid's theorems
by heart, without knowing the proofs, without, if we may say so by way of contrast, getting them into his head. Similarly, If anyone came to know by measuring many right-angled triangles that their sides are related in the way everybody knows, we should regard knowledge so obtained as unsatisfactory. All the same, while proof is essential in the case of mathematical knowledge, it still does not have the significance and nature of being a moment in the result itself. The proof is over when we get the result and has disappeared. Qua result, the theorem is, no doubt, one that is seen to be true. But this eventuality has nothing to do with the content, but only with its relation to the knowing subject. The process of mathematical proof does not belong to the object. It is a function that takes place outside the matter in hand. Thus, the nature of a right-angled triangle does not break itself up into factors in the manner set forth in the mathematical construction, which is required to prove the proposition expressing the relation of its parts. The entire process of producing the result is an affair of knowledge, which takes its own way of going about it. In philosophical knowledge, too, the way existence qua existence comes about, Werden, is different from that whereby the essence or inner nature of the fact comes into being. But philosophical knowledge, for one thing, contains both, while mathematical knowledge sets forth merely the way an existence comes about, i.e., the way the nature of the fact gets to be in the spheres of knowledge as such. For another thing, too, philosophical knowledge unites both these particular movements. The inward rising into being, the process of substance is an unbroken transition into outwardness, into existence or being for another. And conversely, the coming of existence into being is withdrawal into the inner essence. The movement is the twofold process in which the whole comes to be, and is such that each at the same time posits the other, and each on that account has it in both its two aspects. Together they make the whole, through the resolving each other and making themselves into moments of the whole. In mathematical knowledge, the insight required is an external function so far as the subject matter dealt with is concerned. It follows that the actual fact is thereby altered. The means taken, construction and proof contain no doubt true propositions, but all the same we are bound to say that the content is false. The triangle in the above example is taken to pieces, and its parts are made into other figures, to which the construction gives rise in the triangle. It is only at the end we find again reinstated the triangle we are really concerned with. It was lost sight of in the course of construction, and was present merely in fragments that belonged to other wholes. Thus we find negativity of content coming in here too, a negativity which would have to be called falsity, just as much as in the case of the movement of the notion, where the thoughts that are taken to be fixed pass away and disappear. The real defect of this kind of knowledge, however, affects its process of knowing as much as its material. As to that process, in the first place, we do not see any necessity in the construction. The necessity does not arise from the nature of the theorem, it is imposed, and the injunction to draw just these lines, an infinite number of others being equally possible, is blindly acquiesced in,
without our knowing anything
further, except that, as we fondly believe, this will serve our purpose in getting at the proof. Later on, this purposive device then comes out, and is therefore merely external in character, just because it is only after the proof is found that it comes to be known. In the same way again, the proof takes a direction that begins anywhere we like, without our knowing as yet what relation his beginning has to the result to be brought out. In its course, it takes up certain specific elements and relations, and lets others alone, without its being directly obvious what necessity there is in the matter. An external purpose controls this process. The evidence peculiar to this defective way of knowing, an evidence on the strength of which mathematics plumes itself and proudly struts before philosophy, rests solely on the poverty of its purpose and the deflectiveness of its material, and on that account of a kind that philosophy must scorn to have anything to do with. Its purpose or principle is quantity. This precisely is the relationship that is non-essential, alien to the character of the notion. The process of knowledge goes on, therefore, on the surface, does not affect the concrete fact itself, does not touch its inner nature or notion, and is hence not a conceptual way of comprehending. The material which is to enable mathematics to proffer these welcome treasures of truth consists of space and numerical units, das Eins. Space is that kind of existence on which the concrete notion inscribes the diversity it contains, an empty lifeless element, in which its differences likewise subsist in passive lifeless form. What is concretely actual is not something spatial, such as is treated in mathematics. With unrealities like the things in mathematics takes account of, neither concrete sensuous perception nor philosophy has anything to do. In an unreal element of that sort we find then only unreal truth, fixed lifeless propositions. We can call a halt at any of them. The next step begins itself de novo, without the first having led up to the one that follows, and without any necessary connection having in this way arisen from the nature of the subject matter itself. So too, and herein consists the formal character of mathematical evidence, because of that principle and the element where it applies, knowledge advances along the lines of bare equality, of abstract identity. For what is lifeless, not being self-moved, does not bring about distinction within its essential nature, does not come at essential opposition or unlikeness, and hence involves no transition of one's opposite elements into its other, no qualitative, immanent movement, no self-movement. It is quantity, a form of difference that does not touch the essential nature, which alone mathematics deals with. It abstracts from the facts that it is the notion which separates its space into dimensions, and determines the connections between them and in them. It does not consider, for example, the relation of line to surface, and when it compares the diameter of a circle with its circumference, it runs up against their incommensurability, i.e., a relation of terms of the notion, an infinite element that escapes mathematical determination. Immanent, or so-called pure mathematics, again, does not oppose time, qua time, to space as a second subject matter for consideration. Applied mathematics no doubt treats of time, also of motion and other concrete things as well, but it picks up from experience synthetic propositions, i.e. propositions expressing relations determined by their essential nature, and merely applies its formula to these propositions assumed to start with. That the so-called proofs of propositions, like that stating the equilibrium of the lever, the relation of space and time in gravitation, etc., which apply to mathematics frequently, should be taken and given as proofs, is itself merely a proof of how great the need is for knowledge to have a process of proof, seeing that, even where proof is not to be had, knowledge yet puts a value on the mere semblance of it, and gets thereby a certain sense of satisfaction. A criticism of these proofs would be as instructive as it would be significant, if the criticism could strip mathematics of this artificial finery and bring out its limitations, and thence show the necessity for another type of knowledge. As to time, which we are asked to think of as the counterpart to space, and constituting the object matter of the other division of pure mathematics, it is the notion itself in the form of existence. The principle of quantity, the difference which is not determined by the notion, and the principle of equality, of abstract, lifeless unity, are incapable of dealing with that sheer restlessness of life and its absolute and inherent process of differentiation. It is therefore only in an arrested, paralysed form, only in the form of the quantitative unit, that this essentially negative activity becomes the second-hand object matter of this way of knowing, which itself is an external operation, degrades into what's self-moving to the level of mere matter, in order thus to get an indifferent, external, lifeless content. Philosophy, on the contrary, does not deal with the determination that is non-essential, but with the determination so far as it is an essential factor. The abstract or unreal is not its element and content, but the real, what is self-establishing, has life within it, exists in its very notion. It is this process that creates its own movements in its course, and it goes through them all, and the whole of this movement constitutes its positive content and its truth.
This movement includes,
therefore, within its negative factor as well, the element which would be named falsity if it could be considered one from which it had to abstract. The element that disappears has rather to be looked at in itself as essential, not in the sense of being something fixed that has to be cut off from the truth and allowed to lie outside it, heaven knows where, just as similarly the truth is not held to stand on the other side, an immovable, lifeless, positive element. Appearance is the process arising into being and passing away, again a process that itself does not arise and does not pass away, but is per se, and constitutes reality and the life movement of truth. In this way, truth is the bacchanalian revel, where not a soul is sober, and because every member no sooner gets detached than it eo ipso collapses straight away, the revel is just as much a state of transparent and unbroken calm. Judged by that movement, the particular shape which mind assumes does not need subsist any more than do determinate thoughts or ideas, but they are all the same as much positive and necessary moments as negative and transitory. In the entirety of the movement, taken as an unbroken quiescent whole,
that which gets distinctness
in the course of its process and secures specific existence, is preserved in the form of a self-recollection, in which existence is self-knowledge, and self-knowledge again is immediate existence. It might as well seem necessary to state at the outset the chief points in connection with the method of this process, the way in which science operates. Its nature, however, is to be found in what has already been said, that while the proper systematic exposition of it is the special business of logic, or rather is logic itself, for the method is nothing else than the structure of the whole in its pure and essential form. In regard, however, to what has been hitherto currently held on this point, we must be sensible that the system of ideas bearing on the question of philosophical method
belongs also to a stage of mental culture
that is now passed away. This may perhaps seem somewhat rough-handed or revolutionary, and I am far from adopting an attitude of that sort, but it is significant that the scientific regime bequeathed by mathematicians, a regime of explanations, divisions, axioms, an array of theorems with proofs, principles, and the consequences and conclusions drawn from them, all this has already come to be generally considered as at any rate out of date. Even though there are no clear ideas why it is unsuitable, yet little or no use of it is made any longer. And even though it is not condemned outright, it is all the same not in favour. And we must have the prejudice and conviction that what is excellent can turn itself into practical account and can make itself acceptable. But it is not difficult to see that the method of propounding a proposition, producing reasons for it, then refuting the opposite reasons, is not the form in which truth can appear. Truth moves itself by its very nature, but the method just mentioned is the form of knowledge external to its material. Hence it is peculiar to mathematics, and must be left to mathematics, which, as already indicated, takes for its principle the relation of quantity, a relation alien to the notion, and gets its material from lifeless space and the equally lifeless numerical unit. Or again, such a method, adopting a freer style, involving more arbitrariness and chance, may have a place in ordinary life, in a conversation, or in supplying matter-of-fact instruction for the satisfaction of curiosity rather than knowledge, very much like what a preface does. In everyday life, the mind finds its content in different kinds of knowledge, experiences of various sorts, concrete facts of sense, thoughts too, and principles, and, in general, in whatever lies ready to hand or passes for a solid, stable entity or real being. The mind follows wherever this leads, sometimes interrupting the connection by an unrestrained caprice in dealing with the content, and takes up the attitude of determining and handling it in quite an external fashion. It runs the content back to some touchstone of certainty or other, even though it be but the feeling of the moment, and conviction is satisfied if it reaches some familiar resting place. But when the necessity of the notion banishes from its realm the loose procedure of the raisonnement of conversation, as well as the pedantic style of scientific pomposity, its place, as we have already mentioned, must not be taken by the disconnected utterance of the presageful surmise and inspiration and arbitrary caprice of prophetic utterance, for this does not merely despise that particular form of scientific procedure, but condemns scientific procedure altogether. Now that the triplicity adopted in the system of Kant, a method rediscovered to begin with by an instinctive insight, but left lifeless and uncomprehended, has been raised to its significance as an absolute method, a true form is thereby set up in true content, and the conception of science has come to light. But the use of this form has been put into the Kantian system and has no right to the name of science, for we see there it is reduced to a lifeless schema, to nothing better than a mere shadow, and scientific organization to a synoptic table. This formalism, about which we spoke before in general terms, and whose procedure we wish to state more fully, thinks it has comprehended and expressed the nature and life of a given form, and it proclaims a determination of the schema to be its predicate. The predicate must be
subjectivity or objectivity,
or again magnetism, electricity, and so on, contraction or expansion, east or west, and such like, a form of predication that can be multiplied indefinitely, because according to this way of working, each determination, each mode can be applied as a form or schematic element in the case of every other, and each will thankfully perform the same service for any other. With a circle of reciprocities of this sort, it is impossible to make out what the real fact in question is, or what the one or the other is. We find there sometimes constituents of sense picked up from ordinary intuition, determinate elements that certainly should mean something else than they express. At other times, what is inherently significant, viz., pure determinations of thought, like subject, object, substance, cause, universality, etc. These are all applied just as uncritically and unreflectingly as in everyday life, and are used as much people employ terms strong and weak, expansion and contraction. As a result, that type of metaphysics is as unscientific as those ideas of sense. Instead of the inner activity and self-movement of its own actual life, such as simple determination of direct intuition, Aufhebung, which means here sense knowledge, is expressed in terms of a superficial analogy, and this external and empty application of the formula is called construction. The same thing happens here, however, as in the case of every kind of formalism. A man's head must indeed be dull if he could not in a quarter of an hour get up the theory that there are innovating, and indirectly innovating diseases and as many cures, and who could not, since so long ago instruction of that sort sufficed for the purpose, in as short a time be turned from a man who works the rule of thumb into a theoretical physician. Formalism in the case of speculative philosophy of nature, Naturphilosophie, takes the shape of teaching that understanding is electricity, animals are nitrogen or equivalent, south or north, and so on. When it does this, whether as badly as here expressed, or concocted with even more terminology, such forceful procedure brings and holds together elements to all appearance far removed from one another. The violence done to stable, inert sense elements by connecting them in this way confers on them merely the semblance of a conceptual unity, and spares itself the trouble of doing what is after all the important thing, expressing the notion itself, the meaning that underlies sense ideas. All this sort of thing may strike anyone who has no experience with admiration and wonder. He may be awed by the profound genius he thinks it displays, and delighted at the happy ingenuity of such characterizations, since they fill the place of the abstract notion with something tangible and sensuous, so as to make it more pleasing, and he may congratulate himself on feeling an instinctive mental affinity for that glorious way of proceeding. The trick of wisdom of that sort is as quickly acquired as it is easy to practice. Its repetition, when once it is familiar, becomes as boring as the repetition as any bit, sleight of hand, once we see through it. The instrument for producing this monotonous formalism is no more difficult to handle than the palette of the painter, on which lie only two colours, say red or green, the former for colouring the surface when we want a historical piece, the latter when we want a bit of landscape. It would be difficult to settle which is greater in all this, the agreeable ease with which everything in heaven and earth and under the earth is plastered with that botch of colour, or the conceit that prides itself on the excellence of the means for every conceivable purpose. The one lends support to the other. What results from the use of this method of sticking on to everything in heaven and earth, to every kind of shape and form, natural and spiritual, the pair of determinations from the general schema, and filling everything in this matter in no less of a account as clear as noonday, of the organised whole of the universe, that is to say, a synoptic index, like a skeleton with tickets stuck all over it, or rows of pots standing sealed and labelled in a grocer's stall, and is as intelligible as either one or the other. It has lost hold of the living nature of the concrete fact, just as in the former case we have merely dry bones with flesh and blood all gone, and in the latter what is hidden away in those pots has equally nothing to do with the living things. We have already remarked this final outcome of this style of thinking is at the same time to paint entirely in one kind of colour, for it turns with contempt from the distinctions in the schematic table, looks on them as belonging to the activity of mere reflection, and lets them drop out of sight in the blankness of the absolute, and there reinstates pure identity, pure formless whiteness. Such uniformity of colouring in the schema of its lifeless determinations, this absolute identity in the transition from one to another, these are one and all alike the expression of inert lifeless understanding and an external process of knowledge into the bargain. Not only can what is excellent not escape the fate of becoming thus devitalized and despiritualized, and seeing its skin flayed and paraded about in this way by lifeless knowledge, and the conceits of such knowledge engenders, but further such a fate lets us see the power of the excellent exercises of the heart, Gemuth, if not over the mind, Geist. Moreover, we recognize here too that the process towards universality and determinateness of form, which mark the complete attainment of excellence, and which alone make it possible that the
universality
can be turned into superficial uses. Science can become an organic system only by the inherent life of the notion. In science, the determinateness which was taken from the schema and stuck onto existing facts in external fashion is the self-directing inner soul of the concrete content. The movement of what is partly consists in becoming another to itself, and thus developing explicitly into its own immanent content. Partly, again, it takes this evolved content, this existence it assumes, back into itself, i.e., it makes itself into a moment and reduces itself to simple determinateness. In the first stage of the process, negativity lies in the function of distinguishing and establishing existence. Yet this latter return into self, negativity, consists in the bringing about of determinate simplicity. It is in this way that the content shows its specific characteristic not to be received from something else and stuck on externally. The content gives itself this determinate characteristic, appoints itself of its own initiative to the rank of a moment and to a place in the whole. The pigeonholing process of understanding retains for itself the necessity and notion controlling the content, and that which constitutes the concrete element, the actuality and living process of the subject matter which it labels, or rather understanding does not retain this for itself. On the contrary, understanding fails to know it. For if it had as much insight as that, it would surely show that it had. It is not even aware of the need for such insight. If it were, it would drop its schematizing process, or at least it would no longer be satisfied to know by way of mere table of contents. A table of contents is all that understanding gives. The content itself it does not furnish at all. If the specific determination, say even one like magnetism, is one that in itself is concrete or actual, it all the same gets degraded into something lifeless and inert, since it is merely predicated of another existing entity, and not known as an immanent living principle of this existence. Nor is there any comprehension of how in this entity its intrinsic and peculiar way of expressing and producing itself takes effect. This is the very kernel of matter. The formal understanding leaves the others to later add on. Instead of making its way into the inherent content of the matter in hand, understanding always takes a survey of the whole, assumes a position away from the particular existence about which it is speaking, i.e., it does not see it at all. True scientific knowledge, on the contrary, demands abandonment of the very life of the object, or, which means the same thing, claims to have before it the inner necessity controlling the object, and to express this only. Steeping itself in the object, it forgets to take its general survey, which is merely a turning of knowledge away from the content back unto itself. But being sunk into the material at hand, and following the course that such material takes, true knowledge returns back to itself, yet not before the content in its fullness is taken into itself, is reduced to the simplicity of being a determinate characteristic, drops to the level of being one aspect of an existing entity, and passes over into its higher truth. By this process the whole as such, taking itself in its entire sweep, emerges out of the wealth where bare reflection seems to get lost. In general, in virtue of the principle that, as we expressed it before, substance is implicitly and in itself subject, all content makes its reflection into itself in its own special way. The subsistence or substance of anything that
exists in its self-identity,
for its want of identity, or oneness with itself, would be its dissolution. But self-identity is pure abstraction, and this is just thinking. When I say quality, I state simple determinateness. By means of its quality, one existence is distinguished from another, or it is an existence. It is for itself something on its own account, or subsists within itself because of the simple characteristic, but by doing so it is essentially thought. Here we find contained the principle that being is thought. Here is exercised that insight, which is generally at a discount in the case of ordinary non-conceptual way of speaking, and the identity of thought and being. In virtue further of that fact that subsistence on the part of what exists is self-identity or pure abstraction, it is the abstraction of itself from itself. In other words, is itself its own want of identity with itself and dissolution, its own proper inwardness and retraction into itself, its process of coming to be. Owing to the nature which is being thus had, and so far as what it is this nature from the point of view of knowledge, this thinking is not an activity which treats the content as something alien and external. It is not reflection into itself away from the content. Science is not that kind of idealism which stepped into the place of the dogmatism of mere assertion and took the shape of a dogmatism of mere assurance, the dogmatism of mere self-certainty. Rather, since knowledge sees the content go back into its own proper inner nature, the activity of knowledge is absorbed in that content. For it, the activity is the immanent self of the content, and is also at the same time returned to itself, for this activity is pure self-identity in otherness. In this way, the knowing activity is the artful device which, pretending to refrain from activity, looks on and watches how specific determinateness, with its concrete life, where it pretends to be working out its own self-preservation, its own private interest, is, in point of fact, doing the very opposite, is doing what brings about its own dissolution and makes itself a moment in the whole. While in the foregoing, the significance of understanding was stated from the point of view of the self-consciousness of substance. By what has been here stated, we can clearly see its significance from the point of view of substance qua being. Existence is quality, self-identical determinateness, or determinate simplicity, determinate thought. This is the existence as regards understanding. On this account it is vous, as Anaxagoras first took reality to be. Those who succeeded him grasped the nature of existence in a more determinate way, i.e. as determinate or specific universality, kind or genus. The term genus or kind indeed seems too ordinary and inadequate to express ideas like beauty, holiness, eternal, which are now the vogue. As a matter of fact, however, idea means no more or less than kind, genus. But we often find in these days a term which exactly designates a conception despised and rejected, and another preferred to it which hides and obscures the conception, and thus sounds more edifying, even though this is merely due to it being expressed in a foreign language. Precisely for the reason that existence is designated a genus or kind, it is naked simple thought, simple abstraction is a substance. It is on account of its simplicity, its self-identity, that it appears steady, fixed, and permanent. But this self-identity is likewise negativity, hence that fixed and stable existence carries the process of its own dissolution with itself. The determinateness appears at first to be so solely through its relation to something else, and its process seems imposed and forced upon it externally. But its having its own otherness within itself, the fact of its being a self-initiated process, these are implied in the very simplicity of thought itself. For this is self-moving thought, thought that distinguishes its inherent inwardness, the pure notion. Thus then it is the very nature of understanding to be a process, and being a process is rationality. In the nature of existence as thus described, to be its own notion and being in one consists logical necessity in general. This alone is what is rational, the rhythm of the organic whole. It is as much knowledge of the content as that content is notion and essential nature. In other words, this alone is the sphere and element of speculative thought. The concrete shape of the content is resolved by its own inherent process into a simple determinate quality. Thereby it is raised to logical form, and its being and essence coincide. Its concrete existence is merely this process that takes place, and is eo ipso logical existence. It is therefore needless to apply a formal scheme to the concrete content in an external fashion.
Contents is in its
very nature a transition into formal shape, which, however, ceases to be formalism of an external kind, because the form is the indwelling process of the concrete content itself. This nature of scientific method, which consists partly in being inseparable from the content and partly in determining the rhythm of its movements by its own agency, finds, as we have mentioned before, a peculiar systematic expression in speculative philosophy. What is here stated describes in effect the essential principle, but cannot stand for more at this stage than an assertion or an assurance by way of an anticipation. The
truth it contains
is not to be found in the exposition, which is in part historical in character, and for that reason too it is not in the least refuted if anyone assures us on the contrary that this is not so, that this process instead is here so and so. If the ideas we are all used to bring truths accepted or settled and familiar to everybody, and are brought to mind and recounted, or again if something new is served up and guaranteed as coming from the inner sanctuaries of inspired intuition, such a view is bound to meet with opposition. The first instinctive reaction on the part of knowing, when offered something that is unfamiliar, is usually to resist it. It seeks by that means to save freedom and native insight, to secure its own inherent authority against the alien authority, for that is the way anything apprehended for the first time appears. This attitude is adopted, too, in order to do away with the semblance of a kind of disgrace which would lie in the fact that something has to be learnt. In like manner, again, when the unfamiliar or unknown is received with applause, the reaction is in the same way an exaltation of freedom and native authority. It consists in something analogous to the ultra-revolutionary declamation and action. Hence, the important thing for the student of science is to make himself undergo the strenuous toil of conceptual reflection, of thinking in the form of notion. This demands concentrated attention to the notion as such, on simple and ultimate determinateness, like being in itself, being for itself, self-identity, and so on. For these are elemental, pure, self-determined functions of a kind we might call souls, were it not that their conceptual nature denotes something higher than that term contains. The interruption by conceptual thought of the habit of always thinking in figurative ideas, Vorstellungen, is annoying and troublesome to this way of thinking, as to the process of formal intelligence, which its reasoning rambles about with no real thought to reason with. The former, the habit, may be called materialized thinking, a fortuitous mental state, one that is absorbed in what is material and hence finds distasteful at once to lift itself clear of this matter and be confined to itself alone. The latter, the process of raisonnement, is, on the other hand, detachment from all content and conceited superiority to it. What is wanted here is the effort and struggle to give up this kind of freedom, and instead of being merely an arbitrary principle directing the content anyhow, this freedom should sink into and pervade the content. It should get it directed and controlled by its own proper nature, i.e. by the self as its own self, and should see this process taking place. We must abstain from interrupting the immanent rhythm of the movement of conceptual thought. We must refrain from arbitrarily interfering with it and introducing ideas and reflections that have been obtained elsewhere. Restraint of this sort is itself an essential condition of attending to and getting at the real nature of the notion. End of part 3 of the preface, recording by Morris in Aldsey, Bedfordshire. Part 4 of the Preface to the Phenomenology of Mind, Volume 1 by Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel, translated by James Black Bailey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 4 of the Preface. There are the two aspects in the case of that ratiocinative procedure which marks its contrast from conceptual thinking and call for further notice. Raisonnement, in the first place, adopts a negative attitude towards the content apprehended, knows how to refute it and reduce it to nothingness. To see what the content is not is merely a negative process. It is a dead halt, which does not of itself go beyond itself and proceed to a new content. It has to get hold of something else from somewhere or other in order to have once more a content. It is reflection upon and into the empty ego, the vanity of its own knowledge. Conceit of this kind brings out not only that this content is vain and empty, but also that to see this is itself fatuity too, for it is negation with no perception of the positive element within it. In that this reflection does not even have its own negativity as its content, it is not inside actual fact at all, but forever away outside it. On that content it imagines that, by asserting mere emptiness, it is going much farther than the insight that it embraces, and reveals a wealth of content. On the other hand, the cause of conceptual thinking, as was above indicated, the negative aspect falls within the content itself, and is the positive substance of that content, as well as being inherent character and moving principle, as by being the entirety of what these are. Looked at as a result, it is determinate specific negation, the negative which is the outcome of the process, and consequently is a positive content as well. In view of the fact that ratiocinative thinking has content, whether of images or thoughts or a mixture of both, there is another side to its process which makes conceptual comprehension difficult for it. The peculiar nature of this aspect is closely connected with the essential meaning of the idea above described, in fact expresses the idea in the way that this appears as the process of thinking apprehension. For just as ratiocinative thinking in its negative reference, which is what we've been describing, is nothing but the self to which the content returns, in the same way, on the other hand, in its positive cognitive process, the self is an ideally presented subject to which the content is related as an accident and predicate. This subject constitutes the basis to which the content is attached and on which the process moves to and fro. Conceptual thinking goes on in quite a different way, since the concept or notion is the very self of the object, manifesting itself as the development of the object. It is not a quiescent subject, passively supporting accidents. It is a self-determining, active concept which takes up its determination and makes them its own. In the course of this process, that inert passive subject really disappears. It enters into the different constituents and pervades the content. Instead of remaining in inert antithesis to determinateness of content, it constitutes, in fact, that very specificity, i.e. the content as differentiated, along with the process of bringing this about. Thus the solid basis which ratiocination finds an inert subject is shaken to its foundations, and the only object of this very movement of the subject, supplying the concrete filling to its own content, ceases to be something transcending the content, and cannot have further predicates or accidents. Conversely again, the scattered diversity of the content is brought under the control of the self, and so bound together. The content is not a universal that can be detached from the subject and adapted to several indifferently. Consequently, the content is in truth no longer predicate of the subject. It is the very substance, it is the inmost reality, it is the very principle of what is being considered. Ideational thinking, Vorstellen, since its nature consists in dealing with accidents or predicates, and in exercising the right to transcend them because they are nothing more than predicates and accidents, this way of thinking is checked in its course, since that which has, in the proposition, the form of a predicate, is itself the substance of the statement. It is met by a counterthrust, as we may say. Starting from the subject, as if this were a permanent base on which to proceed, it discovers, by the predicate being in reality the substance, that the subject has passed into the predicate, and has thereby ceased to be subject. And since in this way what seems to be predicate has become the entire mass of the content, the whole and complete, thinking cannot wander and ramble about at will, but is restrained and controlled by the weight of its content. Usually the subject is first set down as the fixed and objective self. From this fixed position, the necessary process passes on to the multiplicity of determinations or predicates. Here the knowing ego takes the place of the subject, and is the function of knitting or combining the predicates one with another, and is the subject of holding them all fast. But since the former subject enters into the determinate constituents themselves, and is their very life, the subject in the second case, viz. The knowing subject, finds that the former, which it is supposed to be done with, and which it wants to transcend, in order to return it to itself, is still there the predicate, and instead of being able to be the determining agency in the process of resolving the predicate, reflectively deciding whether this or that predicate should be attached to the former subject, it has really to deal with the self of the content. It is not allowed to be something on its own account, für sich, but it has to exist along with the content. What has been said can be expressed in a formal manner by saying the nature of judgment of the proposition in general, which involves the distinction of the subject and predicate, is subverted and destroyed by the speculative judgment, and the identical proposition, which the former becomes by uniting subject and predicate, implies the rejection and repudiation of the above relation between subject and predicate. This conflict between the form of a proposition in general and the unity of the notion which destroys that form is similar to that which we find between meter and accent in the case of rhythm. Rhythm is the result of what hovers between and unites both. So, in the case of the speculative or philosophical judgment, the identity of subject and predicate is not intended to destroy their distinction as expressed in propositional form. Their unity is to appear as a harmony of the elements. The form of the judgment is the way the specific sense appears or is made manifest. It is the accent which differentiates the content of the meaning, that the predicate expresses the substance, and the subject itself falls within the universal. It is the unity wherein that accent dies away. To explain what has been said by examples, let us take the proposition God is being. The predicate is being. It has substantive significance and thus absorbs the meaning of the subject within it. Being is meant to be here not predicate but the essential nature. Thereby God seems to cease to be what he was when the proposition was put forward, viz. A fixed subject. Thinking, i.e. ordinary reflection, instead of getting any farther with the transition from subject to predicate, in reality finds its activity checked through the loss of the subject and is thrown back on the thought of the subject because it misses the subject. Or again, since the predicate has itself been pronounced to be a subject, to be the being, to be the essential reality which exhausts the nature of the subject, thinking finds the subject directly present in the predicate too, and now, instead of having in the predicate gone unto itself and preserved the freedom characteristic of ratiocination, it is absorbed in the content all the while, or at any rate is required to be so. Similarly, when it is said the real is the universal, the real qua subject passes away in its predicate. The universal is not only meant to have the significance of a predicate, as if the proposition stated that the real is universal, the universal is meant to express the essential nature of the real. Thinking, therefore, loses that fixed objective basis which it had in the subject, just as much as in the predicate is thrown back on the subject, and therein returns not into itself, but into the subject underlying the content. This unaccustomed restraint imposed upon thought is, for the most part, the cause of the complaints made regarding the unintelligibility of philosophical writings, when otherwise the individual has in him the requisite mental cultivation for understanding them. In what has been said, we see the reasons for the definite objection often made against them, that a good deal has to be said repeatedly before it can be understood, an accusation which is meant to imply something objectionable in the extreme, and one which, if granted to be so sound, admits of no further reply. It is obvious from the above that what the state of the case is here. The philosophical proposition, being a proposition, calls up the accepted view of the usual relation of subject and predicate, and suggests the idea of the customary procedure which takes place in knowledge. Its philosophical content destroys this way of proceeding and the ordinary view taken of this process. The common view discovers that the statement is intended in another sense than is thinking of and is correction of its opinion, which compels knowledge to recur to the proposition and take it now in some other sense. There is difficulty which might well be avoided. It consists in mixing up the methods of procedure followed by speculation and ratiocination, when what is said of the subject has at one time the significance of the conceptual principle, and at another time the meaning of its predicate or accidental quality. The one mode of thinking invalidates the other, and only that philosophical exposition can manage to become plastic in a character which resolutely sets aside and has nothing to do with the ordinary way of relating to the parts of the proposition. As a matter of fact, non-speculative thinking has its rights too, which are justifiable, but which are disregarded in the speculative way of stating a proposition. Abolishing the form of the proposition must not take place merely in an immediate manner, merely through the bare content of the proposition. On the contrary, we must give explicit expression to this cancelling process. It must be not only that internal restraining and confining of the thought within its own substance, this turning of the conception back unto itself, to be expressly brought out and stated. This process, which consists what formerly had to be accomplished by proof, is the external dialectical movement of the proposition itself. This alone is the concrete speculative element, and the only explicit expression of this is a speculative system exposition. Qua proposition, the speculative aspect is merely the internal restriction of thought within its own substance, where the return of the essential principle into itself is not yet brought out. Hence we often find philosophical expositions referring us to the inner intuition, and thus dispensing with the systematic statement of the dialectical movement of the proposition, which is what we wanted all the while. The proposition ought to express what the truth is. In its essential nature, the truth is subject. Being so, it is merely the dialectical movement, this self-producing course of activity, maintaining its advance by returning back into itself. The case of knowledge in other spheres, this aspect of the articulated internal nature of the content, is constituted by proof. When dialectic, however, has been separated from proof, the idea of philosophical demonstration as a matter of fact vanishes altogether. On this point it may be mentioned that the dialectical process likewise consists of parts or elements which are propositions. The difficulty indicated seems therefore to return continually, and seems to be a difficulty inherent in the nature of the case. This is like what happens in the ordinary case of proving anything. The grounds of it make use of themselves, need to be based on other grounds again, and so on ad infinitum. This manner of furnishing grounds and conditions, however, concerns that type of proof from which the dialectical movement is distinct, and hence belongs to the process of external knowledge. As to what this movement is, its element, the bare concept, this furnishes a content which is through and through subject implicita and per se. This is to be found, therefore, no sort of content standing in a relation, as it were, to an underlying subject, and getting its significance by being attached to this as a predicate. The proposition, as it appears, is a mere empty form. Apart from the sensuously apprehended or ideally presented Vorstellen, self, it is the mere name, qua name, which denotes the subject pure and simple, the empty unit without any conceptual character. For this reason it would be, e.g., expedient to avoid the name God, because this word is not in the primary use of conception as well, but is the special name of an underlying subject, its fixed resting place, while on the other hand, being, or the one, singleness, subject, etc., themselves directly indicate conceptions. Furthermore, if speculative truths are stated about that subject, God, even their content is devoid of the immanent notion, because that content is merely present in the form of passive subject, and owing to this speculative truths easily take on the character of mere edification. From this side too, the obstacle arising from the habit of putting the speculative predicate in the form of a proposition, instead of taking it as an inherent essential conception, is capable of being made greater or less by the mere way philosophical truths are put forward. Philosophical exposition, faithfully following its insight into the nature of speculative truth, must retain the dialectical form and must exclude everything which is not grasped conceptually and is a conception. As in the case of the procedure of ratiocination, the study of philosophy finds its obstruction by reasoning conceit that builds itself on well-established truths, which the possessor considers he has no need to return upon and reconsider, but rather takes to be fundamental, and thinks he can propound, as well as decide and pass sentence by mean thereof. In this regard, it is especially needful to make once again a serious business of philosophy. In all spheres of science, art, skill, and handicraft, it is never doubted that, in order to master them, a considerable amount of trouble must be spent in learning and in being trained. As regards philosophy, on the contrary, there still seems to be an assumption prevalent that though everyone with eyes and fingers is not on that account in a position to make shoes, if he only gets leather and a last, yet everybody understands how to philosophize straight away and pass judgment on philosophy, simply because he possesses the criterion for doing so in his natural reason, as if he did not in the same way possess the standard for shoemaking too on his own foot. It seems as if the possession of philosophy lays just in the want of knowledge and study, as if philosophy left off where the latter began. It is commonly held to be a formal kind of knowledge devoid of all substantial content. There is a general failure to perceive that, in the case of any knowledge and any science, what is taken for truth, even as regards content, can only deserve the name of truth when philosophy has had a hand in its production. Let the other sciences try as much as they like to get along by ratiocination or raisonnement without philosophy, they are unable to keep alive without it, or to have any spiritual significance and truth in them. As regards philosophy in its proper and genuine sense, we find it put forward without any hesitation as an entirely sufficient equivalent for the long courses of mental discipline, for that profound and fruitful process through which the human spirit attains knowledge, the direct revelation of the divine, and the healthy common sense of mankind, untroubled and undisciplined by any other knowledge or by proper philosophical reflection. These are held to be a good substitute for real philosophy, much in the same way as chicory is lauded as a substitute for coffee. It is not a very pleasing spectacle to observe uncultivated ignorance and barbarity of mind, with neither grace nor taste, without the capacity to concentrate its thoughts on an abstract proposition, still less on a connected statement of such propositions, confidently proclaiming itself to be intellectual freedom and toleration, and even the inspiration of genius. This last used, once upon a time, to be, as everyone knows, all the rage in the case of poetry, as it is now in philosophy. Instead of poetry, however, the efforts of this form of inspiration, when it had any sense at all, resulted in the production of a jejune prose, or if it got beyond that, it produced raving nonsense. In the same way, here, as in the case of philosophy, philosophizing by the light of nature, which thinks itself too good for conceptual thinking, and because of the want of it, takes itself to have direct intuitive ideas and poetical thoughts, such philosophizing trades in arbitrary combinations of imagination, merely disorganized through thinking, fictitious creations that are neither fish nor flesh, neither poetry nor philosophy. On the other hand, when instinctive philosophy follows the more secure course prescribed by healthy common sense, it supplies at the very best a rhetorical mélange of commonplace truths. When it is charged with the triviality of what it offers, it assures us in reply that the fullness and richness of its meaning lie deep down in the heart, and others must feel this too, since with such phrases as the heart's natural innocence, or purity of conscience, and so on, it supposes and expresses things that are ultimate and final, to which no one can take exception, and about which nothing further can be required. But the very problem in hand was just that the best must not be left hidden behind and away in secret, but be brought out of the depths and set forth in the light of day. It could quite well be from the start, having spared itself the trouble from bringing forward the ultimate final truths of that sort. They were long since to be found, say in the Catechism, in popular proverbs, etc. It is an easy matter to take such truths in their indefinite and crooked, inaccurate form, and in many cases to point out that the mind convinced of them is conscious of the very opposite truths. when it struggles to get itself out of the mental embarrassment thereby produced, it will tumble into further confusion and possibly burst out with the assertion that in short and in fine the matter is settled, the truth is so-and-so, and everything else is mere sophistry, a password used by plain common sense against cultivated and critical reason, like the phrase visionary dreaming, by which those ignorant of philosophy sum up its character once and for all. Since the man of common sense appeals to his feeling, to an oracle within his breast, he is ready to meet anyone who does not agree. He has simply to explain that he has no more to say to anyone who does not find and feel the same as himself. In other words, he tramples the roots of humanity underfoot. For the nature of humanity is to impel men to agree with one another, and its very existence lies simply in the explicit realization of a community of conscious life. What is anti-human, the condition of mere animals, consists in keeping within the sphere of feeling pure and simple, and in being able to communicate only by way of feeling states. When a man asks for a royal road to science, no more convenient and comfortable a way can be mentioned to him than to put his trust in healthy common sense. And in order, besides, to keep abreast of the times and advance with philosophy, let him read reviews of philosophical works, even go to the length of reading the prefaces and first paragraphs of the works themselves, for the latter give general principles on which everything turns, while the reviews, besides the historical references, provide over and above the critical judgment of the work, goes farther than the work that is judged. This common way a man can take in his dressing gown, but spiritual elation in the eternal, the sacred, and the infinite moves along the highway of truth in the robes of the high priest, a road that, from the first, is itself immediate being in its innermost, the inspiration of profound and original ideas and flashes of elevated thought. All the same, those depths do not yet reveal the wellspring of inner reality, nor, again, do these skyrockets illuminate the empyrean. True thoughts and scientific insights can only be won by the labour of the notion. Conceptions alone can produce universality in the knowing process. The universality is critically developed and completely finished knowledge, and is not the common indefiniteness and inadequacy of ordinary intelligence. Nor again is it that extraordinary kind of universality where the powers and potencies of reason are spoiled and ruined by the indolence and vanity of genius. It is truth successfully arrived at in its own inherent native form and capable of being the property of every self-conscious reason. Since I have taken the self-development of conceptions or notions to be the medium wherein science really exists, and since in those respects which I have drawn attention to as well as others, current ideas about the nature of truth and the shape it assumes deviate from my view, and indeed are quite opposed to my position, it is not likely that this consideration will promise well for a favourable reception of an attempt to expound a system of science in this sense. In the meantime, I may call to mind that while, e.g., the supreme merit of Plato's philosophy has sometimes been held to consist in his myths, which are scientifically valueless, there have also been times spoken of, even as times of mere sentimentality and emotion, where the Aristotelian philosophy has been respected on account of its speculative depth of insight, and when the Parmenides of Plato, perhaps the greatest literary product of ancient dialectic, has been taken to be the positive expression of the divine life, the unveiling and disclosing of its innermost truth. I may reflect, too, that notwithstanding much cloudy obscurity which was the product of ecstasy, this misunderstood ecstasy was, in point of fact, meant to be nothing else than the activity of pure notion. Furthermore, that what is best in the philosophy of our time takes its value to lie in its scientific character, and even though others take a different view, it is only in virtue of its scientific character that recent philosophy really gets its worth acknowledged and accepted. Thus then, I too may hope that this attempt to vindicate and claim science for a conceptual thought, and systematically to develop and present science in its own peculiar medium, will manage to make a way for itself by the inherent truth of the result accomplished. We may rest assured that it is in this nature of truth to force its way to recognition when the time comes, and that it only appears when its time has come, and hence never appears too soon, and never finds a public not ripe to receive it. And further, we may be sure that the individual thinker requires this result to take place in order to give him confidence in regard to what is no more yet than a matter for himself and singly and alone, in order to find his assurance, which is in the first instance merely belongs to a particular individual accepted as something universal. In this connection, however, it is very often necessary to distinguish the public from those who take upon themselves to be its representatives and spokesmen. The public takes up the attitude that in many respects quite different from the latter, indeed even opposed to them, whereas the public good-naturedly and generously will rather take the blame upon itself for when a philosophical work is not quite acceptable or intelligible to it. These representatives, on the contrary, convinced of their own competence, put all the blame on the authors. The influence of the work on the public is more silent than the action of those representatives who are, like the dead, burying their dead. When the general level of insight at the present time is in the main more highly cultivated, its curiosity more quickened and alert, and its judgment more swiftly made up and more pronounced, so the feet of those who will carry you out are already at the door. At the same time, we have often to distinguish from all this the slower and more gradual effect which rectifies the direction of attention caught and compelled by imposing assurances, corrects too contemptuous censure, and after a little provides contemporary audience for one class, while another, after a temporary vogue, finds no audience with posterity any longer. For the rest, at a time when the universal nature of spiritual life has become so very much emphasized and strengthened, and the mere individual aspect has become, as it should be, correspondingly a matter of indifference, when too that universal aspect holds, by the entire range of its substance, the full measure of the wealth it has built up, and lays claim to it all, the share of the total work of mind that falls to the activity of any particular individual can only be very small. Because this is so, the individual must all the more forget himself, as in fact the very nature of science implies and requires that he should, and he must, moreover, become and do what he can. But all the less must be demanded of him, just as he must expect the less from himself, and ask the less for himself. End of part 4 of the preface, recorded by Morris and Halsey, Bedfordshire. Introduction to the Phenomenology of Mind, Volume 1, by Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel, translated by James Black Bailey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. It is natural to suppose that, before philosophy enters upon its subject proper, namely the actual knowledge of what truly is, it is necessary to come first to an understanding concerning knowledge, which is looked upon as the instrument by which to take possession of the Absolute, or as the means through which to get a sight of it. The precaution seems legitimate, partly because there are various kinds of knowledge, among which one might be better adapted than another for the attainment of our purpose, and thus a wrong choice is possible. Partly again, because knowing is a faculty of a definite kind, and with a determinate range, without the more precise determination of its nature and limits, we might take hold on clouds of error instead of the heaven of truth. This apprehensiveness is sure to pass even to the conviction that the whole enterprise which sets out to secure for consciousness a means of knowledge which exists per se is in its very nature absurd, and that between knowledge and the Absolute there lies a boundary which completely cuts off one from the other. For if knowledge is the instrument by which we get possession of absolute reality, the suggestion immediately occurs that the application of an instrument to do anything does not leave it as it is for itself, but rather entails in the process and has in view a moulding and alteration of it. Or again, if knowledge is not an instrument which we actively employ, but a kind of passive medium through which the light of truth reaches us, then here too we do not receive it as it is in itself, but as it is through and in this medium. In either case, we employ a means which immediately brings about the very opposite of its own end, or rather the absurdity lies in making use of any means at all. It seems indeed to open us to find in the knowledge of the way in which the instrument operates a remedy for this parlous state, for thereby it becomes possible to remove from the result the part which, in our idea of the Absolute received through that instrument, belongs to the instrument, and thus to get the truth in its purity. But this improvement would, as a matter of fact, only bring us back to the point where we were before. If we take away again from a definitely formed thing that which the instrument has done in the shaping of it, then the thing, in this case the Absolute, stands before us once more, just as it was previous to all this trouble, which we now see was superfluous. If the Absolute were only to be brought on the whole nearer to us by this agency, without any change being wrought in it, like a bird caught by a lime stick, it would surely scorn a trick of that sort, if it were not in its very nature, and did not wish to be beside us from the start. For a trick is what knowledge in such a case would be, since by all its busy toil and trouble it gives itself the air of doing something quite different from bringing about a relation that is merely immediate, and so a waste of time to establish. Or again, if the examination of knowledge, which we represent as a medium, makes us acquainted with the law of its refraction, it is likewise useless to eliminate this examination from the result. For knowledge is not the divergence of the ray, but the ray itself by which the truth comes in contact with us. And if this is removed, the bare direction of the empty place would alone be indicated. Meanwhile, if the fear of falling into error introduces an element of distrust into science, which, without any scruples of that sort, goes to work and actually does know, it is not easy to understand why, conversely, a distrust would not be placed in this very distrust, and why we should not take care lest the fear of error is not just the initial error. As a matter of fact, this fear presupposes something, indeed a great deal, as truth, and supports its scruples and consequences on what should itself be examined beforehand to see whether it is truth. It starts with ideas of knowledge as an instrument and as a medium, and presupposes a distinction of ourselves from this knowledge. More especially, it takes for granted that the Absolute stands on one side, and that knowledge on the other side, by itself and cut off from the Absolute, is still something real. In other words, that knowledge, which by being outside the Absolute, is certainly also outside truth, is nevertheless true, a position which, while calling itself a fear of error, makes itself known rather as the fear of truth. This conclusion comes from the fact that the Absolute alone is true, or that the true alone is absolute. It may be set aside by making the distinction that a knowledge which does not indeed know the Absolute as a science wants to do, it is nonetheless true too, and that knowledge is general, though it may, possibly, be incapable of grasping the Absolute, can still be capable of truth of another kind. But we shall see as we proceed that random talk like this leads in the long run to a confused distinction between an absolute truth and a truth of some other sort, and that absolute, knowledge, and so on are words which presuppose a meaning that has first to be got at. With such like useless ideas and expressions about knowledge as an instrument to take hold of the Absolute, or as a medium through which we have a glimpse of truth and so on, external relations to which all these ideas of a knowledge which is divided from the Absolute, and an Absolute divided from knowledge in the last resort lead, we need not concern ourselves. Nor need we trouble about the evasive pretexts which create the incapacity of science out of the presupposition of such relations, in order at once to be rid of the toil of science and to assume the air of serious and zealous effort about it. Instead of being troubled with giving answers to all these, they may be straightway rejected as adventitious and arbitrary ideas. And the use which is here made of words like absolute, knowledge, as also objective and subjective, and innumerable others, whose meaning is assumed to be familiar to everybody, might well be regarded as so much deception. For to give out that their significance is universally familiar, and that everyone indeed possesses their notion, rather looks like an attempt to dispense with the only important matter, which is just to give this notion. With better right, on the contrary, we might spare ourselves the trouble of taking any notice at all of such ideas and ways of talking, which would have the effect of warding off science altogether, for they make a mere empty show of knowledge, which at once vanishes when science comes on the scene. But science, on the very fact that it comes on the scene, is itself a phenomenon. Its coming on the scene is not yet itself carried out in all the length and breadth of its truth. In this regard, it is a matter of indifference whether we consider that it, science, is the phenomenon because it makes its appearance alongside other kinds of knowledge, or call that other untrue knowledge its process of appearing. Science, however, must liberate itself from this phenomenality, and can only do so by turning against it. For science cannot simply reject a form of knowledge which is not true, and treat this as a common view of things, and then assure us that itself is an entirely different kind of knowledge, and holds the other to be of no account at all, nor can it appeal to the fact that this other presages better. By giving that assurance, it would declare its force and value to lie in its bare existence. But the untrue knowledge appeals likewise to the fact that it is, and assures us that to science it is nothing. One barren assurance, however, is just as much value as another. Still less can science appeal to the presages of a better, which are to be found present in untrue knowledge, and are there pointing the way towards science. For it would, on the one hand, be appealing again in the same way to a merely extant fact, and on the other it would be appealing to itself, to the way in which it exists in untrue knowledge, i.e. to a bad form of its own existence, to its own appearance, rather than to the real and true nature, an und für sich. For this reason, we shall here undertake the exposition of knowledge as such a phenomenon. Now, because this exposition has for its object only phenomenal knowledge, the exposition itself seems not to be science, free, self-moving, in the shape proper to itself, but may, from this point of view, be taken as the pathway of the natural consciousness, which is pressing forward to true knowledge. Or it can be regarded as the path of the soul, which is traversing the series of its own forms of embodiment, like stages appointed for it by its own nature, that it might possess the clearness of spiritual life when, through the complete experience of its own self, it arrives at the knowledge of itself, of what it is in itself. Natural consciousness will prove itself to be only knowledge in principle, or not real knowledge. Since, however, it immediately takes itself to be the real and genuine knowledge, this pathway has a negative significance for it. What is a realization of the notion of knowledge means for it rather the ruin and overthrow of itself. For on this road it loses its own truth. Because of that, the road can be looked on as the path of doubt, or more properly, the highway of despair. For what happens there is not what is usually understood by doubting, a jostling against this or that supposed truth, the outcome of which is again a disappearance in due course of the doubt and a return to the former truth, so that at the end the matter is taken as it was before. On the contrary, that pathway is the conscious thought into the untruth of the phenomenal knowledge, for which that is the most real, which after all is the unrealized notion. On that account, too, this thoroughgoing scepticism is not what doubtless earnest zeal for truth and science fancies it has equipped itself with in order to be ready to deal with them, viz. The resolve in science not to deliver itself over to the thoughts of others on their mere authority, but to examine everything for itself and only to follow its own convictions, or still better, to produce everything itself and hold only its own act for true. The series of shapes which consciousness traverses on this road is rather the detailed history of the process of training and educating consciousness itself up to this level of science. That resolve presents the mental development, Bildung, in this simple form of an intended purpose as immediately finished and complete as having taken place on this pathway. On the other hand, it is opposed to this abstract intention or untruth, the actual carrying out of the process of development. To follow one's own conviction is certainly more than to hand oneself over to authority, but by the conversion of opinion held on authority into opinion held out of personal conviction, the content of which is held not necessarily altered, and truth has not thereby taken the place of error. If we stick to a system of opinion and prejudice resting on the authority of others or upon personal conviction, the one differs from the other merely in the conceit which animates the latter. Scepticism, directed to the whole compass of phenomenal consciousness, on the contrary, makes mind for the first time qualified to test what truth is, since it brings about a despair regarding what are called natural views, thoughts and opinions, which it is a matter of indifference to call personal or belonging to others, and with which the consciousness that proceeds straight away to criticize and test is still filled and hampered, this being, as a matter of fact, incapable of what it wants to undertake. The completeness of the forms of unreal consciousness will be brought about precisely through the necessity of the advance and necessity of their connection with one another. To make this comprehensible, we may remark, by way of preliminary, that the exposition of untrue consciousness in its untruth is not merely a negative process. Such a one-sided view of it is what the natural consciousness generally adopts, and the knowledge which makes this one-sidedness its essence is one which those shapes assumed by incomplete consciousness which fall onto the course of the inquiry itself, and will come before us there. For this view is scepticism, which always sees the result of only pure nothingness, and abstracts from that fact that this nothingness is determinate, is the nothing of that out of which it comes as a result. Nothing, however, is only, in fact, the true result when taken as the nothing of which it comes from. It is thus itself a determinate nothing, and has content. The scepticism which ends with the abstraction nothing, or emptiness, can advance from this not a step farther, but we must wait to see whether there is a possibility of anything new offered, and what this is, in order to cast it into the same abysmal void. When once, on the other hand, the result is apprehended as it truly is, as determinate negation, a new form has thereby immediately arisen, and the negation of the transition is made by which this progress through the complete succession of forms comes about of itself. The goal, however, is fixed for knowledge, just as necessarily as the succession in the process. The terminus is at that point where knowledge is no longer compelled to go beyond itself, where it finds its own self, and the notion corresponds to the object, and the object to the notion. The progress towards this goal, consequently, is without halt, and at no earlier stage is satisfaction to be found. That which is confined to a life of nature is unable of itself to go beyond its immediate existence, but by something other than itself is forced beyond that, and thus to be wrenched out of its setting is its death. Consciousness, however, is to itself its own notion, thereby it immediately transcends what is limited, and since this latter belongs to it, consciousness transcends its own self. Along with the particular, there is at the same time set up the beyond, where this only beside what is limited, as in the case of spatial intuition. Consciousness, therefore, suffers this violence at its own hands. It destroys its own limited satisfaction. At the feeling of this violence, anxiety for the truth may well withdraw and struggle to preserve for itself that which it is in danger of losing. But it can find no rest, should that anxious fearfulness wish to remain always in unthinking indolence. Though it will agitate the thoughtlessness, its restlessness will disturb that indolence, or let it take its stand as a form of sentimentality which assures us it finds everything good in its kind, and this assurance likewise will suffer violence at the hands of reason, which finds something not good, just because, and insofar as, it is a kind. Or again, this fear of truth may conceal itself from itself and others behind the pretext that precisely burning zeal from the very truth makes it so difficult, nay impossible, to find any other truth except that of which alone vanity is capable, that of being ever so much cleverer than any other ideas which one gets from oneself or others, or could make possible. This sort of conceit, which understands how to belittle every truth and turn away from it back into itself, and gloats over this in its own private understanding, which always knows how to dissipate every possible thought, and to find, instead of all the content, merely the barren ego, this is a satisfaction which must be left to itself, for it flees the universal and seeks only an isolated existence on its own account. As the foregoing has been stated, provisionally and in general, concerning the matter and the necessity of the process of inquiry, it may also be of further service to make some observations regarding the method of carrying this out. This exposition, viewed as a process relating science to phenomenal knowledge and as an inquiry and critical examination into the reality of knowing, does not seem to be effected without some presupposition which is laid down as an ultimate criterion. For an examination consists in applying an accepted standard, and on the final agreement or disagreement therewith of what is tested, deciding whether the latter is right or wrong, and the standard in general, and science as well, where this criterion is thereby accepted as the essence or inherently real, an sich. But here, where science first appears on the scene, neither science nor any sort of standard has justified itself as to the essence or ultimate reality, and without this no examination seems able to be instituted. The contradiction and the removal of it will become more definite if, to begin with, what we call to mind the absolute abstract determinations of knowledge and truth as they are found in consciousness, we find distinguishes from itself something to which at the same time it relates itself. Or, to use current expression, there is something for consciousness, and the determinate form of this process of relating, or there being something for a consciousness, is knowledge. But from this being for another, we distinguish being in itself, or per se. What is related to knowledge is that likewise distinguished from it, and posited as also existing outside this relation. The aspect of its being per se, or in itself, is called truth. What really lies in these determinations do not further concern us here, for since the object of our inquiry is phenomenal knowledge, its determinations are also taken up, in the first instance, as they are immediately offered to us, and they are offered to us very much in the way we have just stated. If now our inquiry deals with the truth of knowledge, it appears that we are inquiring what knowledge is in itself. But in this inquiry, knowledge is our object, it is for us, and the essential nature, Ansicht, of knowledge, were this to come to light, would rather be its being for us. What we should assert to be its essence would rather be not the truth of knowledge, but only our knowledge of it. The essence or criterion would lie in us, and what was to be compared with the standard and decided upon as a result of this comparison would not necessarily have to recognise that criterion. But the nature of the object which we are examining surmounts this separation or semblance of separation and presupposition. Consciousness furnishes its own criteria in itself, and the inquiry will thereby be a comparison of itself with its own self, for the distinction just made falls inside itself. In consciousness there is one element for another, or, in general, consciousness implicates the specific character of the moment of knowledge. At the same time, this other is to consciousness not merely for it, but also outside this relation, or has being in itself, i.e., there is the moment of truth. Thus, what in consciousness inside itself declares to be the essence or truth, we have the standard which sets itself up, and by which we are to measure its knowledge. Suppose we call knowledge the notion, the essence of truth being, or the object, then the examination consists in seeing whether the notion corresponds with the object. But if we call the inner nature of the object, or what it is in itself, the notion, and on the other side understand by object the notion qua object, that is to say, the way in which the notion for another, then the examination consists of our seeing whether the object corresponds to its own notion. It is clear, of course, that both of these processes are the same. The essential fact, however, to be borne in the mind throughout the whole inquiry, is that both these moments, notion and object, being for another, and being itself, themselves fall within that knowledge which we are examining. Consequently, we do not require to bring standards with us, nor to apply our fancies and thoughts in the inquiry, and just by our leaving these aside, we are unable to treat and discuss the subject as it actually is in itself and for itself, as it is in complete reality. But not only in this respect, that notion and object, the criterion what is to be tested, are ready to hand in consciousness itself, is any addition of ours superfluous. But we are also spared the trouble of comparing these two and of making an examination in the strict sense of the term, so that in this respect too, since consciousness tests and examines itself, all we are left to do is simply and solely to look on. For consciousness is, on the one hand, consciousness of the object, and on the other, consciousness of itself. Consciousness of what to it is true, and consciousness of its knowledge of that truth. Since both are for the same consciousness, it is in itself their comparison. It is the same consciousness that decides and knows whether its knowledge of the object corresponds with this object or not. The object, it is true, appears only to be in such wise for consciousness as consciousness knows it. Consciousness does not seem able to get, so to say, behind it, as it is, not for consciousness, but in itself, and consequently seems unable to test knowledge by it. But just because consciousness has, in general, knowledge of an object, there is already present the distinction that in inherent nature, that what the object is in itself is one thing to consciousness, while knowledge, or the being of the object for consciousness, is another moment. Upon this distinction, which is present as a fact, the examination turns. Should both, when thus compared, not correspond, consciousness seems bound to alter its knowledge in order to make it fit the object. But in the alteration of the knowledge, the object itself, in point of fact, also is altered. For the knowledge which existed was essentially knowledge of the object. With a change in the knowledge, the object also becomes different, since it belonged essentially to this knowledge. Hence consciousness comes to find that what formerly to it was the essence is not what is per se, or what was per se was only per se for consciousness. Since then, the case of its object consciousness finds its knowledge not corresponding with this object, the object likewise fails to hold out, or the standard for examining is altered when that, whose criterion the standard was to be, does not hold its ground in the course of the examination. And the examination is not only an examination of knowledge, but also the criterion used in the process. The dialectic process, which consciousness executes on itself, on its knowledge as well as its object, in the sense that out of it the new and true object arises, is precisely what is termed experience. In this connection, there is a moment in the process just mentioned which should be brought into more decided prominence, and by which new light is cast on the scientific aspect of the following exposition. Consciousness knows something. This something is the essence, or what is per se. This object, however, is also the per se, the inherent reality for consciousness. Hence comes the ambiguity of this truth. Consciousness, as we see, has now two objects. One is the first per se, the second is the existence for consciousness of this per se. The last object appears at first sight to be merely the reflection of consciousness into itself, i.e. an idea not of an object, but solely of its knowledge of that first object. But as was already indicated, by that very process, the first object is altered. It ceases to be what it is per se, and becomes consciously something which is per se only for consciousness. Consequently then, what is this real per se is for consciousness truth, which, however, means that this is the essential reality, or the object which consciousness has. This new object contains the nothingness of the first. The new object is experience concerning that first object. In this treatment of the course of experience, there is an element in virtue of which it does not seem to be in agreement with what is ordinarily understood by experience. Transition from the first object and the knowledge of it to the other object, in regard to which we must say we have had experience, was so stated that the knowledge of the first object, the existence for consciousness of the first ens per se, is itself to be the second object. But it usually seems that we learn by experience the untruth of our first notion by appealing to some other object which we may happen to find causally and externally, so that in general what we have is merely the bare and simple apprehension of what is in and for itself. On the view above given, however, the new object is seen to have come about by a transformation or conversion of consciousness itself. This way of looking at the matter is our doing, what we contribute. By its means, the series of experiences through which consciousness passes is lifted into a scientifically constituted sequence. But this does not exist for the consciousness we contemplate and consider. We have here, however, the same sort of circumstance again, of which we spoke a short time ago when dealing with the relation of this exposition to Scepticism, viz. That the result, which at any time comes about in the case of an untrue mode of knowledge, cannot possibly collapse into empty nothing, but must necessarily be taken as the negation of that which it is as a result which contains what truth the preceding mode of knowledge has in it. What we have here is presented to us in this form, since what at first appeared as an object is reduced, when it passes into consciousness, to what knowledge takes it to be. The real in itself becomes what this entity per se is for consciousness. This latter is the new object, whereupon there appears also a new mode of embodiment of consciousness, of which the essence is something other than that of the preceding mode. It is this circumstance which carries forward the whole succession of the modes or attitudes of consciousness in their own necessity. It is only this necessity, this origination of the new object, which offers itself to consciousness without consciousness knowing how it comes by it, that to us who watch the process is to be seen going on, so to say, behind its back. Thereby there enters into the process a moment of being per se, or of being for us, which is not expressly presented to that consciousness, which is in the grip of experience itself. The content, however, of what we see arising exists for it, and we lay hold of it and comprehend merely its formal character, i.e. its bare origination. For it, what has thus arisen, is merely the character of the object, while for us it appears at the same time as a process of coming into being. In virtue of that necessity, this pathway into science is itself eo ipso science, and is, moreover, as regards the content, the science of the experience of consciousness. The experience which consciousness has concerning itself can, by its essential principle, embrace nothing less than the entire system of consciousness, the whole realm of the truth in mind, in such wise as the moments of truth are set forth in the specific and peculiar character they here possess, i.e. not as abstract pure moments, but as they are for consciousness, or as consciousness itself appears in relation to them, and in virtue of which they are moments of the whole, are embodiments or modes of consciousness. In pressing forward to its true form of existence, consciousness will come to a point at which it lays aside its semblance of being hampered by what is foreign to it, with what is only for it and exists as another, and will reach a position where its appearance becomes identified with its essence, where in consequence its exposition coincides with just this very point, this very stage of the science proper of mind. And finally, when it grasps this, its own essence, it will indicate the nature of absolute knowledge itself. End of the introduction. recording by Morris in Arlesey, Bedfordshire. Chapter number 1 of the Phenomenology of Mind, Volume 1 by Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel, translated by James Black Bailey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Certainty or knowledge at the level of sense, the this and meaning. The knowledge which is at the start, or immediately our object, can be nothing else than just that which is immediate knowledge, knowledge of the immediate of what is. We have, in dealing with it, to proceed to, in an immediate way, to accept what is given, not altering in it as it is presented before us, and keeping mere apprehension, Auffassen, free from conceptual comprehension, begreifen. The concrete content, which sensuous certainty furnishes, makes this prima facie appear to be the richest kind of knowledge, to be even knowledge of endless wealth, a wealth to which we can as little find any limit when we traverse its extent in space and time, where that content is presented before us, as when we take a fragment out of the abundance it offers, and by dividing and dividing seek to penetrate its intent. Besides that, it seems to be the truest, the most authentic knowledge, for it has not yet dropped anything from the object. It has the object before itself in entirety and completeness. This bare fact of certainty, however, is really and admittedly the abstractest and the poorest kind of truth. It merely says, regarding what it knows, it is, and its truth contains solely the being of the fact it knows. Consciousness, on its part, in the case of this form of certainty, takes the shape merely of pure ego. In other words, I, in such a case, am merely qua pure this, and the object likewise is merely qua pure this. I, this particular consciousness, am certain of this fact before me, not because I, qua consciousness, have developed myself in connection with it, and in manifold ways set thought to work about it, and not again because the fact, the thing, of which I am certain in virtue of its having a multitude of distinct qualities, was replete with possible modes of relation and a variety of connections with other things. Neither has anything to do with the truth sensuous certainty contains. Neither the I nor the thing here has the meaning of a manifold relation with the variety of other things, of mediation in a variety of ways. The I does not contain or imply a manifold of ideas. The I here does not think, nor does the thing mean what has a multiplicity of qualities. Rather, the thing, the fact, is, and it is merely because it is. It is, that is the essential point for sense knowledge, and that bare fact of being, that simple immediacy, constitutes its truth. In the same way, the certainty qua relation, the certainty of something, is an immediate pure relation. Consciousness is I, nothing more, a pure this. The individual consciousness knows a pure this, or knows what is individual. But when we look closely, there is a good deal more implied in that bare pure being, which constitutes the kernel of its form, and certainly, and is given out by it as truth. Our concrete actual certainty of sense is not merely this pure immediacy, but an example, an instance of that immediacy. Alongside the innumerable distinctions that here come to light, we find in all cases the fundamental difference, viz., that in sense experience, pure being at once breaks up into two thises, as we have called them. One this as I, and one as object. When we reflect on this distinction, it is seen that neither the one nor the other is merely immediate, merely is in sense certainty, but is at the same time mediated. I have the certainty through the other, viz., through the actual fact, and this again exists in certainty through another, viz., through the I. It is not only we who make this distinction of essential truth and particular example, of essence and instance, immediacy and mediation. We find it in sense certainty itself, and it has to be taken up in the form in which it exists there, not as we have just determined it. One of them is put forward as existing in simple immediacy, as the essential reality, the object. The other, however, is put forward as the non-essential, as mediated, something which is not per se in certainty, but there through something else, ego, a state of knowledge, which only knows the object because the object is, and which can as well be as not be. The object, however, is the real truth, is the essential reality. It is quite indifferent to whether it is known or not. It remains and stands even though it is not known, while the knowledge does not exist if the object is not there. We have thus to consider, as to the object, whether in point of fact it does exist in sense certainty itself as such an essential reality as that certainty gives out to be, whether its meaning or notion, which is to be essential reality, corresponds to the way it is present in that certainty. We have for that purpose not to reflect about it and ponder what it might be in truth, but to deal with it merely as sense certainty contains it. Sense certainty itself, thus, has to be asked, what is the this? If we take it in the twofold form of its existence, as the now and the here, the dialectic it has in it will take a form as intelligible as the this itself. To the question, what is the now, we reply, for example, the now is night time. To test the truth of this certainty of a sense, a simple experiment is all we need. Write that truth down. A truth cannot lose anything by being written down, and just as little by our preserving it and keeping it. If we look again at the truth we have written down, look at it now at this noontime, we shall have to say it has turned stale, it has become out of date. The now that is the night is kept fixed, i.e. it is treated as what it is given out to be, as something which is, but it proves to be rather something which is not. The now itself, no doubt, maintains itself, but as what is not night. Similarly, in its relation to the day, which the now is at present, it maintains itself as something that is also not day, or as altogether something negative. This self-maintaining now is therefore not something immediate, but something mediated, for qua something that remains and preserves itself, it is determined through and by means of the fact that something else, namely day and night, is not. Thereby it is just as much as ever as it was before now, and in being this simple fact, it is indifferent to what is still associated with it. Just as little as night or day is its being, it is just as truly also day and night. It is not in the least affected by this otherness through which what it is. A simple entity of this sort, which is by and through negation, which is neither this nor that, which is not this, and with equal indifference, this as well as that, a thing of this kind we call a universal. The universal is therefore, in point of fact, the truth of sense certainty, the truest content of sense experience. It is as a universal, too, that we give utterance to sensuous fact. What we say is this, i.e. the universal this, or we may say it is, i.e. being in general. Of course, we do not present before our mind saying so, this universal this, or being in general, but we utter what is universal. In other words, we do not actually and absolutely say what in this sense certainty we really mean. Language, however, as we see, is the more truthful. In it we ourselves refute directly and at once our own meaning. And since universality is the real truth of sense certainty, and language merely expresses this truth, it is not possible at all for us to even express in words any sensuous existence which we mean. The same will be the case when we take the here, the other form of the this. The here is, e.g. the tree. I can turn about and this truth has disappeared and changed around into its opposite. The here is not a tree, but a house. The here itself does not disappear. It is, and remains, in the disappearance of the house, tree, and so on, and is indifferently house, tree. The this is shown thus again to be mediated simplicity, in other words, to be universality. Pure being, then, remains as the essential element for the sense certainty, since certain certainty, in its very nature, proves the universal to be the truth of its object. But that pure being is not in the form of something immediate, but of something in which the process of negation and mediation is essential. Consequently, it is not what we intend or mean by being, but being with the characteristic that it is the abstraction, the purely universal. And our intended meaning, which takes the truth of sense certainty to be not something universal, is alone left standing in contrast to this empty, indifferent now and here. If we compare the relation in which knowledge and the object first stood with the relation they have come to assume with this result, it is found to be just the reverse of what first appeared. The object which professed to be the essential reality is now the non-essential element of sense certainty. For the universal, which the object has come to be, is no longer such as the object essentially was to be for sense certainty. The certainty is now found to lie in the opposite element, namely in knowledge which formerly was the non-essential factor. Its truth lies in the object, as meinen object, or lies in the meaning, meinen, in what I mean. It is because I know it. Sense certainty is thus indeed banished from the object, but it is not yet thereby done away with. It is merely forced back into the I. We have still to see what experience reveals regarding its reality in this sense. The form of the truth thus lies now in the I, in the immediate fact of my being conscious of seeing, hearing, and so on. The disappearance of the particular now and here that we mean is prevented by the fact that I keep hold on them. The now is daytime because I see it. Here is a tree for similar reason. Sense certainty, however, goes through this in connection in the same dialectic process as in the former case. I see the tree and assert the tree to be here. Another I, however, sees the house and maintains the here is not a tree but a house. Both truths have the same authenticity, the immediacy of seeing and the certainty of assurance. Both have as to their specific way of knowing, but one certainty disappears in the other. In all this, what does not disappear is the I, qua universal, whose seeing is neither seeing of the tree nor the house, but is just seeing simplicite, which is mediated through the negation of the house, etc. And in being so, is all the same simple and indifferent to what is associated with it, house, tree, and so on. I is merely universal, like now, here, or this in general. No doubt I mean an individual, but I just as little as I am able to say what I mean by now, here, so it is impossible in the case of the I too. By saying this here, this now, an individual thing, all I say this is, here's, nows, or individuals. In the same way, when I say I, this individual I say quite generally all I's in every one is what I say. Every one is I, this individual I. When philosophy is requested by way of putting it to a crucial test, a test which could not possibly sustain, to deduce, to construe, to find a priori, or however it is put, a so-called this thing, or this particular man, it's quite fair to ask that this demand should say what the this thing, or what this I, means. But to say this is quite impossible. Sense certainty discovers by experience, therefore, that its essential nature lies neither in the object nor in the I, and that the immediacy peculiar to it is neither an immediacy of the one nor of the other. For in the case of both, what I mean is rather something non-essential, and the object and the I are universals in which that now and here and I, which I mean, do not hold out, do not exist. We arrive in this way at the result that we have to put the whole of sense certainty as an essential reality, and no longer merely as one of its moments, as happened in both cases, where first the object as against the I, and then the I was to be its true reality. Thus it is only the whole sense certainty itself which persists herein as an immediacy, and in consequence excludes from itself all the opposition which the foregoing had a place there. This pure immediacy, then, has nothing more to do with the fact of otherness, with here, than in the form of a tree passing into a here that is not a tree, with now, in the sense certainty of daytime changing into the now that is nighttime, or with there being another I to which something else is its object. Its truth stands fast as a self-identical relation, making no distinction of essential and non-essential between I and object, and into which, therefore, in general, no distinction can find its way. I assert, then, the here as tree, and do not turn around so that for me the here might become not a tree, and I take no notice of the fact that another I finds the here as not tree, or that I, myself, at some other time, take the here as not tree, the now as not day. I am directly conscious, I intuit and nothing more. I am pure intention, I am seeing, looking. For myself, I stand by the fact that the now is daytime, or again by the fact that here is a tree, and again I do not compare here and now themselves with one another. I take my stand on one immediate relation, the now day. Since then this certainty will cease to exist if we direct attention to a now that is night, or an I to whom it is night. Let us go to it and try to point to the no that is asserted. We must let ourselves point it out, for the truth of this immediate relation is the truth of the ego, which restricts itself to a now or a here. Were we to examine this truth afterwards, or stand at a distance from it, it would have no meaning at all, for that would do away with the immediacy which is its essence. We have therefore to enter the same point of time or of space, indicate them, to show them to ourselves, i.e. turn ourselves into the very same I, the very same this, which is the subject knowing with certainty. Let us then see how that immediate is constituted, which is shown to us. The now is pointed out, this now. It has already ceased to be when it is pointed out. The now that is other than the one indicated, and we see that the now is just this, to be no longer the very time when it is. The now as it is shown to us is one that has been, and that has its truth. It does not have its truth of being, of something that is. No doubt this is true, that it has been, but what has been is in point of fact not genuinely real. It is not, and the point in question concerned what is, concerned being. In thus pointing out the now, we see then merely a process which takes the following course. First, I point out the now, and it is asserted to be the truth. I point it out, however, as something that has been, or as something cancelled and done away with. I thus annul and pass beyond that first truth, and in the second place, I now assert the second truth, that it has been, that it is superseded. But thirdly, what has been is not. I then supersede, cancel its having been, the fact of its being annulled, and the second truth, negate thereby the negation of the now, and return in so doing to the first position, that the now is. The now and pointing out the now are thus so constituted that neither the one nor the other is an immediate simple fact, but a process with diverse moments in it. A this is set up. It is, however, rather an other that is set up. The this is superseded, and this otherness, this cancelling of the former, is itself again annulled, and so is turned back to the first. But this first, reflected thus into itself, is not exactly the same as it was to begin with, namely something immediate. Rather, it is a something reflected into itself, a simple entity which remains in its otherness, what it is, a now which is any number of nows. And that is the genuinely true now. The now is simple daytime, which has so many nows within it, hours. And now of that sort, again, an hour is similarly many minutes, and this now, a minute, in the same way, many nows, and so on. Showing, indicating, pointing out the now is thus itself the very process which expresses what the now in truth really is, namely a result, or a plurality of nows all taken together. And this pointing out is the way of getting to now, of experiencing that now is a universal. The here pointed out, which I keep hold of, is likewise a this here, which in fact is not a this here, but a before and behind, an above and below, a right and a left. The above itself is likewise this manifold otherness, above, below, etc. The here, which was to be pointed out, disappears in other heres, and these disappear similarly. What is pointed out, held fast, and is permanent, is a negative, this, which only is so when the heres are taken as they should be, but therein cancel each other out. It is a simple complex of many heres. The here that is meant would be the point, but it is not. Rather, when it is pointed out as being, as having existence, that very act of pointing out proves it not to be immediate knowledge, but a process, a movement, from the here meant through a plurality of heres to the universal here, which is a simple plurality of heres, just as day is a simple plurality of nows. It is clear from all this that the dialectic process involved in sense certainty is nothing else than the mere history of its processes, of its experience, and sense certainty itself is nothing else than simply this history. The naive consciousness, too, for that reason, is of itself always coming to this result, which is the real truth in this case, and is always having experience of it, but is always forgetting it again and beginning the process all over. It is therefore astonishing when, in defiance of this experience, it is announced as universal experience, nay, even as a philosophical doctrine, the outcome in fact of Scepticism, that the reality of being, of external things in this sense of this is, particular sense objects, has absolute validity and truth for consciousness. One who makes such assertion really does not know what he is saying. He does not know that he is stating the opposite of what he wants to say. The truth for consciousness of this, of sense, is said to be universal experience, but the very opposite is the universal experience. Every consciousness of itself cancels again as soon as made, with such a truth as e.g. here is a tree, or the now is the noon, and expresses the very opposite. The here is not a tree but a house, and similarly it straightway cancels again the assertion which here annuls the first, which is then also such an assertion of a sensuous this. And in all sense certainty, what we find by experience is in truth merely, as we have seen, that this is a universal, the very opposite of what that assertion maintained to be the universal experience. We may be permitted here, in this appeal to universal experience, to anticipate with reference to the practical sphere. In this connection we may answer those who insist thus on the truth and certainty of the reality of objects of sense by saying that they had better be sent back to the most elementary school of wisdom, the ancient Eleusinian mysteries of Ceres and Bacchus. They have not yet learned the inner secret of the eating of bread and the drinking of wine. For those who are initiated into these mysteries not only come to doubt the being of things, of sense, but to get into a state of despair about them altogether, and they themselves partly bring about the nothingness of those things, partly they see those things accomplish their own nothingness. Even animals are not shut off from this wisdom, but show they are deeply initiated into it, for they do not stand stock still before the things of sense, as if they were things per se, with being in themselves. They despair of this reality altogether, and in complete assurance of the nothingness of things, they fall to without much more ado and eat them up. And all nature proclaims, as animals do, these open secrets, these mysteries revealed to all, which teach what the truth of things of sense is. Those who put forward such assertions really themselves say, if we bear in mind what we remarked before, the direct opposite of what they mean. A fact which perhaps is best able to bring them to reflect on the nature of certainty in sense experience. They speak of the existence of external objects, which can be more precisely characterized as actual, absolutely particular, wholly personal, individual things, each of them not like anything or anyone else. This is the existence which they say has absolute certainty and truth. They mean this bit of paper I am writing on, or rather have written on, but they do not say what they mean. If they really wanted to say this bit of paper which they mean, and they wanted to say so, that is impossible, because the this of sense, which is meant, cannot be reached by language, which belongs to consciousness, i.e. what is inherently universal. In the very attempt to say it, it would therefore crumble in their hands. Those who have begun to describe it would not be able to finish doing so. They would have to hand it over to others, who would themselves in the last resort have to confess to speaking about a thing that has no being. They mean, therefore, doubtless, this bit of paper here, which is quite different from that bit over there, but they speak of actual things, external or sensible objects, absolutely individual, real, and so on. That is, they say about them what is simply universal. Consequently, what is called the unspeakable is nothing else than what is untrue, irrational, something barely and simply meant. If nothing is said of a thing except that it is an actual thing, an external object, this only makes it more universal of all possible things, and thereby we express its likeness, its identity with everything, rather than its difference from everything else. When I say an individual thing, I at once state it to be really quite a universal, for everything is an individual thing. And in the same way, this thing is everything and anything we like. More precisely, as this bit of paper, each and every bit of paper is this bit of paper. And I have thus said all while what is universal. If I want, however, to help out speech, which has the divine nature of directly turning the mere meaning right around about, making it into something else, and so not letting it ever come the length of words at all, by pointing out this bit of paper, then I get the experience of what is, in point of fact, the real truth of sense certainty. I point out as a here, which is a here amongst other heres, or is in itself simply many heres altogether, i.e. it is a universal. I take it up then as in truth it is, and instead of knowing something immediate, I take something truly. I perceive, wahrnehme, percipio. End of chapter 1, recorded by Morris in Arlesey, Bedfordshire. Chapter 2 of the Phenomenology of Mind, Volume 1 by Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel, translated by James Black Bailey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Perception, or things and their deceptiveness. Translator's note. In this, as in the preceding section, apprehension is effected under conditions of sense. But whereas in the preceding type of consciousness the universality which knowledge implies and requires no sooner appeared than it melted away, here in perception we start from a certain stability in the manner of apprehension and a certain constancy in the content apprehended. The universality in this case satisfies more completely the demands of knowledge. The problem for further analysis is to find the form which is the universal, here assumes, and to determine the way in which the unity of the object, the thing, holds together in its essential differences as an unqualified or non-sensuous unity. It is an universal, but as such not conditioned by any sense. It is a pure or unconditioned universal, a thought proper. Being undetermined by sense, it transcends sense apprehension, and so transcends perception proper, and compels the mind to adopt another cognitive attitude in order to apprehend it. This new attitude is understanding. The following section, thus indirectly, is an analysis of the principle and criticism of the proposition of pure sensationalism. It shows that the doctrine esse est percipi must give way to the principle esse est intelligii. End translator's note. Immediate certainty does not make the truth its own, for its truth is something universal, whereas certainty wants to deal with the this. Perception, on the other hand, takes what exists for it to be a universal. Universality being its principle in general, its moments immediately distinguished within are also universal. I is a universal, and the object is a universal. That principle has arisen and come into being for us who are tracing the course of experience, and our process of apprehending what is perception therefore is no longer a contingent series of acts of apprehension, as is the case with the apprehensiveness of sense certainty. It is a logically necessitated process. With the organisation of the principle, both the moments, which as phenomena merely fell at our feet as bare facts, have come into being, the one the process of pointing out and indicating, the other as the same process but as a simple fact. The former the process of perceiving, the latter the object perceived. The object is in its essential nature the same as the process. The latter is the unfolding and distinguishing of the elements involved. The object is the same elements taken and held together for a single totality, for us, tracing the process, or in itself. This expression refers to the distinction already made in the introduction between the point of view of the phenomenology and that of the actual consciousness whose procedure is being analysed in the phenomenology. That is, for us, which we, i.e. the philosophical we, are aware of by way of anticipation, but which has not yet been evolved objectively and explicitly. It is intelligible, but not yet intellectually realised. That is, in itself, and sich, which is implicit, inherent, or potential, and hence not yet explicitly developed. The terms for us and in itself are thus strictly alternative. The former looks at the matter from the point of view of the philosophical subject, the latter from the point of view of the object discussed by the philosopher. The implicit nature of the object can only be for us who are thinking about the object, and what we have in mind can only be implicitly true of the object. The alternative disappears when the explicit nature of the object is what we explicitly take the object to be. The universal qua principle is the essence of perception, and as against this abstraction, both the moments distinguished and that which perceives and that which is perceived are what is non-essential. But in point of fact, because both are themselves the universal, or the essence, they are both essential. But since they are related as opposites, one can only be in the relation, constituting perception, to be the essential moment, and the distinction of essential and non-essential has to be shared between them. The one characterized as the simple fact, the object, is the essence, quite indifferent as to whether it is perceived or not. Perceiving, on the other hand, being the process, is the insubstantial, the inconstant factor, which can be as well as, or not be, the non-essential moment. This object we now have to determine more precisely and to develop this determinate character from the result arrived at. The more detailed development does not fall in place here, since its principle, the universal, is in its simplicity a mediated principle. The object must express this explicitly as its own inherent nature. The object shows itself, by so doing, to be the thing with many properties. The wealth of sense knowledge belongs to perception, not to immediate certainty, where all that wealth was merely something alongside and by the way. For it is only perception that has negation, distinction, multiplicity in its very nature. This then is established as not this, or as superseded, and yet not nothing, simplicite, but a determinate nothing, a nothing with certain content, viz. The this. The sense element is in this way itself still present, but not in the form of some particular that is meant, as has to be the case in immediate certainty, but as a universal, as that which will have the character of a property. Cancelling, superseding, brings out and lays bare its true twofold meaning, which we found contained in the negative. To supersede, Aufhebung, is at once to negate and to preserve. The nothing being a negation of the this preserves immediacy and is itself sensuous, but a universal immediacy. Being, however, is a universal by its having a mediation or negation. When it brings this explicitly out as a factor in its immediacy, it is specifically distinct, determinate property. As a result, there are many such properties set up at once, one a negation than the other. Since they are expressed in the simple form of the universal, these determinate characteristics, which, strictly speaking, become properties only by further additional characteristics, are self-related, are indifferent to each other. Each is by itself free from the rest. The simple self-identical universality, however, is itself again distinct and detached from these determinate characteristics it has. It is pure self-relation, the medium wherein all these characteristics exist. In it, as in a bare simple unity, they interpenetrate without affecting one another, for just by participating in this universality they are indifferent to each other, each by itself. This abstract universal medium, which we can call thinghood, is in general, or in pure essential reality, nothing else than is the here and now, as this on analysis turned out to be, viz. A simple togetherness of many heres and nows. But the many in the present case are in their determinateness themselves simply universals. This salt is a simple here, and at the same time manifold. It is white, and also pungent, and also cubical in shape, also of a specific weight, and so on. And all these many properties exist in a simple here, where they interpenetrate each other. None of these has a different here from the others. Each is everywhere, in the same time here and where the others are also. And at the same time, without being divided by different heres, they do not affect each other in their interpenetration. Its being white does not affect or alter the cubical shape, and has, and neither affects, its sharp outline, and so on. On the contrary, since each is simple relation to itself, it leaves the others alone, and is related to these merely by being also along with them. a relation of mere indifference. This also is thus the pure universal itself, the medium, the thinghood keeping them together. In this relation which has emerged, it is merely the character of positive universality that is first noticed and developed. But there is still a side presented to view which must also be taken into account. It is this: if the many determinate properties were utterly indifferent to each other, and were entirely related to themselves alone, they would not be determinate, for they are so merely in so far as they are distinguished and related to others in their opposites. In view of this opposition, however, they cannot exist together in this bare and simple unity of their medium, in which unity is just as essential to them as negation. The process of distinguishing them so far as it does not leave them indifferent, but effectually excludes, negates one from the other, and thus falls outside this simple medium. And this, consequently, is not merely and also a unity of indifference to what is in, but is a one as well as an excluding, repelling unity. This one is the moment of negation, as, in a direct and simple manner, relating itself to itself and excluding another, and is that by which thinghood qua thing is determined. In the case of the property, negation becomes specified, assumes a determinate character, which is directly one with the immediacy of being, and immediacy which, by this unity with negation, is universality. Qua the one, however, negation takes a form which it is freed from this unity with the object, and exists per se on its own account. These moments taken together exhaust the nature of the thing, the truth of perception, so far as it is necessary to develop it here. It is one, a universality, passive and indifferent, the also, which forms the sole bond of connection between the qualities, or rather constituent elements, matters existing together. 2, negation, likewise in a simple form, or the one, which consists in excluding properties of an opposite character. And 3, the many properties themselves, the relation of the first 2 moments, the negation as it is related to that indifferent element, and in being so expands into a manifold differences, the focal point of particularity radiating forth into plurality within the medium of substance. Taking the aspect that these differences belong to a medium indifferent to what is within it, they are themselves universal, they are related merely to themselves and do not affect each other. Taking, however, the other aspect, that they belong to the negative unity, that at the same time they mutually exclude one another, but do so necessarily in the shape of properties that have separate existence apart from the also connecting them, the sensuous universality, the immediate unity of positive being and negative exclusion, is only then a property, when openness and pure universality are involved from it and distinguished from one another, and when that sensuous universality combines these with one another. Only after this relation of the unity to those pure essential moments is effected is the thing complete. This, then, is why the thing in perception is constituted, and consciousness is perceptual in character. So far this thing is its object. It has merely to take the object, capio, perception, and assume the attitude of pure apprehension, and what comes its way in so doing is truth, das Wahre. If it did something when taking the given, it would, by such supplementation or elimination, alter the truth. Since the object is the true and universal, the self-same, while consciousness is the variable and non-essential, it may happen that consciousness apprehends the object wrongly and deceives itself. The percipient is aware of the possibility of deception, for in the universality forming the principle here, the percipient is directly aware of otherness, but aware of it as null and naught, as what is superseded. His criterion of truth is therefore self-sameness, and his procedure is that of apprehending what comes before him as self-same. Since at the same time diversity is a fact for him, his procedure is a way of relating the diverse moments of his apprehension to one another. If, however, in this comparison a want of sameness comes out, this is not an untruth on the part of the object, for the object is the self-same, but on the part of perception. Let us now see what sort of experience consciousness forms in the course of its actual perception. We who are analysing the process find this experience already contained in the development just given of the object, and of the attitude of consciousness towards it. The experience will merely be the development of the contradictions that appear there. The object which I apprehended presents itself as purely one and single. Also, I am aware of the property, Eigenschaft, is in it, a property which is universal, thereby transcending the particularity of the object. The first form of being, in which the objective reality has the sense of a one, was thus not its true being, and since the object is the true fact here, the untruth falls on my side, and the apprehensiveness was not correct. On account of the universality of the property, Eigenschaft, I must rather take the objective entity as community, Gemeinschaft, in general. I further perceive now that the property to be determinate, opposed to one another and excluding the other. Thus, in point of fact, I did not apprehend the object rightly when I defined it as commonness, or community with others, or as continuity, and must rather, taking account of this determinateness of the property, divide the contingency and set down the object as one, a one that excludes. In the divided one, I may find many such properties which are not attached to one another, but indifferent to one another. Thus I did not apprehend the object correctly when I took it for something that excludes. The object instead, just as formerly it was merely continuity in general, is now a universal common medium, where many properties in the form of sense universals subsist, each for itself and on its own account, and qua determinate, excluding the others. The simple and true fact which I perceive is, however, in virtue of this result, not a universal medium either, but the particular property by itself, which, again, in this form is neither property nor determinate being, for it is now neither attached to a distinct one nor in relation to others. But the particular quality is a property only when attached to a one, and is determinate only by relation to others. By being this bare relation of itself to itself, it remains merely sensuous existence in general, since it no longer contains the character of negativity, and the mode of consciousness which is now aware of a being of sense is merely a way of meaning, meinen, or intending, i.e. it has left the attitude of perception entirely and gone back into itself. But sense existence and meaning themselves pass over into perception. I am thrown back on the beginning and once more dragged into the same circuit that supersedes itself in every moment and as a whole. Consciousness then has to go over this cycle again, but it is not in the same way as on the first occasion, for it has found out regarding perception that the truth and outcome of perception is its dissolution, is reflection out of and away from the truth itself. In this way, consciousness becomes definitely aware of how its perceptual process is essentially constituted, viz., that this is not a simple bare apprehension, but in its apprehension is at the same time reflected out of the true content back into itself. This return of consciousness into itself, which is immediately involved and implicated in that pure apprehension, for this return to self has proved to be essential to perception, alters the true content. Consciousness is aware that this aspect is at the same time its own, and takes it upon itself, and by so doing, consciousness will thus get the true object bare and naked. In this way we have now, in the case of perception, as happened in the case of sensuous certainty, the aspect of consciousness being forced back upon itself, but in the first instance, not in the sense in which this book took place in the former case, i.e. not as if the truth of perception fell within it. Rather, consciousness is aware that untruth that comes out here falls within it. By knowing this, however, consciousness is able to cancel and supersede this untruth. It distinguishes its apprehension of the truth from the untruth of its perception, corrects the untruth, and so far as itself takes in hand to make this correction the truth, qua truth of perception. Certainty falls within its own consciousness. The procedure of consciousness which we now have to consider is thus so constituted that it no longer merely perceives, but is also conscious of its reflection into self, and keeps this apart from the simple apprehension proper. To begin with, then, I am aware of the thing as a one, and have to keep it fixed in this true character as one. If in the course of perceiving something crops up contraindicating that, then I must take it to be due to my reflection. Now, in perception, various different properties also turn up, which seem to be properties of the thing. But the thing is a one, and we are aware in ourselves that this diversity, by which the thing ceases to be a unity, falls in us. This thing then is, in point of fact, merely white to our eyes, also sharp to our tongue, and also cubical to our feeling, and so on. The entire diversity of these aspects comes not from the thing, but from us, and we find them falling apart thus from one another, because the organs they affect are quite distinct inter se. The eye is entirely distinct from the tongue, and so on. We are consequently the universal medium where such elements get disassociated and exist each by themselves. By the fact, then, that we regard this characteristic of being a universal medium as our reflection, we preserve and maintain the self-sameness and truth of the thing, of its being a one. These diverse aspects which consciousness puts to its side of the account are therefore each by itself, just as it appears in the universal medium, specifically determined. White is only in opposition to black, and so on, and the thing is a one just by the fact that it is opposed to other things. It does not, however, exclude others from itself, so far as it is one, for to be one is in a universal relation to self, and hence, by the fact of its being one, is rather like all. It is through the determinate characteristic that this thing excludes other things. Things themselves are thus determinate in and for themselves. They have properties by which they distinguish themselves from one another. Since the property is the special and peculiar property, the proper property of the thing, or of a specific characteristic of the thing itself, the thing has several properties. For in the first place, the thing is true being. It is a being inherently in itself, and what is in it in so far as its own essential nature is not on account of other things. Hence, in the second place, the determinate properties are not on account of other things and for other things, but inherent in that thing itself. They are, however, determinate properties in it, and only by the fact that they are several and maintain their distinction from one another. And in the third place, since they are thus within thinghood, they are self-contained, each in and for itself, and are indifferent to one another. It is then in truth the thing itself which is white and also cubical and also sharp and so on. In other words, the thing is the also, the general medium, wherein the many properties subsist externally to one another, without touching or affecting one another, and without cancelling one another out. And so, taken, the also is accepted as the true being of the thing. Now, on this mode of perception, arising consciousness is, at the same time, aware that it reflects itself also into itself, and that, in perceiving the opposite moment to the also, crops up. This moment, however, is the unity of the thing with itself, a unity which excludes distinction from itself. It is consequently this unity which consciousness has to take upon itself, for the thing as such is the subsistence of many different and independent properties. Thus we say of the thing, it is white and also cubical and also sharp and so on. But so far as it is white, it is not cubical, and so far as it is cubical and white, it is not also sharp, and so on. Putting these properties into a one belongs solely to consciousness, which therefore has to avoid letting them coincide and be one, i.e. from the same property, in the thing. In the long run, it introduces the idea of in so far to meet the difficulty, and by this means it keeps the qualities apart and preserves the thing in the sense of the also. Quite properly, consciousness at first makes itself responsible for the oneness in such a way that what was called a property is represented as being free matter, materia libera. In this way, the thing is raised to the level of a true also, since it thus becomes a collection of component elements, materials or matters, and instead of being a one, becomes a mere enclosure, a circumscribing surface. If we look back on what consciousness formerly took upon itself, and what it now takes upon itself, what is previously ascribed to the thing and is now ascribed to it, we see that consciousness alternately makes itself as well as the thing into both a pure atomic, manyless one, and an also resolved into independent constituent elements, materials or matters. Consciousness thus finds, through its comparison, that not only its way of taking the truth contains the diverse moments of apprehension and return upon itself, but that the truth itself, the thing, manifests itself in this twofold manner. Here we find, as a result of experience, that the thing exhibits itself in a determinate and specific manner to the consciousness apprehending it, but at the same time is reflected back into the thing out of that manner of presenting itself into consciousness. In other words, the thing contains within it the opposite aspects of truth, a truth whose elements are in antithesis to one another. Consciousness, then, gets away also from this second form of perceptual procedure, that namely, which takes the thing as its true self-same, and itself as a reverse, as the factor which leaves sameness behind and goes back to itself. Its object is now the entire process which was previously shared between the object and consciousness. The thing is a one reflected into itself. It is for itself, but it is also for another. And further, it is another for itself as it is for another. The thing is, hence, for itself and also for another, a being that has difference of a twofold kind. But it is also one. It is being one, however, contradicts the diversity it has. Consciousness would, consequently, have again to make itself answerable for putting the diversity into the one, and would have to keep this apart from the thing. It would thus be compelled to say that the thing, in so far as it is for itself and not for another. But the oneness belongs to the thing itself too, as consciousness has found out. The thing is essentially reflected into itself. The distinction of elements indifferent to one another falls doubtless within the thing too, qua oneness, since both are different. They do not fall within the same thing, but in different things. The contradiction which is found in the case of the objective content as a whole is assigned to and shared by two objects. The thing is thus doubtless as it stands, and für sich, self-same, but this unity with itself is disturbed by two other things. In this way the unity of the thing is preserved, and at the same time the otherness is that which is external to the thing and also outside consciousness. Now, although the contradiction in the object is in this way allotted to different things, yet the isolated individual thing will still be affected with this distinction. The different things have a subsistence on their own account, für sich, and the conflict between them takes place on both sides in such a way that each is not different from itself, but only from the other. Each is thereby characterized as something distinctive and contains in it essential distinctions from the others, but at the same time not in such a way that this is an opposition within its being. On the contrary, it is by itself a simple determinate characteristic which constitutes its essential character, distinguishing it from others. As a matter of fact, since the diversity lies in it, this diversity does indeed necessarily assume the form of a real distinction of manifold qualities within it. But because this determinate characteristic gives the essence of the thing by which it is distinguished from others, and has a being all its own, this further manifold constitution is something indifferent. The thing thus no doubt contains in its unity the qualifying in so far in two ways, which have, however, unequal significance, and by which the qualification of oppositeness becomes not a real opposition on the part of the thing itself, but, so far as the thing comes into a condition of opposition through its absolute distinction, this opposition belongs to the thing with reference to another object lying outside it. The further manifoldness is doubtless necessary on the thing too, and cannot be left out, but it is unessential to the thing. This determinate characteristic, which constitutes the essential character of the thing and distinguishes it from all others, is now so defined that thereby the thing stands in opposition to others, but must therein preserve itself, für sich. It is, however, a thing, a self-existent one, only in as far as it does not stand in relation to others. For this relation, the connection with others is rather the point emphasized, and connection with another means giving up self-existence, meaning ceasing to have a being on its own account. It is precisely through the absolute character and its opposition that the thing relates itself to others, and is essentially the process of relation, and only this. The relation, however, is the negation of independence, and the thing collapses through its own essential property. The necessity of the experience which consciousness has to go through in finding the thing is destroyed just by the very characteristic which constitutes its essential nature, and its distinctive existence on its own account may, as regards the bare principle it implies, be shortly stated thus. The thing is set up as having being on its own and existing for itself, or as an absolute negation of all otherness. Hence it is absolute negation merely relating itself to itself. But this kind of negation is the cancelling and superseding of itself, or means that it has the essential reality in an other. In point of fact, determination of the object as it, the object, has turned out, contains nothing else. It aims at having essential property constituting its bare existence for itself, but with this bare self-existence it means also to embrace and contain diversity, which is to be a necessary, but is at the same time not to constitute its essential characteristic. But this is a distinction that only exists in words. The non-essential, which has all the same to be necessary, cancels out its own meaning, or is what we have just called the negation of itself. With this last qualifying insofar, which separated self-existence and existence for another, drops away altogether. The object is really in one and the same respect the opposite of all, for itself so far as is for another, and for another so far as it is for itself. It is for itself reflected into self, one, but all this is asserted along with its opposite, with its being for another, and for that reason is asserted merely to be superseded. In other words, this existence for itself is as much unessential as that which alone was meant to be unessential, viz. The relation to the other. By this process, the object, in its pure characteristics, in those features which were to constitute its essential nature, is superseded, just as the object, in its sensible mode of existence, becomes transcended. From being sensible, it passed into being a universal, but this universal becomes derived from sense, is essentially conditioned by it, and hence is in general not a genuine self-identical universality, but one affected with an opposition. For this reason, this universality breaks up into the extremes of singleness and universality, of the one of the properties, and the also of the free constituents of all matters. These pure determinations appear to express the essential nature itself, but they are merely self-existence which is fettered at the same time with the existence of another. Since, however, both essentially exist in a single unity, we have therefore before us now an unconditioned absolute universality, and it is here that the consciousness first truly appears into the sphere of understanding of intelligence. Sensible singleness, thus, disappears in the dialectic process of immediate certainty and becomes universality, but merely sensuous universality. The stage of meaning has vanished, and perceiving takes the object as it inherently is in itself, or put generally, as a universal. Singleness, therefore, makes its appearance there as true singleness, as the inherent nature of the one, or as reflectedness into self. This is still, however, a conditioned self-existence, alongside which appears another self-existence, the universality opposed to singleness and conditioned by it. But these two contradictory extremes are not merely alongside one another, but within one unity, or, what is the same thing, the common element of both. Self-existence is entirely fettered to its opposite, i.e. is at the same time not an existence for itself. The sophistry of perception seeks to save these moments from their contradictions, tries to keep them fixed by distinguishing between aspects, by using terms like also and so far as, and seeks in like manner to lay hold the truth by distinguishing the unessential element from an essential nature opposed thereto. But these expedients, instead of keeping away deception from the process of apprehension, prove rather to be of no avail at all, and the real truth, which should be got at through the logic of the perceptual process, proves to be, in one and the same aspect, the opposite of what its expedients imply, and consequently to have as its essential content undifferentiated and undeterminate universality. These empty abstractions of singleness and its antithetic universality, and also of essence that is attended with a non-essential element an element which is all the same necessary, are powers of interplay which constitute perceptual understanding, often called sound common sense, Menschenverstand. This healthy common sense, which takes itself for the solid, substantial type of conscious life, is, in the sphere of perception, merely the interplay of these three abstractions. It is always poorest when it pretends to be richest, in that it is tossed about by these unreal entities, bandied from one to the other, and by its sophistry endeavours to affirm and hold fast, alternatively now one, then the exact opposite. It sets itself against the truth and imagines philosophy has merely to do with things of the intellect, merely manipulates ideas. As a matter of fact, philosophy does have to do with them too, and knows them to be pure essential entities, the absolute powers and ultimate elements. But in doing so, philosophy knows them at the same time in their determinate and specific constitution, and is, therefore, master over them, while this perceptual understanding takes them for the real truth. It is led by them from one mistake to another. It does not get the length of being aware that there is such simple essentialities operating within it and dominating its activity. It thinks it always has to do with quite solid material and content, just as sense certainty is unaware that its essence is the empty abstraction of pure being, but in point of fact it is these essential elements in virtue of which perceptual understanding makes its way hither and thither through every kind of material and content. They are its principal coherence and control over its varied material. They alone are what constitutes for consciousness the essence of sensuous things, what determines their relation to consciousness, and they are, in their medium of the process of perceiving, with the truth it contains, runs its course. The course of this process, a perpetual alternative determining of the truth and superseding of this determination, constitutes, properly speaking, the constant everyday life and activity of perceptual intelligence of the consciousness that thinks it lives and moves in the truth. In this process it advances without halt or stay till the final result is reached, when these essential elements or determinations are all alike superseded, but in each particular moment it is merely conscious of one given characteristic as the truth, and then again of its opposite. It no doubt suspects their unessentiality, and to save them from impending danger, takes the sophistry of now asserting to be true what it had just affirmed not to be true. What the nature of these untrue entities wants, really, is to force this understanding to do, viz., to bring together and thereby cancel and transcend the ideas about that universality and singleness, about also and one, about that essentiality which is necessarily connected with an unessentiality and an unessential that is yet necessary. Understanding strives to resist by leaning for support on the qualifying terms insofar a different of aspect, or by making itself answerable for one idea in order to keep the other separate and preserve it as the true one. But the very nature of these abstractions brings them together as they stand and of their own accord. Sound common sense robs these abstractions from their real nature. They compel understanding to go round in their whirring circle. When understanding tries to give them truth by one at a time taking their untruth upon itself, and another by calling deception mere appearance due to the uncertainty and unreliability of things, and again by separating the essential from what is necessary, and yet to be unessential, holding the former to be their truth as against the latter. When understanding takes this line, it does not secure them their truth, but convicts itself of untruth. End of Chapter 2, recording by Morris in Aldsey, Bedfordshire. Part 1 of Chapter number 3 of the Phenomenology of Mind, Volume 1 by Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel, translated by James Black Bailey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter number 3, The Force and Understanding, the World of Appearance and the Supersensible World, Part 1. Translator's note. The term force holds primarily with reference to the realm of nature, whether physical or vital, but it is also used more or less analogically in reference to other spheres, e.g. morality. It is the objective counterpart of the activity of understanding. It is objectively the same kind of relation of unity to difference which is subjectively realized when the mind understands. Force is a self-conditioned principle of unity. The differences are the expressions of force, the unity involved in the differences out of itself. Understanding similarity is a self-conditioned process. It understands in reducing differences to some ultimate unity, which is capable of deriving or explaining those differences from itself. The unconditioned universal, to which we are led to by the analysis of perception, takes shape, therefore, as a force. The question is, how are the elements of this unconditioned universal related, and how do they hold together? The answer is found in the highest achievement of the operation of understanding, the establishment of a kingdom of laws, which in its entirety is the meaning of the world insofar as understanding goes. But laws per se are looked on as an inner realm, which merely appears in the detailed particulars which these laws control, and in which those laws are made manifest. The differences, in fact, are phenomena. The laws per se are behind the scenes. The world as a whole thus becomes distinguished into a realm of phenomena and a realm of noumena. These two realms set a new problem to the mind and must again be brought together in a completer way than understanding can do. This new state of consciousness is self-consciousness. In this section, we have at once an analysis of empiricism and a criticism of the Kantian solution of the problem of empiricism. It is shown that if phenomena are appearances of noumena, then the noumena do appear and are, in fact, nothing except so far as they appear. Otherwise, the noumena, so far from being hidden, are worse than appearances, they are illusion. The phenomena are not merely appearances to the mind, but appearances of something that does make itself manifest. If phenomena are thus not external to, and still less independent of noumena, noumena are just as truly immanent in phenomena. Treated in any other way, noumena can at best only be another kind of phenomena, and this raises anew precisely the problem which the opposition of phenomena or noumena was intended to solve. Phenomena are related to noumena as the tree is to the wood, not as compound is to its atoms. The solution of the difficulty is thus only to be found in the type of consciousness which contains both, and this, Hegel says, is self-consciousness. End of translator's note. Consciousness has found seeing and hearing, etc., pass away into the dialectic process of sense experience, and has, at the stage of perception, arrived at thoughts which, however, it brings together in the first instance in the unconditional universal. This unconditioned element, again, if it were taken as an inert essence, bare and simple, would itself be nothing else than the one-sided extreme of self in existence. For the non-essential would then stand over and against it, but if thus related to the latter, it would be itself unessential, and consciousness would not have got disentangled from the deceptions of perception. Whereas this universal has proved to be one which has passed out of such conditioned separate existence and returned into itself. The unconditioned universal, which henceforward is the true object of consciousness, is still object of consciousness. Consciousness has not yet grasped its principle or notion qua notion. There is an essential distinction between the two which must be drawn. On the one hand, consciousness is aware that the object has passed from its relation to another back onto itself, and thereby become inherently and implicitly an sich notion. But, on the other hand, consciousness is not yet the notion explicitly or for itself, and consequently it does not know itself in that reflected object. We, who are analysing experience, found this object arise through the process of consciousness in such a way that consciousness is implicated and involved in the development of the object, and the reflection is the same on both sides, i.e., there is only one reflection. But because in this movement consciousness had as its content merely the objective entity, and not consciousness as such, the result has to be given an objective significance for consciousness. Consciousness, however, still withdrawing from what has arisen, so that the latter, in objective form, is the essential reality to consciousness. Understanding has, indeed, eo ipso, done away with its own untruth and the untruth in its object. What has thereby come into view is the notion of the truth as implicit, inherent truth, which is not yet notion or lacks a consciously explicit existence for itself, and is something which understanding allows to have its way without knowing itself in it. It works out its own reality for itself, so that consciousness has no share in its process of free realization, but merely looks on and apprehends that realization as a naked fact. It is consequently our business in the first instance to step into its place and be the notion, which works up into shape what is contained in the result. With this complete formation of the object, which is presented to consciousness as a bare extant fact, mere consciousness, awareness, becomes for the first time conceptual consciousness, conscious comprehension. The result arrived at was an unconditional universal, in the first instance in the negative and abstract sense that consciousness negated its one-sided notions and abstracted them. It surrendered them. This result, however, has inherently a positive significance. It has established the unity of existence for self and existence for another. In other words, absolute opposites are immediately posited as one and the same reality. First, this seems to affect merely the formal relation of the moments to one another. But to be for self and to be for another constitutes the content itself as well, because the opposition, looked at truly, can have no other nature than what it has come about in the result, viz. That the content taken in perception for truth belongs in point of fact solely to the form and is dissipated into its unity. The content is at the same time universal. There can be no other content by which its peculiar constitution would refuse to return into this unconditioned universality. Such content would be some specific way or other of being for itself and taking up a relation to something else. To be in general for self and to stand in relation to something else constitutes the very nature and meaning of that whose truth lies in being unconditionally universal, and the result is through and through universal. Since, however, this unconditioned universal is an object for consciousness, the distinction of form and content make it appear within it, and in the shape of content the moments have the aspect in which they were first presented, that of being on one side a universal medium of many substantial elements, and on the other a unit reflected into self, where their substantial independence is overthrown and done away with. The former dissolves in the independence of the thing, is the condition of passivity, which consists in it being something for something else. The latter is its individual substance, its being something on its own account, für sich. We have to see what shape these moments take in the unconditioned universal, which is their essential nature. It is obvious at the outset that by existing only in this universal, they do not in general lie any longer apart from one another, but rather are in themselves essentially self-cancelling aspects, and what is established is only their transition into one another. One moment, then, appears as a universal medium, or as the subsistence of independent constituents, as the reality that stepped aside. The independence of these constituent elements, however, is nothing else than this medium, i.e. this universal is simply and entirely the plurality of such diverse universals. That the universal is per se undivided unity with this plurality means, however, that these elements are each where the other is. They mutually permeate one another, without touching one another, because conversely the manifold diversity is equally independent. Along with that too goes the fact that they are absolutely pervious and porous, and are cancelled and superseded. To be thus superseded, again, or the reduction of this diversity to bare and simple self-existence, is nothing else than the medium itself, and this is the independence of the different elements. In other words, the elements set up as independent pass directly over into their unity, and their unity directly into its explicit diversity, and the latter back once again into the reduction into unity. This process is what is called force. One of its moments, where force takes the form of a dispersion of the independent elements, each with a being of its own, is the expression of force. When, however, force takes the form of that wherein they disappear and vanish, it is force proper, force withdrawn from expressing itself and driven back into itself. But in the first place, force driven back into itself must express itself, and secondly, in that expression it is still force existing within itself, as much as in thus being within itself is its expression. When we thus keep both moments in this immediate unity, it is understanding to which the conception of force belongs, that is, properly speaking, the principle which carries the different moments qua different. For per se, They should not be different. The distinction consequently exists only in thought. Stated otherwise, only the mere conception of force has been put forward in the above, not its realization. In point of fact, however, force is the unconditioned universal, which is in itself just what it is for something else, or which holds in its difference within itself, for it is nothing else than existence for another. Hence, for force to be what it truly is, it has to be completely set free from thought, and has to be put forward as a substantial reality of these differences. That is, first the substance qua the entire force remaining essentially self-contained, an und für sich, and then its difference as substantial entities, or as moments subsisting each in its own account. Force as such, force as driven back within itself, is in this way by itself an excluding unit, for which the unfolding of the elements or differences is another thing subsisting separately, and thus there are set up two sides, distinct and independent. But force is also the whole, or it remains what, in its very conception, it is. That is to say, these differences remain mere forms, superficial vanishing moments. The differences between force proper, withdrawn into itself, and force unfolded and expressed in independent constituent elements, would at the same time have no being at all if they had no subsistence, i.e. force would have no being if it did not really exist in those opposite ways. But to exist in this way as opposite aspects means nothing else than that both moments are themselves at the same time independent. It is this process we now have to deal with, the process by which both moments get themselves fixed as independent and then cancel their independence again. Looked at broadly, it is manifest that this process is nothing else than the process of perceiving, where the aspects, both percipient and content perceived, are at once inseparably united as regards the process of grasping the truth. And yet, by that very fact, each aspect is at the same time reflected into itself, is something on its own account. In the present case, these two aspects are elements or moments of force. They subsist with one unity, just as much as this unity, which appears as the middle term for the distinct and independent extremes, always gets broken into the very extremes, which only become such through this taking place. Thus the process which formerly took the shape of the self-negation of contrary conceptions here assumes objective form and is a movement of force, the result of which is to bring out the unconditioned universal as something which is not objective, which is the inner, unperceived being of things. Force is thus determined, since it is taken as force, or as reflected into itself, is the one side of its notion and meaning, but a substantial extreme, and moreover the extreme established with the characteristics of oneness. In virtue of this, the subsistence of the elements which have arisen falls outside it, and is something other than it, since of necessity it has to be this subsistence, i.e. to externalize itself. Its expression takes the form that the other approaches it and incites it. But in point of fact, since it must necessarily express itself, it has within itself this other, which to begin with took up a position as something outside it. The latter, this other, must be retracted in order that the force should be established as a single one, and its essential nature, which consists in its self-expression, put forward as another approaching it externally. Force itself is rather this universal medium for the subsistence of the moments as constituted elements, or in other words, it has expressed or externalized itself, and what was to be something outside it is attracting or inciting, it is really force itself. It exists now as the medium of the constituent elements which have been evolved, but at the same time it is in its very nature one and single, and has essentially the form of being that in which the various elements are superseded. This oneness is in consequence now something other than, external to, force, since force takes its place as the medium for the elements to exist in, and force therefore has this essential being outside itself. Since, however, it must of necessity be the essential nature, which as yet is not affirmed to be, this other comes forward soliciting or inciting it to reflect into itself, to turn this pseudo-external factor into an aspect of itself. In other words, this other cancels its external expression. In point of fact, however, it is force itself that is reflected into itself, that is, the sublation of the external expression. The oneness vanishes as it appears, viz. As something external. Force is that very other, is force thrust back onto itself. What took the character of an external other, an incited force at once into expression and to return into itself, turns out directly to be itself force, for the other shows itself to be universal medium as well as one end single, and shows this in such a way as each of the forces assumes appeared at the same time to be merely a vanishing moment. Consequently, force, in that there is another for it, and it is for another, has a whole not yet developed its complete being. There are two forces present at the same time. The notion of both is no doubt the same notion, but it has passed out of its unity into duality. Instead of the opposition continuing to be entirely and essentially a mere moment, it appears to have escaped from the control of the unity and to have become, owing to this diremption, two quite independent forces. We now have to see more precisely what sort of situation this independence introduces. To begin with, the second force stands towards the force incited in the character of inciting force, and moreover, with respect to its content, plays the part of universal medium. But since that second force consists essentially in an alternation of these two moments, and is itself force, it is likewise, in point of fact, a universal medium only then when it is incited or solicited to being so. And in this same way too, it is a negative unity, or incites and leads to the retraction of force only by being incited thereto. As a result, this distinction which took place between one force regarded as inciting and the other as incited turns also into one and the same reciprocal interchange of characteristics. The interplay of these two forces in this way arises from and consists in the two being thus determined with the opposite characteristics in their being for one another in virtue of this determination, and in the complete and direct exchange of their characteristics, a transition from one to the other, whereby alone these determinations, in which the forces seem to have appeared independently, have being. For example, the inciting force set up as a universal medium, and on the other hand the force incited as a force repressed. But the former is universal medium just by the very fact of the latter being repressed. That is to say, this latter is really what incites the former and makes the medium it claims to be. The former gets the character it has only through the other, and is inciting force only insofar as it is incited by the latter to do so, and loses just as readily this character given to it, for this character passes, or rather has already passed, into the character of the other. The former, acting as an external way, takes the part of the universal medium, but only by its having been incited by the other forces to do so. This means, however, that the latter gives it that position, and is really itself essentially universal medium. It gives the inciting agency this character just because this other character is essentially its own, i.e. because it really is its own self. To complete our insight into this principle of the process, we may notice further that the distinctions themselves reveal distinctions in a twofold manner. They are on the one hand distinctions of content, since one extreme is force reflected into itself, while the other is a medium for the constituent elements involved. On the other hand, they appear as distinctions of form, since one incites and the other is incited, the former being active and the latter passive. As regards the distinction of content, they are in a general way distinct or distinct for us who are analysing the process. As regards the form, however, they are independent. In their relation they break away from one another of themselves and stand opposed. In the perception of the movement of force, consciousness becomes aware that the extremes in both of these aspects are nothing per se, that rather these sides, in which their distinction of nature was meant to consist, are merely vanishing moments, an immediate transition of each into its opposite. For us, however, who are analysing the process, it was also true that, as stated above, per se, the distinctions qua distinctions of content and form vanished, and on the side of form, the active, inciting or independent factor was, in its very nature, the same as what, from the other side of content, was presented as a repressed force, force driven back into itself. The passive, incited or related factor was, from the side of form, the same as what, from the side of content, took shape as universal medium for the many constituent elements. From this we see that the notion of force becomes actual when it is resolved into two forces, and when we see too how it comes to be so. These two forces exist as independent entities, but their existence lies in a movement towards each other, of such a kind that in order to be, each has to, in reality, get into its position purely through the other, that is to say, their being purely the significance of disappearance. They are not like extremes that keep themselves something positively fixed and merely transmit an external property to one another through their common medium and by external contact. They are what they are solely in this medium and in their contact with each other. We have there immediately both force as it is independently, force repressed within itself, and also in its expression force inciting and force being incited. These moments are thus not divided and set up as two extremes, offering each other only as an opposite pole. Rather, their true nature is simply and solely to be each other through the other, and to be in the first instance no more than just what each is, thus through the other, since it is just that. They have thus, in point of fact, no substances of their own which could support and maintain them. The notion of force rather maintains itself as the essence in its very actuality. Force, when actual, exists wholly and only in its expression, and this at the same time is nothing else than a process of cancelling itself. This actual force, when represented as detached from its expression and existing by itself, is force driven back into itself, but this feature is itself, in point of fact, as appears from the foregoing, merely a moment in the expression of force. The true nature of force thus remains merely the thought or idea of force. The moments in its realization, its substantial independence and its process rush, without let or hindrance, together into one single undivided unity, a unity which is not force withdrawn into itself, for this is merely one of those moments, but is the notion qua notion. The realization of force, then, is at the same time dissipation or loss of reality. It thereby becomes something quite different, viz. This universality which understanding knows from the start or immediately to be its essential nature, and which shows itself too to be the essence of it in what is supposed to be its reality in the actual substance. So far as we look on the first universal notion of understanding, where force does not yet exist for itself, the second is now essential reality, as it is revealed in and for itself. Or conversely, if we look on the first universal as the immediate, which should be an actual object for consciousness, then this second has the characteristic of being the negative of sensually objective force. It is force in the form in which it is true being. Its force exists merely as an object for understanding. The first would be force withdrawn into itself, i.e. force as substance. The second, however, is the inner being of things qua inner, which is one and the same with the notion qua notion. This true being of things here has the characteristic that it does not exist immediately for consciousness. Rather, consciousness takes up mediated relation to the inner. In the form of understanding, it looks through the intervening play of forces into the real and true background of things. The middle term, combining the two extremes, understanding and the inner of things, is the explicitly evolved being of force, which is now and henceforth a vanishing process for understanding itself. Hence it is called appearance, for being, which is per se straightaway not being. We call a show a semblance. It is, however, merely not a show, but the appearance, a totality of seeming. This totality as totality or universal is what makes up the inner world, the play of forces in the sense of its reflections into itself. There consciousness has before itself, in objective form, the things of perception as they truly are, i.e. as moments turning without halt or separate subsistence directly into the opposite, the one changing immediately into the universal, the essential becoming at once something inessential, and vice versa. This play of forces is consequently the development of the negative, but its true nature is the positive element, viz. The universal, the implicit object, the object existing per se. The being of this object for consciousness is mediated through the movement of appearance, by which the constituent of perception and the sensuous-subjective world as a whole get merely negative significance. Their consciousness is turned back upon itself as the truth, but, being consciousness, it again makes the truth into an inner being of the object and distinguishes this reflection of things from its own reflection into self, just as the mediating process likewise is for it still an objective process. This inner nature is therefore for it an extreme placed over and against it, but it is on that account the truth for it, because therein, as in something essentially real, It possesses at the same time the certainty of its own self, the moment of its own self-existence. But it is not yet conscious of this basis, its self-existence, for the independence, its being on its own account, which should have the inner world within it, would nothing else than be the negative process. This negative process is, however, for consciousness still objective vanishing appearance, and not yet its own proper self-existence. Hence the inner is no doubt to be taken as notion, but consciousness does not yet know the nature of the notion. Within this inner truth, the absolute universal, which has got rid of the opposition between universal and particular, and become the object of understanding, is a supersensible world in which henceforth opens up the true world, lying beyond the sensuous world, which is the world of appearance. Away, remote from the vanishing present, lies the permanent beyond, an immanent inherent reality, which is the first and therefore imperfect manifestation of reason, i.e. it is merely the pure element where the truth finds its abode and its essential being. End of Chapter 3, Part 1, recording by Morris in Arlesey, Bedfordshire. Part 2 of Chapter number 3 of the Phenomenology of Mind, Volume 1 by Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel, translated by James Black Bailey. This LibriVox is in the public domain. Part 2 of Chapter number 3, The Force and Understanding, the World of Appearance and the Supersensible World. Our object henceforward has thus the form of a syllogistic inference, Schluss, whose extremes are the inner being of things and understanding, and its middle term the sphere of appearance. The course of this inferential process, however, furnishes the further characterization of what understanding detects in the inner world by the aid of the middle term, and gives rise to the experience understanding goes through regarding this relation of the combined and mutually inferable terms. The inner world is, as far as consciousness, a bare and simple beyond, because consciousness does not as yet find itself in it. It is empty, for it is merely the nothingness of appearance, and positively naked universal. This type of inwardness suits those who say that the inner being of things cannot be known, but the reason for the position would have to be taken in some other sense. Certainly there is no knowledge to be had of this inner world, as we have it here. Not, however, owing to reason being too short-sighted or limited, or whatever you call it. On this point, there is as yet nothing known at this stage. We have not gone deep enough for that yet. But on account simply of the nature of the case, because in the void there is nothing known, or, putting it from the other point of view, because its very characteristic lies in being beyond consciousness. The result is, of course, the same if you placed a blind man amid the wealth of the supersensible world. If it has a wealth, whether this be content peculiarly its own, or whether consciousness itself be this content. And if you place one with sight in absolute darkness, or, if you like, in pure light, supposing the supersensible world to be this. The seeing man sees in that pure light as little as in absolute darkness, and just as much as the blind man in the ample fullness which lay before him. If there were really nothing further ado with the inner sphere, and with our being bound up along with it by means of the world of appearance, then there would be nothing left but to stop at the phenomenal world, i.e. take something for truth about which we know it is not true. Or in order that there may be something in this empty void, which while it originally came about as a state devoid of objective things, has, however, since its emptiness pure and simple, to be taken also devoid of all mental relations and distinctions of consciousness qua consciousness, in order that the complete vacuity, which is even called the Holy of Holies, the inner sanctuary, there may yet be something, we should be driven to fill it up with dreams, with appearances produced by consciousness itself. It would have to be content with being treated so badly, for it would not deserve anything better, since even dreams are something better than its own barren emptiness. The inner world, or the supersensible beyond, has, however, arisen. It comes to us out of the sphere of appearance, and the latter is its mediating agency. In other words, appearance is its essential nature, and in point of fact its filling. The supersensible is established truth of the sensible and perceptual. The truth of the sensible and the perceptual lies, however, in being appearance. The supersensible is, then, appearance qua appearance. We distort the proper meaning of this if we take it to mean that the supersensible is therefore the sensible world, or the world as it is for immediate sense certainty and perception. For, on the contrary, appearance is just not the world of sense knowledge, and perception as positively being, but this world as superseded or established in truth as an inner world. It is often said that the supersensible is not appearance, but by appearance is thereby meant not appearance, but rather the sensible world taken as itself real actuality. Understanding, which is our object here, finds itself in this position that, for it, the inner world has come about to begin with only as the implicit inherent being, universal and still without a filling. The play of forces has simply and solely this negative significance of not being something per se, and its only positive significance is that of being the mediating agency, but outside understanding. The relation of understanding to the inner world through mediation is, however, its own process, by which the inner world will be found to receive fullness of content. The play of forces is what understanding has directly to do with it, but the real truth for it is the inner world, bare and simple. The movement of force is consequently the truth only by being in like manner something simple. Regarding this play of forces, however, we saw that its peculiarity lay in this, that the force which is awakened into activity by another force is just on that account the inciting agency for this other force, which thereby itself only becomes an inciting force. We have here in this way merely direct and immediate interchange, or complete interchange of the characteristic which constitutes the sole content of what comes before us, viz. The fact of being either universal medium or negative unity. It ceases immediately on its entrance in determinate form to be what it was on entering. It awakens or incites by its appearance in determinate shape the other side, which thereby gives itself expression, i.e. the latter is now directly what the first was to be. Each of these two sides, the relation of inciting and the relation of the opposed determinate content, is on its own account an absolute process of permutation and transposition. But these two relations are again themselves one and the same, and the formal distinction being incited and inciting to activity is the same as the distinction of content, i.e. the distinction between the incited factor as such, viz. The passive medium on the one side, and the inciting factor, viz. The active medium, the negative unity or the one, on the other side. In this way there disappears all distinction and contrasted opposed particular forces, which were meant to be present in this process, for they rested solely on the above distinctions. And along with both those distinctions, the distinction between the forces collapses likewise into merely one. There is thus neither force nor inciting, and being incited to action, nor the characteristics of being a stable medium and a unity reflected into self. There is neither a particular which is something in its own account, nor are there diverse opposites. What is found in this flux of thoroughgoing change is merely difference as universal difference, or difference into which the various opposites have been resolved. This difference as universal, consequently, is what constitutes the ultimate simple element in that play of forces, and is the resultant truth of that process. It is the law of force. The absolute flux of the world of appearance passes into bare and simple difference through its relation to the simplicity of the inner being, the simplicity apprehended by understanding. The inner being is in the first instance merely the implicit universal. This implicit simple universal, however, is essentially absolute universal difference as well, for it is the outcome of the change itself, or change is in its very nature. But change, when planted in the inner reality, is as change truly is. Forthwith it is taken up into that reality as equally absolute universal difference, at peace with itself, and remaining at one with itself. In other words, negation is an essential moment of the universal, and negation or mediation in the universal is universal difference. This difference is expressed in the law, which is the stable presentiment or picture of unstable appearance. The supersensible world is in this way a quiescent kingdom of laws, no doubt beyond the world of perception, for this exhibits the law only through incessant change, but likewise present in it and its direct immovable copy or image. The kingdom of laws is indeed the truth for understanding, and the truth finds its content in the distinction which lies in the law. At the same time, however, this kingdom of laws is only the preliminary truth, and does not give all the fullness of the world of appearance. The law is present therein, but is not all the appearance present. Under ever-varying circumstances, the law has an ever-varying actual existence. Thereby appearance continues to keep one aspect, which is not in the inner world, i.e. appearance is not yet in the very truth established as appearance, as that whose independent being has been done away with. This defect of the law has to be brought out in the law itself. What seems defective in it is that while it no doubt has difference within it, it contains this in a merely universal, indeterminate way. So far, however, as it is not law in general, but a law, it has determinateness within it, and as a result, there are found an indeterminate plurality of laws. But this plurality is rather itself a defect. It contradicts the principle of understanding, for which, since it is consciousness of the simple inner being, truth is the inherently universal unity. It must therefore let the many laws coalesce into a single law, just as, e.g., the law by which a stone falls and that by which the heavenly bodies move have been conceived as one law. When the laws thus coincide, however, they lose their specific character. The laws become more and more abstract and superficial, and in consequence we find as a fact not the unity of these various determinate laws, but a law which leaves out their specific character, just as the one law which combines itself in the laws of falling terrestrial bodies and the movements of celestial bodies does not, in point of fact, express both kinds of laws. The unification of all laws in universal attraction expresses no further content than just the bare concept of the law itself, a concept which is therein set down as an existing. Universal attraction says merely that everything has a constant distinction for anything else. Understanding pretends by that to have found a universal law which gives expression to universal reality as such, but in point of fact it has merely found the conception of law itself, although in such a way that it is at the same time declaring reality to be in its very nature conforming to law. The idea of universal attraction has, therefore, to this extent great importance, that it is directed against the unthinking way of representing reality to which everything appears in the shape of accident and chance, and for which determinateness specificity takes the form of sensuous independence. In contrast, then, with determinate laws stand universal attraction or the bare conception of law. Insofar as the pure conception is looked on as the essentially real, or as the true inner being, the determinateness characterizing the specific law itself belongs still to the sphere of appearance, or rather to sensible existence. But the pure conception of law transcends not merely the law, which, being itself a determinate law, stands contrasted with other determinate laws, but also transcends law as such. The determinateness of which we spoke is itself strictly a mere vanishing moment, which can no longer come forward here as an essential entity, for it is only the law which is the truth here, but the conception of law turned against the law itself. That is to say, in the law, distinction itself is immediately apprehended and taken up into the universal, thereby, however, making the moments whose relation it expresses subsist as mutually indifferent and inherently real entities. These parts of the distinction found in the law are, however, at the same time themselves determinate aspects. The pure concept of law as universal attraction must, to get its true significance, be so apprehended that in it the absolutely single and simple, the distinctions which are present in law as such return again themselves into the inner being, qua bare and simple unity. This unity is the inner necessity of the law. The law is thereby present in a twofold form. In one case it is there as the law in which the differences are expressed as independent moments. In the other it is in the form of a simple withdrawal into itself, which again can be called force, but in the sense not of repressed force spoken of above, but force in general, or the concept of force, an abstraction which absorbs the distinctions involved in what attracts and is attracted. In this sense, e.g., simple electricity is force. The expression of difference falls, however, within the law. This difference is positive and negative electricity. In the case of the motion of falling bodies, force is the simple element gravity, which has the law that the magnitudes of the different factors in motion, the time spent, the space traversed, are to one another the relation of root and square. Electricity itself is not difference per se, is not in essential nature a twofold entity consisting of positive and negative electricity. Hence it is often said it has the law of being so and so in the way indicated, or again that it has the property of expressing itself in this fashion. The property is doubtless the essential and peculiar property of the force, i.e. it belongs to it necessarily. But necessity here is an empty phrase. Force must, just because it must, duplicate itself in this matter. Of course, if positive electricity is given, negative electricity is inherently necessary, for the positive element only is by relating to a negative. In other words, the positive element in its very self involves difference from itself, just in the same way as the negative does. But that electricity as such should break up itself into parts in this way is not itself a necessity. Electricity qua simple force is indifferent to its law, to be in the form of positive and negative. And if we call the former its notion and the latter its being, then its notion is different to its being. It merely has this as a property, which just means that this is not per se necessary to it. This indifference takes another form when it is said that to be positive and negative is involved in the definition of electricity, or that this is neither more nor less than its notion and its essence. Its being, in that case, would mean its existence in general, but that definition of the necessity of its existence is not contained. It exists either because we find it, i.e. its existence is not necessarily at all, or else it exists through other forces, i.e. the necessity of existence is an external necessity. But in that the determinateness of being through another is what the necessity consists in, we are back again to the plurality of determinate laws, which we have just left in order to consider law as law. It is only with the latter that we can compare its notion as notion, or its necessity. This necessity, however, has in all these forms shown itself just to be an empty phrase. There is still another way in which that just indicated, in which the indifference of law and force, or of notion and being, is found. In the law of motion, e.g., it is necessary for motion to be broken up into the elements of time and space, or again into distance and velocity. Since motion is merely the relation of these factors, motion, the universal, has in this way certain distinct parts to its own self. But now these parts, time and space, or distance and velocity, do not express themselves in this origination from a single unity. They are indifferent the one to the other. Space is thought of as able to be without time, time without space, and distance at least without velocity, just as their magnitudes are indifferent the one to the other. Since they are not related like positive and negative, and consequently do not refer to one another by their very nature. The necessity of partition into distinct factors, then, we certainly do have here, but not the necessity of the parts as such for one another. On that account, however, the first necessity, too, is itself merely delusory false necessity. For motion is not itself thought of as something simple or as bare essence, but as, from the first, divided into elements. Time and space are in themselves its independent parts, or its real elements. In other words, distance and velocity are modes of being, or ways of thinking, each of which can very well be without the other. And motion is consequently no more than their superficial relation, not their true nature. If it is represented as simple essence, or as force, motion is no doubt gravity. But this does not, properly speaking, contain these distinctions. The distinction is then, in both cases, no distinction of an inherent or essential kind. Either the universal force is indifferent to the division into its parts, which is found in the law, or else the parts of the law are indifferent to one another. Understanding, however, does not have the notion of distinction per se, just by the fact that law is in part its inner being, the inherent nature, but is in it at the same time distinguished. That this distinction is in its way inner distinction is shown by the fact that law is bare and simple force, or is the notion of that distinction, and thus a distinction of the notion. But still this inner distinction falls to begin with only within understanding, and is not yet established in the fact itself. It is thus only its own necessity to which understanding gives expression. The distinction, that is to say, is one which makes only so as at the same time to express the distinction is not to be a distinction in the nature of the fact itself. This necessity, which is merely verbal, is thus a rehearsal of the moments which make up the cycle of necessity. They are no doubt distinct, but their distinction is at the same time explicitly stated not to be a distinction of the fact itself, and consequently is itself again straightway cancelled and transcended. This process is called explanation. A law is expressed. From this its inherently universal element, or the ground in the sense of force, is distinguished. But regarding this distinction, it is asserted that it is no distinction, rather that the ground has entirely the same constitutive nature as the law. For example, the particular occurrence of lightning as apprehended as universal, and this universal is expressed in the law of electricity. The explanation thereupon merges the law in force as the essence of the law. This force is then so constituted that, when it finds expression, opposite electrical discharges appear, and these again disappear into one another. In other words, force has exactly the same constitutive character as law. Both are thus declared to be in no way distinct. The distinctions are pure universal expressions, or law, or pure force, but both have the same content, the same constitutive character. Thus the distinction between them qua distinction of content, i.e. of fact, is also again withdrawn. In this tautological process of understanding, as the above shows, holds fast to the changeless unity of its object, and the process takes effect solely within understanding itself and not in the object. It is an explanation that not only explains nothing, but is so plain that while it makes as if it would say something different from what is already said, it really says nothing at all, but merely repeats the same thing over again. So far as the fact itself goes, this process gives rise to nothing new. The process is only of account as a process of understanding. In it, however, we now get acquainted with just what we missed in the case of the law, absolute change itself. For this process, when looked at more narrowly, is directly the opposite of itself. It sets up, that is, a distinction, which is not only for us no distinction, but which itself cancels as distinction. This is the same process of change which was formerly manifested as the play of forces. In the latter we found distinction of inciting and incited force, or force expressing itself and force withdrawn into itself. But these were distinctions in which reality were no distinctions, and therefore were only immediately cancelled again. We have here not merely the naked entity, so that no distinction could be set up at all. The process we have is rather this, that a distinction is certainly made, but because it is no distinction, again it is superseded. Thus then, with the process of explaining, we see the ebb and flow of change, which was formerly characteristic of the sphere of appearance, and lay outside the inner world, finding its way into the region of the supersensible self. Our consciousness, however, has passed from the inner being as an object over to understanding on the other side, and finds the changing process there. The change in this way is not yet a process of the fact itself, but rather presents itself before us as pure change, just by the content of the moments of change remaining the same. Since then the notion qua notion of understanding is the same as the inner nature of things, this change becomes for understanding the law of the inner world. Understanding thus learns that it is a law in the sphere of appearance for distinctions to come about which there are no distinctions. In other words, it learns that what is self-same is self-repulsive, and similarly that the distinctions are only such as in reality are none and cancel one another, or that what is not self-same is self-attractive. Here we have a second law, whose content is the opposite of what was formerly called law, viz. The invariable and unchanging self-identical distinction. For this new law expresses rather the process of like becoming unlike, and unlike becoming like. This notion demands of the unreflective mind to bring both laws together and become conscious of their opposition. Of course, the second is also law, an inner self-identical being, but it is rather a self-sameness of the unlike, a constancy or inconstancy. In this play of forces, this law turned out to be just the absolute transition and pure change, the self-same force split into an opposition that in the first instance appeared as a substantial independent distinction, which however in point of fact proved itself to be none. For it is the self-same which repels itself from itself, and this element repelled in consequence was self-attracted. For it is the same, the distinction made, since it is none, thus cancels itself again. This distinction is hence set forth as a distinction on the part of the fact itself, or as an absolute objective distinction. And this distinction on the part of the fact is nothing but the self-same, that which has repelled itself from itself, and consequently only set up an opposition which is none. By means of this principle, the first supersensible world, the changeless kingdom of laws, the immediate ek-type and copy of the world of perception, has turned around into its opposite. The law was in general, like its differences, self-identical. Now, however, it is established that each side is, on the contrary, the opposite of itself. The self-identical repels itself from itself, and the self-discordant sets up to be self-same. In truth, with a characteristic of this kind, distinction is only inner distinction, or immanent distinction, since the like is unlike itself, and the unlike like itself. This second supersensible world is, in this way, the inverted world, verkeerde Welt. And moreover, since one aspect is already present in the first supersensible world, the inverted form of this first, the inner being, is thereby, in its character of appearance, completed. For this first supersensible world was only the immediate raising of the world of perception to the element of universality. It had its necessary counterpart in this world of perception, which still retains as its own principle of change and alteration. The first kingdom of laws dispenses with this principle, but preserves it in the form of an inverted world. By the law of this inverted world, then, the self-same in the first world is the unlike of itself, and the unlike in the first world is equally unlike itself to itself, or it becomes like itself. Expressed in determinate moments, this will assume the form that what by the law of the first is sweet, in this inner inverted reality sour, what is there black is here white. What by the law of the first was the North Pole in the case of the magnet is in its other supersensible inner world, viz. In the earth, South Pole, while what was there South Pole is here North Pole. Similarly, what by the first law is in the case of electricity the oxygen pole becomes in its other supersensible reality the hydrogen pole, and conversely what is there the pole of hydrogen becomes here the pole of oxygen. To take another sphere of experience, revenge on an enemy is, according to the primitive and immediate law, the supreme satisfaction of injured individuality. This law, however, that of standing up against one who doesn't treat me as a substantial self, letting him see that I am a substantial being, and even doing away with him as a reality, this law is converted by the principle of the other world into its very opposite, viz., into the reinstatement of myself as the true reality through the removal of the alien hostile being in self-destruction. This primitive procedure of individual vengeance finds its inner meaning revealed in the ethically justifiable procedure of punishment, but ethical punishment is really self-punishment, for example Plato's Gorgias. Punishment, however, has an inner meaning of its own too. If now this inversion, which is brought out in the punishment of crime, is made into a law, it also is again only the law of a world which has an inverted, supersensuous world standing in antithesis to itself, where that which is despised in the former comes to honour, and that which is in the former honoured meets with contempt. This punishment, by which the law of the former disgraces a man and annihilates him, turns around in its inverted world into the pardoning grace which preserves his being and brings him into honour. Looked at on the surface, this inverted world is the antithesis of the first in the sense that it has the latter outside itself and repels that world from itself as an inverted reality. That in the one is the sphere of appearance, while in the other is the inherited being. That the one is in the world as it is for another, the other again is in the world as it is for itself. In this way, to use the previous examples, what tastes sweet is properly or inwardly in the thing sour, or what is the North Pole is in the case of the actual magnet belonging to the sphere of appearance, would, in the inner or essential being, be South Pole. What is shown to be oxygen pole is in electricity, as a phenomenon, would be hydrogen pole in the case of electricity not falling within the sphere of appearance. Or again, an act which in appearance is a crime would in its inner nature be capable of being really good. A bad act may have a good intention. Punishment is only in appearance punishment. In itself or in another world it might well be, for the criminal, a benefit. But such oppositions of inner and outer appearance and supersensible in the sense of two sorts of reality are no longer to be found here. The differences repelled are not divided anew and assigned into two substances, such as would support them and lend them a separate subsistence, the result of which would be that understanding would leave the inner region and fall back again on its previous position. The one aspect or substance would be once more the world of perception, where the one of these two laws would carry on its existence, and opposition to it in an inner world, just as sensible world as the first, but in the sphere of ideas, one that could not be indicated, seen, heard and tasted in a sensible world, and yet would be thought of as such a sensible world. But in point of fact, if the one element set up in its perceived reality and its inherent being, as its inverted form is at the time a sensuously represented element, then the sour, which would be the inherent nature of the sweet thing, is a real thing just as much as the latter would be a sour thing. Black, which would be the inherent nature of white, is the actual black. The North Pole, which is the true reality of the South Pole, is the North Pole present in the same magnet. The oxygen pole is the inherent nature of the pole of hydrogen, is the given oxygen pole of the same voltaic pile. The actual crime, however, finds its inversion and in its inherent nature qua possibility in the intention as such, but not a good intention. For the truth of intention is simply the deed itself. The crime, so far as its content goes, recoils upon itself and finds its inversion in actual punishment. This is the reconciliation of the law with the reality set up against it in crime. Finally, the actual punishment carries its inverted reality with it in such a way that it is a kind of realization of the law, whereby the activity which the law exercises in the form of punishment is cancelled in the process, a manner of realization through which the law, from being actively operative, becomes again quiescent and authoritative, and the conflict of individuality with it and of it with individuality is extinguished. From this idea, then, of inversion, which constitutes the essential nature of one aspect of the supersensible world, we must dissociate the sensuous idea of keeping distinctions substantively fixed in a different element that sustains them. And this absolute notion of distinction must be set forth and apprehended purely as inner distinction, self-repulsion of the self, self as self-same, and likeness of the unlike as unlike. We have to think pure flux, opposition within opposites self, or contradiction. For in the distinction, which is an internal distinction, the opposite is not only one of two factors, if so it would not be an opposite but a bare existent. It is the opposite of an opposite, or the other is itself directly and immediately present within it. No doubt I put the opposite here, and the other, of which it is the opposite, there. That is, I place the opposite on one side, taking it by itself without the other. Just on that account, however, since I have the opposite all by itself, that it is the opposite of its own self. That is, it is in point of fact the other immediately within itself. Thus the supersensible world, which is the inverted world, has at the same time reached out beyond the other world and has itself in that other. It is to itself conscious of being inverted, für sich verkehrte, i.e. it is the inverted form of itself. It is that world itself and its opposite in a single unity. Only thus is its distinction an internal distinction, or distinction per se. In other words, only thus is it in the form of infinity. By means of infinity we see law attaining the form of inherent necessity, and so realizing its complete nature, and all moments of the sphere of appearance are thereby taken up into the inner realm. That the simple and ultimate nature of law is necessity means, according to the foregoing analysis, A, that it is a self-identical element which, however, is inherently distinction, or that its self-sameness, which repels itself from itself, breaks asunder into two factors. What was called simple force duplicates itself, and through its infinity is law. It means B, that what is thus sundered, constituting as it does the parts which are thought of as the law, puts itself forward as substituting as stable, and if the parts are considered without the conception of internal distinction, then space and time, or distance and velocity, which appear as moments of gravity, are just as much indifferent and without necessary relation to one another as to gravity itself, or again, as this bare gravity is indifferent to them, or as simple electricity is indifferent to positive and negative. But C, by this conception of internal distinction, this unlike and indifferent factor, space and time, etc., becomes a distinction which has no distinction, or merely a distinction of what is self-same, and whose essences lie in unity. They are reciprocally awakened into activity as positive and negative by each other, and their being lies rather in the setting themselves as not being, and cancelling themselves out in the common unity. But the factors distinguished subsist. They are per se, and they are per se as opposites. That is, they are the opposites of themselves. They have their antitheses within them, and are merely one single unity. This bare and simple infinity, or the absolute notion, may be called the ultimate nature of life, the soul of the world, the universal lifeblood, which courses everywhere, and whose flow is neither disturbed nor checked by any obstructing distinction, but itself is every distinction that arises, as well as that to which all distinctions are dissolved, pulsating within itself, but with ever motionless, shaken to its depths, but still at rest. It is self-identical, for the distinctions are tautological. They are distinctions that are none. This self-identical reality stands, therefore, in relation solely to itself, which means that this is another, to which the relation points, and relation to itself is more strictly breaking asunder. In other words, that very self-identity is internal distinction. These sundered factors have, hence, each in a separate being of their own. Each is an opposite of another, and thus with each other is therein ipso facto expressly given. Or it is not the opposite of another, but it is the pure opposite, and thus each is, therefore, in itself the opposite of itself. Or again, each is not an opposite at all, but exists purely for itself, a pure self-identical reality, with no distinctions in it. This being so, we do not need to ask, still less to treat, anxiety over such questions as philosophy, or even regard this as a question philosophy cannot answer. How distinction or otherwise is to come out of this pure essence, how these are to be really got out of it. For this process of disruption has already taken place. Distinction has been excluded from the self-identical entity and put to one side so far as it is concerned. What should have been taken as the self-identical is thus already one of the sundered elements, instead of being the absolute essential reality. That the self-identical breaks asunder means, therefore, just as truly that it supersedes itself as already sundered, that it cancels itself qua otherness. The unity which people usually have in mind when they say distinction cannot come out of unity, is, in point of fact, itself merely one moment of the process of disruption. It is the abstraction of simplicity which stands in contrast with distinction. But in that it is abstraction, is merely one of the two opposed elements, the statement thus already implies that the unity in the process of breaking asunder is for the unity a negative element, an opposite then. It is put forward precisely as that which contains the opposition within it. The different aspects of diremption and of becoming self-identical are therefore likewise merely this process of self-cancelling. For since the self-identical element, which should first divide itself asunder or pass into its opposite, is an abstraction, i.e. is already itself a sundered element, its diremption is eo ipso a cancelling of what it is, and thus the cancelling of what is being sundered. The process of becoming self-identical is likewise a process of diremption. What becomes identical with itself thereby opposes itself to disruption, that is, itself thereby puts itself on one side. In other words, it becomes really something sundered. In finitude, this absolute unrest of pure self-movement, such that whatever is determined is in any way, e.g. as being, is really the opposite of this determinateness, has, from the start, no doubt, the very soul of all that has gone before. But it is in this internal world that it has first come out explicitly and definitely. The world of appearance, or the play of forces, already shows its operation, but it is in this first instance as explanation that it comes openly forward. And since it is at length an object for consciousness, and consciousness is aware of it as what it is, consciousness is in this way self-consciousness. Understanding's functions of explaining furnishes in the first instance merely the description of what self-consciousness is. Understanding cancels the distinction present in law, distinctions which have already become pure distinctions but are still indifferent, and puts them aside in a single unity, force. To bring about this identification, however, is at the same time and immediately a process of diremption, for understanding removes the distinctions and sets up the oneness of force only by the fact that it creates new distinctions of force and law, which at the same time, however, is no distinction. And in spite of the fact that this distinction is at the same time no distinction, it goes on to deal with it and to cancel this distinction again, since it lets force have just the same constitutive character as law. This process or necessity is, however, in this form still a necessity and a process of understanding, or the process as such is not the object of understanding. Instead, understanding has as its objects in that process positive and negative electricity, distance, velocity, force or attraction, and 1,000 other things, objects which make up the content of the moments of the process. It is just for that reason that there is so much satisfaction in explanation, because consciousness being there, if we may use such an expression, in direct communion with itself, enjoys itself only. No doubt it there seems to be occupied with something else, but in point of fact it is busied all the while merely with itself. In the opposite law, as the inversion of the first law, or in internal distinction, infinitude doubtless becomes itself object of understanding. But once more, understanding fails to do justice to infinity as such, since understanding assigns again into two worlds, or to two substantial elements, that which is distinction per se, the self-repulsion of the self-same, and the self-attraction of unlike factors. To understanding the process, as it is found in experience, is here an event which happens, and the self-same and the unlike are predicates, whose reality is an underlying substratum. What is for understanding an object in a covering veil of sense now comes before us in its essential form as pure notion. This apprehension of distinction as it truly is, apprehension of infinitude as such, is something for us observing the course of the process, or is implicit, immanent. The exposition of its notion belongs to science. Consciousness, however, in the way it immediately has this notion, again appears as a peculiar form or new attitude of consciousness, which does not recognize its own essential nature in what has gone before, but looks upon it as something quite different. In that this notion of infinitude is its object, it is thus a consciousness of the distinction as one which is at the same time at once cancelled. Consciousness is for itself, and on its own account, a distinguishing of what is undistinguished. It is self-consciousness. I distinguish myself from myself, and therein I am immediately aware that this factor distinguished from me is not distinguished. I, the self-same being, thrust myself away from myself, but this which is distinguished, which is set up as unlike me, is immediately on its being distinguished, no distinction for me. Consciousness of another, of an object in general, is indeed itself necessarily self-consciousness reflected into itself, consciousness of self in its otherness. The necessary advance from the previous attitudes of consciousness, which found their true content to be a thing, something other than themselves, brings into light this very fact that not merely is consciousness of a thing only possible for self-consciousness, but that this self-consciousness alone is the truth of those attitudes. But it is only for us who trace this process that this truth is actually present. It is not yet so for the consciousness immersed in the experience. Self-consciousness has in the first instance to become a specific reality in its own account, for sich has come into being for itself. It is not yet in the form in which unity with consciousness in general. We see that in the inner being of the sphere of appearance, understanding gets to know the truth in nothing else but appearance itself, not, however, appearance in the shape of a play of forces, but that play of forces in its absolute universal moments, and in the process of those moments, in fact, understanding merely experiences itself. Raised above perception, consciousness reveals itself united and bound up with the supersensible world through the mediating agency of the realm of appearance, through which it gazes into this background that lies behind appearance. The two extremes, the one of the pure inner region, the other that of the inner being gazed into this pure inner region, are now merged together. And as they have disappeared qua extremes, the middle term, the mediating agency, qua something other than these extremes, has also vanished. This curtain of appearance, therefore, hanging before the inner world, is withdrawn, and we have here the inner being, the ego, gazing into the inner realm, the vision of the undistinguished self-same reality, which repels itself from itself, affirms itself as a divided and distinguished inner reality, but as one for which, at the same time, the two factors have immediately no distinction. What we have here is self-consciousness. It is manifest that, behind the so-called curtain, which is to hide the inner world, there is nothing to be seen unless we ourselves go behind there, as much in order that we may thereby see, as there may be something behind there which can be seen. But it is clear at the same time that we cannot, without more ado, go straight away behind there. For this knowledge of what is the truth of the idea of the realm of appearance and of inner being is itself only a result arrived at after a long and devious process, in the course of which the modes of consciousness, meaning, perception, understanding, disappear. And it would be equally evident that to get acquainted with what consciousness knows when it is knowing itself requires us to fetch a still wider compass. What follows will set this forth at length. End of chapter 3, recorded by Morris in Alsey, Bedfordshire. Chapter number 4 of the Phenomenology of Mind, Volume 1, by Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel, translated by James Black Bailey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter number 4, Self-Consciousness, the truth which conscious certainty of self realizes. Translator's note. The analysis of experience up to this point has been occupied with the relation of consciousness to an object, admittedly different in nature from the mind aware of it. This external opposition, however, breaks down under analysis, and we're left with the result that conscious does and must find itself in unity with its object, a unity which implies identity of nature between consciousness and its object. Consciousness becomes, quote, certain of itself in its object. This is not merely a result, but the truest expression of the initial relation with which experience starts. It is therefore the ground of the possibility of any relation between the terms in question. Consciousness of self is the basis of consciousness of anything whatsoever. This is Hegel's reinterpretation of the Kantian analysis of experience. But this result is, again, really the starting point for a further analysis of experience, but of experience at a higher level of realization. Consciousness of self, to begin with, is a general attitude, a definite type of experience which requires elucidation. It has its own conditions and forms of manifestation. Self-consciousness, being supreme, must realize itself in relation to nature, to other selves similar to the self, and to the ultimate being of the world. These are different kinds of content which the consciousness finds its oneness, and they furnish different forms in which the same principle is manifested. The argument seeks to show that these forms are also different degrees of realization of self-consciousness. The outcome of the argument is that self-consciousness is truly realized only when it's universal self-consciousness, when consciousness is certain of itself through all reality and explicitly finds there only itself. This result takes the form, as we shall see, of what is called reason. The immediately succeeding section takes up the first stages of the development of self-consciousness, the consciousness of self in relation to nature. This takes the shape of desire, instinct, impulse, etc., and involves the category of life. This relationship, while undoubtedly implying the sense of self in the object and consciousness of unity with it, is the least satisfying and the least complete of all the modes of self-consciousness. It points the way, therefore, to the fuller sense of self obtained when the self is aware of itself in relation to another self. End of translator's note. In the kinds of certainty hitherto considered, the truth for consciousness is something other than consciousness itself. The conception, however, of this truth vanishes in the course of our experience of it. What the object immediately was in itself, whether mere being in the sense certainty, or a concrete thing in perception, or force in the case of understanding, it turns out, in truth, not to be this really, but instead, this inherent nature, an sich, proves to be a way in which it is for an other. The abstract conception of the object gives way before the actual concrete object, or this first immediate idea is cancelled in the course of experience. Mere certainty vanished in favour of the truth. There has now arisen, however, what was not established in the case of these previous relationships, viz., a certainty which is on a par with its truth, for the certainty is to itself its own object, and consciousness is to itself the truth. Otherness, no doubt, is also found there. Consciousness, that is, makes a distinction, but what is distinguished is such of a kind that consciousness at the same time holds there is no distinction made. If we call the movement of knowledge conception, and knowledge qua simple unity or ego the object, we see that not only for us, tracing the process, but likewise for knowledge itself, the object corresponds to the conception. Or, if we put it in the other form and call conception what the object is in itself, while applying the term object to what the object is qua object or for another, it is clear that being in itself and being for another are here the same. For the inherent being, an sich, is consciousness, yet it is still just as much that for which another, viz., what is in itself, is. And it is for consciousness that the inherent nature, an sich, of the object and its, quote, being for another, unquote, are one and the same. Ego is the content of the relation, and itself the process of relating. It is the ego itself which is opposed to another and, at the same time, reaches out beyond this other, which other is all the same, taken to be only itself. With self-consciousness, then, we have now passed into the native land of truth, into that kingdom where it is at home. We have to see how the form or attitude of self-consciousness in the first instance appears. When we consider this new form and type of knowledge, the knowledge of self and its relation to that which it preceded, namely the knowledge of another, we find indeed that this latter has vanished, but that its moments have at the same time been preserved, and the loss consists in this, that those moments are here present as they are implicitly, as they are in themselves. The being which meaning dealt with particularly, and the universality of perception opposed to it, as also the empty inner region of understanding, these are no longer present as substantial elements, Wesen, but as moments of self-consciousness, i.e. as abstractions or differences which are at the same time of no account for consciousness itself, or are not differences at all and are purely vanishing entities, Wesen. What seems to have been lost, then, is only the principal moment, viz., the simple fact of having independent substance for consciousness. But in reality, self-consciousness in reflection out of the bare being that belongs to the world of sense and perception, and is essentially the return of otherness. As self-consciousness, it is movement, but since it is only itself as such which it distinguishes from itself, the difference is straightway taken to be superseded qua otherness. The distinction is not, and self-consciousness is only, the lifeless tautology. Ego is ego when I am I, since for consciousness the distinction does not also have the shape of being. It is not self-consciousness. For self-consciousness, then, otherness is a fact that does not exist as a distinct moment, but the unity of itself with this difference is also a fact for its self-consciousness, and is a distinct moment. With that first moment, self-consciousness occupies the position of consciousness, and the whole expanse of the world of sense is conserved as its object, but at the same time only as related to the second moment, the unity of self-consciousness with itself. And consequently the sensible world is regarded by self-consciousness as having a substance which is, however, only appearance, or forms a distinction from self-consciousness that per se has no being. This opposition of its appearance and its truth finds itself in real essence, however, only in the truth, in the unity of self-consciousness with itself. This unity must become essential to self-consciousness, i.e., self-consciousness is the state of desire in general. Consciousness has, qua self-consciousness, henceforth a twofold object, the one immediate, the object of sense certainty and of perception, which, however, is here found to be marked by the character of negation, the second, viz. Itself, which is the true essence, and is found in the first instance only in the opposition of the first object to it. Self-consciousness presents itself here as the process in which this opposition is removed, and oneness or identity with itself is established. For us, or implicitly, the object, which is the negative element of self-consciousness, has on its side returned to itself, just as on the other side consciousness has done. Through this reflection into self, the object has become life. What self-consciousness distinguishes as having been distinct from itself has in too, so far as it is affirmed to be, not merely the aspect of sense certainty and perception, it is a being reflected into itself, and an object of immediate desire is something living. For some inherent reality, an sich, the general result of the relation to the understanding, to the inner nature of things, is the distinguishing of what cannot be distinguished, or is the unity of what is distinguished. This unity, however, is, as we saw, just as much its recoil from itself, and this conception breaks asunder into the opposition of self-consciousness and life. The former is the unity for which the absolute unity of differences exists. The latter, however, is only this unity itself, so that the unity is not at the same time for itself. Thus, according to the independence possessed by consciousness, is the independence possessed by the object in itself, self-consciousness, which is absolutely for itself and characterizes its object directly as negative, or is primarily desire, will really, therefore, find through experience this object's independence. The determination of the principle of life, as obtained by the conception or general result which we enter this new sphere with, is sufficient to characterize it without its nature being evolved further out of that notion. Its circuit is completed in the following moments. The essential element, Wesen, is an infinitude as the supersession of all distinctions, and the pure rotation on its own axis, itself at rest, while being absolutely restless infinitude, the very self-dependence in which the difference is brought out by the process are all dissolved, the simple reality of time, which in this self-identity has the solid form and shape of space. The differences, all the same, hold as differences in this simple universal medium, for this universal flux exercises its negative activity merely when it is the sublation of them, but it could not transcend them unless they had a subsistence of their own. Precisely this flux is, in itself, a self-identical independence, their subsistence or their substance, in which they accordingly are distinct members, parts of which have being in their own right. Being no longer has the significance of mere abstract being, nor has their naked essence the meaning of abstract universality. Their being now is just that simple fluid and substance of the pure movement within itself. The difference, however, of these members inter se consists in general in no other characteristic than that the moments of infinitude, or of the mere moments of movement itself. The independent members exist for themselves. To be thus for themselves, however, is really as much their reflection directly into the unity, as this unity is the breaking asunder into independent forms. The unity is sundered because it is absolutely negative or infinite unity, and because its substance, difference, likewise has independence only in it. This independence of form, for the form is a sundered element, appears as a determinate entity, and what is for another, and the sublation of diremption takes effect so far through another. But this sublation lies just as much in its actual form itself, for just that flux is the substance of the independent forms. This substance, however, is finite, and hence the form itself is its very substance, involves diremption or sublation of existence for itself. If we distinguish more exactly the moments contained here, we see that we have, at first moment, the subsistence of the independent forms, or the suppression of what distinction inherently involves, viz. That the forms have no being per se and no subsistence. The second moment, however, is the subjection of what that subsistence to the infinitude of distinction. In the first moment, there is the subsisting, persisting modal form by its being in its own right, or by its being in its determinate shape and infinite substance. It comes forward in opposition to the universal substance, disowns this fluid continuity with that substance, and insists that it is not dissolved in this universal element, but rather, on the contrary, preserves itself by and through its separation, for this is its inorganic nature, and by the fact that it consumes this inorganic nature. Life in the universal fluid medium, quietly, silently shaping and moulding and distributing the forms in all their manifold detail, becomes by that very activity the movement of these forms, or passes into life qua process. The mere universal flux is here the inherent being, the outer being. The other is the distinction of the form assumed. But this flux, this fluid condition, becomes itself the other in virtue of this very distinction, because now it exists for or in relation to that distinction, which is self-conditioned and self-contained and für sich, and consequently is the endless infinite movement by which that stable medium is consumed, its life as a living process. This inversion of character is on that account again invertedness in itself as such. What is consumed is the essential reality, the individuality, which preserves itself at the expense of universal and gives itself the feeling of its unity with itself, precisely thereby cancels its contrast with the other, by means of which it exists for itself. The unity with self, which it gives itself, is just the fluent continuity of differences or universal dissolution. But conversely, the cancelling of individual subsistence at the same time produces the subsistence. For since the essence of the individual form, universal life, and the self-existent entity in itself are simple substance, each cancels this, its own simplicity, or its essence, by putting the other within itself, i.e. it sunders that simplicity. This disruption of fluent, undifferentiated continuity is just the setting up, the affirmation of individuality. The simple substance of life, therefore, is the diremption of itself into shapes and forms, at the same time the dissolution of these substantial differences, and the resolution of this diremption is just as much a process of diremption, a dismemberment. Thus both the sides of the entire movement, which were before distinguished, viz. The setting up of individual forms lying apart and undisturbed in the universal medium of independent existence, and the process of life, collapse into one another. The latter is just as much a formation of individual independent shapes as it is a way of cancelling a shape assumed, and the former, the setting up of individual forms, is as much a cancelling as an articulation of them. The fluent continuous element is itself only an abstraction of the real essence, or is actual only as a definite shape or form, and that it articulates itself is once more a breaking up of the articulated form or a dissolution of it. The entire circuit of this activity constitutes life. It is neither what is expressed to begin with, the immediate continuity and concrete solidity of its essential nature, nor the stable, subsisting form, the discrete individual which exists in its own account, nor the bare process of this form, nor again is it the simple combination of all these moments. It is none of these. It is the whole which develops itself, resolves its own development, and in this movement simply preserves itself. Since we started from the first immediate unity and returned through the moments of self-determination and of the process of the unity of both these moments, and thus again back to the first simple substance, we see that this reflected unity is other than the first. As opposed to that immediate unity, the unity expressed as a mode of being, this second is the universal unity, which holds all these moments sublated within itself. It is this simple genus, which the movement of life itself does not exist in this simplicity itself, but in this result points life towards what is other than itself, namely, towards consciousness for which life exists as this unity or as genus. This other life, however, for which the genus as such exists, and which is genus for itself, namely self-consciousness, exists in the first instance only in the form of this simple essential reality, and has for object itself qua pure ego. In the course of its experience, which we are now to consider, this abstract object will grow in richness and will be unfolded in the way that we have seen in the case of life. The simple ego, this is genus, or the bare universal for which the differences are insubstantial, only by its being the negative essence of the moments which have assumed a definite and independent form. And self-consciousness is thus only assured of itself through sublating this other, which is present to self-consciousness as an independent life. Self-consciousness is desire. Convinced of the nothingness of this other, it definitely affirms this nothingness to be for itself the truth of this other, negates the independent object, and thereby acquires the certainty of its own as true certainty, a certainty which has become aware of itself in objective form. In this state of satisfaction, however, it has experience of the independent object. Desire and the certainty of its self obtained in the gratification of desire are conditioned by the object, for the certainty exists through cancelling this other. In order that the cancelling may be effected, there must be the other. Self-consciousness is thus unable by its negative relation to the object to abolish it. Because of that relation, it rather produces it again, as well as the desire. The object desired is in fact something other than the self-consciousness. the essence of desire, and through the experience of this truth has become realized. At the same time, however, self-consciousness is likewise absolutely for itself, exists in its own accord, and it is so only by the sublation of the object, and it must come to feel its satisfaction, for it is the truth. On account of the independence of the object, therefore, it can only attain satisfaction when this object itself effectually brings about negation within itself. The object must per se effect this negation of itself, for it is inherently, an sich, something negative, and must be, for the other, what it is. Since the object is in its very self negation, and in being so, is at the same time independent, it is consciousness. In the case of life, which is the object of desire, the negation either lies in another, namely in desire, or takes the form of determinateness, standing in opposition to another, external individual indifferent to it, or appears as its inorganic general nature. The above general independent nature, however, in the case of which negation takes place the form of absolute negation, is the genus as such, or as self-consciousness. Self-consciousness attains its satisfaction only in another self-consciousness. It is these three moments that the notion of self-consciousness first gets completed. A, pure undifferentiated ego is its first immediate object. B, this immediacy is itself, however, thoroughgoing mediation. It has its being only by cancelling the independent object. In other words, it is desire. The satisfaction of desire is indeed the reflection of self-consciousness into itself. It is the certainty which has passed into objective truth. But C, the truth of this certainty is really twofold reflection, the reduplication of self-consciousness. Consciousness has an object which implicates its own otherness or affirms distinction, as a void distinction, is therefore independent. The individual form, distinguished, which is only a living form, certainly cancels out its independence, also in the process of life itself, but it ceases, along with its distinctive difference, to be what it is. The object of self-consciousness, however, is still independent in this negativity of itself, and thus it is, for itself, genus, universal flux or continuity in the very distinctiveness of its own separate existence. It is a living self-consciousness. A self-consciousness has before it a self-consciousness. Only so and only then is it self-consciousness in actual fact. For here, first of all, it comes to have the unity of itself in otherness. Ego, which is the object of its notion, is in point of fact not object. The object of desire, however, is only independent, for it is the universal ineradicable substance, the fluent, self-identical essential reality. When self-consciousness is the object is just as much ego as object. With this we already have before us the notion of mind or spirit. What consciousness has further to become aware of is the experience of what mind is, this absolute substance, which is the unity of the different self-related and self-existent self-consciousness, in the perfect freedom and independence of their opposition as component elements of that substance, ego, that is we, a plurality of egos, and we, that is a single ego. Consciousness first finds in self-consciousness, the notion of mind, its turning point, where it leaves the party-coloured show of the sensuous immediate, passes from the dark void of the transcendent and remote supersensuous, and steps into the spiritual daylight of the present. End of chapter 4, recording by Morris in Alsey, Bedfordshire. Chapter 4a of the Phenomenology of Mind, Volume 1 by Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel, translated by James Black Bailey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4a, Independence and Dependence of Self-Consciousness, Lordship and Bondage. Translator's note. The self-conscious of self in another self are of course distinct and separate from each other. Difference is, and in the first instance, a question of degree of self-assertion and self-maintenance. One is stronger, higher, more independent than another, and capable of asserting itself at the expense of the other. Still, even this distinction of primary and secondary rests ultimately on their identity of constitution, and the course of the analysis here gradually brings out this essential identity as the true fact. The equality of the selves in the truth or complete realization of self in another self, the affinity is higher and more ultimate than the disparity. Still, the struggle and conflict of selves must be gone through in order to bring out the result, hence the present section. The background of Hegel's thought is the remarkable human phenomenon of the subordination of oneself to another, which we have in all forms of servitude, whether slavery, serfdom, or voluntary services. Servitude is not only a phase of human history, it is in principle a condition of the development and maintenance of the consciousness of self as a fact of experience. End of translator's note. Self-consciousness exists in itself and for itself, in that, and by the fact that it exists for another self-consciousness. That is to say, it is only by being acknowledged or recognized. The conception of this, its unity in its duplication, of infinitude realizing itself in self-consciousness, has many sides to it, and encloses within it elements of various significance. Thus its moments must be, on the one hand, strictly kept apart in detailed distinctiveness, and on the other, in this distinction, must at the same time also be taken as not distinguished, or must also be accepted and understood in their opposite sense. This double meaning of what is distinguished lies in the nature of self-consciousness, of its being infinite, or directly the opposite of the determinateness in which it is fixed. The detailed exposition of the notion of this spiritual unity in its duplication will bring before us the process of recognition. Self-consciousness has before it another self-consciousness. It has come outside itself. This has a double significance. First, it has lost its own self, since it finds itself as another being. Secondly, it has thereby sublated that other, for it does not regard the other as essentially real, but sees its own self in the other. It must cancel out this other. To do so is the sublation of that first double meaning, and it is therefore a second double meaning. First, it must set itself to sublate the other independent being, in order thereby to become certain of itself as true being. Secondly, it thereupon proceeds to sublate its own self, for this other is itself. This sublation in a double sense of its otherness, in a double sense, is at the same time a return, in a double sense, to itself. For firstly, through sublation it gets back to itself, because it becomes one with itself again, through the cancelling of its otherness. But secondly, it likewise gives otherness back again to the other self-consciousness, for it was aware of being in the other. It cancels this in its own being out in the other, and lets the other go free. This process of self-consciousness in relation to another self-consciousness has, in this manner, been represented as the action of one alone. But this action on the part of the one has itself the double significance of being at once its own action and the action of the other as well. For the other is likewise independent, shut up within itself, and there is nothing in it which is not there through itself. The first does not have the object before it in the way that the object primarily exists for desire, but as an object existing independently for itself, over which therefore it has no power to do anything for its own behoof, if that object does not per se do what the first does to it. The process then is absolutely the double process of both self-consciousnesses. Each sees the other do the same as itself. Each itself does what is demanded on the part of the other, and for that reason does what it does only so far as the other does the same. Action from one side only would be useless, because what is to happen can only be brought about by the means of both. The action has the double entente, not only in the sense that it is an act done to itself as well as to the other, but also inasmuch as it is undivided entirety, the act of the one as well as the other. In this movement, we see the process repeated which came before us as the play of forces. In the present case, however, it is found in consciousness. What in the former had effect only for us, contemplating experience, holds here for the terms themselves. The middle term is self-consciousness, which breaks itself up into the extremes, and each extreme is this interchange of its own determinateness and complete transition into the opposite. While qua consciousness, it no doubt comes itself outside itself, still, in being outside itself, it is at the same time restrained within itself, for it exists for itself, and its self-determination is for consciousness. Consciousness finds that it is immediately is, and not another consciousness, as also that this other is for itself only when it cancels itself as existing for itself, and has self-existence only in the self-existence of the other. Each is the mediating term to the other, through which each mediates and unites itself with itself, and each is to itself and to the other an immediate self-existing reality, which at the same time exists thus for itself only through this mediation. They recognize themselves as mutually recognizing one another. This pure conception of recognition, of duplication of self-consciousness within its unity, we must now consider in the way its process appears for self-consciousness. It will, in the first place, present the aspect of disparity of the two, or the break-up of the middle term into the extremes which, qua extremes, are opposed to one another, and of which one is merely recognized while the other only recognizes. Self-consciousness is primarily simple existence for self, self-identity by exclusion of every other form of itself. It takes essential nature and absolute object to be ego, and in its immediacy, in this bare fact of its self-existence, it is individual. That which is other for it stands as unessential object, as object with the impress and character of negation. But the other is also a self-consciousness. An individual makes its appearance in antithesis to an individual. Appearing thus in their immediacy, they are for each other in the manner of ordinary objects. They are independent individual forms, modes of consciousness that have not arisen above the bare level of life, for the existent object here has been determined as life. They are, moreover, forms of consciousness which have not yet accomplished for one another the process of absolute abstraction, of uprooting all immediate existence, and of being merely the bare negative fact of self-identical consciousness. Or, in other words, they have not yet revealed themselves to each other as existing purely for themselves, i.e. as self-consciousness. Each is indeed certain of its own self, but not of the other. Hence, its own certainty of itself is still without truth. For its truth would be merely that its own individual existence for itself would be shown to it to be an independent object, or, which is the same thing, that the object would be exhibited as this pure certainty of itself. By the notion of recognition, however, this is not possible except in the form that as other is for it, so it is for the other. Each in itself, through its own action, and again through the action of the other, achieves this pure abstraction of existence for self. The presentation of itself, however, as pure abstraction of self-consciousness, consists in showing itself as a pure negation of its objective form, or in showing that it is fettered to no determinate existence, that it is not bound at all by the particularity everywhere characteristic of existence as such, and is not tied up with life. The process of bringing all this out involves a twofold action on the part of the other and action on the part of itself. Insofar as it is the other's action, each aims at the destruction and death of the other. But in this there is implicated also the second kind of action, self-activity, for each implies that it risks its own life. The relation of both self-consciousnesses in this way is so constituted that they prove themselves and each other through a life and death struggle. They must enter into this struggle, for they must bring the certainty of themselves, the certainty of being for themselves, to the level of objective truth, and make this a fact both in the case of the other and in the case of their own as well. And it is solely by risking life that freedom is obtained. Only thus it is tied and proved that the essential nature of self-consciousness is not bare existence. It is not the merely immediate form in which at first it makes its appearance. It is not its mere absorption in the expanse of life. Rather, it is thereby guaranteed that there is nothing present but what might be taken as a vanishing moment, that self-consciousness is merely pure self-existence, being for itself. The individual who has not staked his life may no doubt be recognized as a person, but he has not attained the truth of this recognition as an independent self-consciousness. In the same way, each must aim at the death of the other, as it risks his own life thereby, for that other is to it of no more worth than itself. The other's reality is presented to the former as an external other, as an outside self. It must cancel that externality. The other is a purely existent consciousness and entangled in manifold ways. It must regard its otherness as pure existence for itself or as absolute negation. This trying and testing, however, by struggle to the death, cancels both the truth which it was to result from it, and therewith the certainty of self altogether. For just as life is the natural position of consciousness, independence without absolute negativity, so death is the natural negation of consciousness, negation without independence, which thus remains without the requisite significance of actual recognition. Through death, doubtless, there has arisen the certainty that both did stake their life and held it lightly, both in their own case and in the case of the other. But that is not for what those who underwent this struggle. They cancel their consciousnesses, which had its place in this alien element of natural existence. In other words, they cancel themselves and are sublated as terms or extremes seeking to have existence on their own account. But along with this, there vanishes from the play of change the essential moment, viz., that of breaking up into extremes with opposite characteristics, and the middle term collapses into a lifeless unity which is broken up into lifeless extremes, merely existent and not opposed. And the two do not mutually give and receive one another back from each other through consciousness. They let one another go quite indifferently like things. Their act is abstraction negation, not the negation characteristic of consciousness, which cancels in such a way that it preserves and maintains what is sublated, and thereby survives its being sublated. In this experience of self-consciousness, becomes aware that life is essential to it as pure self-consciousness. In immediate self-consciousness, the simple ego is absolute object, which, however, is, for us, or in itself, absolute mediation, and has as its essential moment substantial and solid independence. The dissolution of that simple unity is the result of the first experience. Through this there is posited a pure self-consciousness, and a consciousness which is not purely for itself, but for another, i.e., as an existent consciousness, consciousness in the form of shape and thinghood. Both moments are essential, since in the first instance they are unlike and opposed, and their reflection into unity has not yet come to light. They stand as two opposed forms or modes of consciousness. The one is independent, whose essential nature is to be for itself. The other is dependent, whose essence is life or existence for another. The former is the master or lord, the latter is the bondsman. The master is the consciousness that exists for itself, but no longer merely the general notion of existence for self. Rather, it is consciousness which, while existing in its own account, is mediated with itself through another consciousness, viz., bound up with an independent being, or with thinghood in general. The master brings himself into relation to both these moments, to a thing as such, the object of desire, and to the consciousness whose essential character is thinghood. And since the master, qua notion of self-consciousness, is an immediate relation of self-existence, but is now moreover at the same time B, mediation, or a being for itself, which is for itself only through another, he, the master, stands in relation A, immediately to both, B, mediately to each through the other. The master relates himself to the bondsman immediately through their independent existence, for that is precisely what keeps the bondsman in thrall. It is his chain from which he could not, in the struggle, get away. and for that reason he proves himself dependent, shows that his independence consists in being a thing. The master, however, is the power controlling this state of existence, for he has shown in the struggle that he holds existence to be merely something negative. Since he is the power dominating the negative nature of existence, while this existence again is the power controlling the other, the bondsman, the master holds, par consequence, the other in subordination. In this way, the master relates himself to the thing mediately through the bondsman. The bondsman, being a self-consciousness in the broad sense, also takes up a negative attitude to things and cancels them. But the thing is, at the same time, independent for him, and in consequence he cannot, with all his negating, get so far as to annihilate it outright and be done with it. That is to say, he merely works on it. To the master, on the other hand, by means of this mediating process belongs the immediate relation, the sense of pure negation of it. In other words, he gets the enjoyment. What mere desire does not attain, he now succeeds in attaining, viz., to have done with the thing and to find satisfaction and enjoyment. Desire alone did not get the length of this, because of the independence of the thing. The master, however, who has interposed the bondsman between it and himself, thereby relates himself merely to the dependence of the thing, and enjoys it without qualification and without reserve. This aspect of its independence he leaves to the bondsman who labours upon it. In these two moments, the master gets his recognition through another consciousness, for in them the latter affirms itself as unessential both by working upon the thing, and on the other hand by the fact of being dependent on a determinate existence. In neither case can this other get the mastery over existence and succeed in absolutely negating it. We have thus here this moment of recognition, viz., that the other consciousness cancels itself as self-existent, and ipso facto itself does what the first does to it. In the same way, we have the other moment, this action on the part of the second is the action proper of the first. For what is done by the bondsman is properly an action on the part of the master. The latter exists only for himself in his essential nature. He is the negative power without qualification, a power to which the thing is naught, and thus is absolutely essential action in this situation, while the bondsman's is not so. His is an unessential activity. But for recognition proper, there is needed the moment that what the master does to the other, he should also do to himself, and what the bondsman does to himself, he should also do to the other also. On that account, a form of recognition has arisen that is one-sided and unequal. In all this, the inessential consciousness is, for the master, the object which embodies the truth of his certainty of himself. But it is evident that this object does not correspond to its notion. For just where the master has effectively achieved lordship, he really finds that something has come about quite different from an independent consciousness. It is not independent, but rather a dependent consciousness that he has achieved. He is thus not assured of self-existence as his truth. He finds that his truth is rather the unessential consciousness and the fortuitous unessential action of that consciousness. The truth of the independent consciousness is accordingly the consciousness of the bondsman. This doubtless appears in the first instance outside it, and not as the truth of self-consciousness. But just as lordship showed its essential nature to be the reverse of what it wants to be, so too bondage will, when completed, pass into the opposite of what it immediately is. Being a consciousness repressed within itself, it will enter into itself and change around into real and true independence. We have seen what bondage is only in relation to lordship, but it is a self-consciousness, and we have now to consider what it is in this regard, in and for itself. In the first instance, the master is taken to be the essential reality for the state of bondage. Hence, for it, the truth is the independent consciousness existing for itself, although this truth is not yet taken as inherent in bondage itself. Still, it does in fact contain within it this truth of pure negativity and self-existence, because it has experience of this reality within it. For this self-consciousness was not in peril and fear for this element or that, nor for this or that moment of time. It was afraid for its entire being. It felt the fear of death. It was in mortal terror of its sovereign master. It has been in that experience, melted into its inmost soul. It has trembled throughout its every fibre. The stable foundation of its whole being have quaked within it. This complete perturbation of its entire substance, this absolute dissolution of all its stability into fluid continuity is, however, the simple ultimate nature of self-consciousness, absolute negativity, pure self-referent existence, which consequently is involved in this type of consciousness. This moment of pure existence is moreover a fact for it, for in the master this moment is consciously his object. Further, this bondsman's consciousness is not only his total dissolution in a general way, in serving and toiling, the bondsman actually carries this out. By serving he cancels in every particular moment his dependence on and attachment to natural existence, and by his work removes this existence away. The feeling of absolute power, however, realized both in general and in the particular form of service, is only dissolution implicitly, and albeit the fear of his Lord is the beginning of wisdom, consciousness is not therein aware of being self-existent. Through work and labour, however, this consciousness of the bondsman comes to itself. In the moment which corresponds to desire in the case of the master's consciousness, the aspect of the non-essential relation to the thing seemed to fall to the lot of the servant, since the thing there retained its independence. Desire has reserved to itself the pure negating of the object, and thereby unalloyed feelings of itself. This satisfaction, however, just for that reason, is itself only a state of evanescence, for it lacks objectivity or subsistence. Labour, on the other hand, is desire restrained and checked, evanescence delayed and postponed. In other words, labour shapes and fashions the thing. The negative relation to the object passes into the form of the object, into something that is permanent and remains, because it is just for the labourer that the object has independence. This negative mediating agency, this activity giving shape and form, is at the same time the individual existence, the pure self-existence of that consciousness, which now in the work it does is externalized and passes into the condition of permanence. The consciousness that toils and serves accordingly comes by this means to view that independent being as itself. But again, shaping or forming the object has not only the positive significance that the bondsman becomes thereby aware of himself as factually and objectively self-existent. This type of consciousness has also a negative import, in contrast with its first movement, the element of fear. For in shaping the thing, it only becomes aware of its own proper negativity, its existence on its own account as an object, through the fact that it cancels the actual form from confronting it. But this objective element is precisely the alien, external reality before which it trembled. Now, however, it destroys this extraneous alien negative, affirms and sets itself up as a negative in the element of permanence, and thereby becomes aware of being objectively for itself. In the master, this self-existence is felt to be another, is only external. In fear, the self-existence is present implicitly. In fashioning the thing, self-existence comes to be felt explicitly as its own proper being, and it attains the consciousness that itself exists in its own right and on its own account, an und für sich. By the fact that the form is objectified, it does not become something other than the consciousness moulding the thing through work, for just that form is its pure self-existence, which therein becomes truly realized. Thus precisely in labour, where there seemed to be merely some outsider's mind and ideas involved, the bondsman becomes aware, through his own rediscovery of himself, of having and being a mind of his own. For this reflection of self into self, the two moments fear and service in general, and also that of the formative activity, are necessary, and at the same time both must exist in a universal manner. Without the discipline of service and obedience, fear remains formal and does not spread over the whole known reality of existence. Without the formative activity shaping the thing, fear remains inward and mute, and consciousness does not become objective for itself. Should consciousness shape and form the thing, without the initial statement of absolute fear, then it has merely a vain and futile mind of its own. For its form or negativity is not negativity per se, and hence its formative activity cannot furnish the consciousness of itself as essentially real. If it has endured not absolute fear but merely some slight anxiety, the negative reality has remained external to it. Its substance has not been through and through affected thereby. Since the entire content of its natural consciousness has not tottered and shaken, it is still inherently a determinate mode of being, a having a mind of its own, der Eigensinn. It is simply stubbornness, Eigensinn, a type of freedom which does not get beyond the attitude of bondage. The less the pure form can become its essential nature, the less that form, as overspreading and controlling particulars, a universal formative activity, an absolute notion, is rather a piece of cleverness, which has mastery within a certain range, but does not wield universal power and dominate the entire objective reality. End of Chapter 4a, recording by Morris in Arlesey, Bedfordshire. Chapter 4b of the Phenomenology of Mind, Volume 1, by Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel, translated by James Black Bailey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4b, Freedom of Self-Consciousness, Stoicism, Scepticism, and the Unhappy Consciousness. Translator's note. The previous section has established the self as ultimately a free self, but even this is abstract at first, and hence the attempt to maintain it must pass through different stages. These attempts have taken an historical expression in European civilization, but these are merely instances of an experience that is strictly found in all mankind. Hegel, however, selects the forms assumed in European history, and has these in mind throughout the succeeding analysis. The terms Stoicism and Scepticism refer primarily to the forms which these assumed in Greece and Rome. The last stage of independent and free selfhood he names faute de mieux, the unhappy consciousness. The background of historical material for this type of mind is found in the religious life of the Middle Ages and the mental attitude assumed under the dominion of the Roman Catholic Church and the feudal hierarchy. The social and political dissolution of the Roman Empire has its counterpart in the mental chaos and dissolution of skepticism. The craving of free mind for absolute certainty and constancy amid change and uncertainty found expression in an organized attempt on the part of the Church to establish permanent connection between man's mental insecurity and an immutable reality. The two poles of this antithesis were far removed from each other, and the method or methods adopted to bring about the union reflect the profound contrast of the opposing elements. It is the inner process of free mind in this realm of abstract subjective piety which Hegel analyzes in the part termed the unhappy consciousness. Unhappy because craving complete consciousness of self and never at this stage attaining it. The end of this movement, and therefore the disappearance of all the one-sidedness of abstract individual freedom of self, is found when, through the above struggle, there dawns on the self the consciousness of its complete and explicit unity with reality in every shape and form. This is the beginning of the absolute sovereignty of mind, the consciousness of reason as supreme. The change to this new condition found historical expression in the Reformation and the Renaissance. End of translator's note. Independent self-consciousness partly finds its essential reality in the bare abstraction of the ego. On the other hand, when this abstract ego develops further and forms distinctions of its own, this differentiation does not become an objective, inherently real content for that self-consciousness. Hence, this self-consciousness does not become an ego which truly differentiates itself in its abstract simplicity, or one which remains identical with itself in this absolute differentiation. The repressed and subordinated type of consciousness, on the other hand, becomes in the formative activity of work an object to itself in the sense that the form given to the thing when shaped and moulded is his object. He sees it in the master, at the same time self-existence as a real mode of consciousness. But the subservient consciousness as such finds these two moments fall apart, the moment of itself as independent object and the moment of this object as a mode of consciousness, and so its own proper reality. Since, however, the form and the self-existence are for us, or objectively in themselves, one and the same, and since in the notion of independent consciousness the inherent reality is consciousness, the phase of inherent existence, an sich sein, or thinghood, which received its shape and form through labour, is no other substance than consciousness. In this way, we have a new attitude or mode of consciousness brought about. We have now a consciousness which takes itself to be infinitude, or one whose essential nature is pure process of consciousness. It is one which thinks, or is free self-consciousness. For thinking does not consist in being an abstract ego, but in being an ego which has, at the same time, the significance of inherently existing in itself, or which relates itself to objective reality in such a way that this signifies the self-existence of that consciousness for which it is an object. The object does not, for thinking, proceed by way of presentations or figures, but of notions, conceptions, i.e. of a differentiated reality or essence, which, being in immediate content of consciousness, is nothing distinct from it. What is presented, shaped and constructed, and existent as such, has the form of being something other than consciousness. A notion, however, is at the same time an existent, and this distinction, so far as it falls in consciousness itself, is its determinate content. But in that this content is at the same time conceptually constituted a comprehended content, consciousness remains immediately aware within itself of its unity with this determinate existence so distinguished, not as in the case of presentation, where the consciousness from the first has to take a special note of this idea of the object. On the contrary, the notion is for me eo ipso, and at once my notion. In thinking I am free, because I am not in another, but remain simply and solely in touch with myself. And the object, which for me is my essential reality, is in undivided unity my self-existence, and my procedure in dealing with notions is a process within myself. It is essential, however, in this determination of the above attitude of self-consciousness, to keep hold of the fact that this attitude is thinking consciousness in general, and its object is immediate unity of the self's implicit inherent existence and of its existence explicitly for self. This self-same consciousness, which repels itself from itself, becomes aware of being an element existing in itself. But to itself, it is this element to begin with only as universal reality in general, and not as this essential reality appears when developed in all the manifold details it contains, when the process of its being brings out all its fullness and content. This freedom of self-consciousness, as is well known, has been called Stoicism, insofar as it has appeared as a phenomenon conscious of itself in the course of history of man's spirit. Its principle is that consciousness is essentially that which thinks, is a thinking reality, and that anything is really essential for consciousness, or is true and good, only when consciousness in dealing with it adopts the attitude of a thinking being. The manifold, self-differentiating expanse of life, with all its individuation and complication, is the object upon which desire and labour operate. This varied activity has now contracted itself into the simple distinction which is found in the pure process of thought. What has still essential reality is not a distinction in the sense of a determinate thing, or in the shape of a consciousness of a determinate kind of natural existence, in the shape of a feeling, or again in the form of a desire, and in its specific purpose, whether that purpose be set up by the conscious desiring or by an extraneous consciousness. What has the more essential significance here is solely that distinction which is thought-constituted distinction, or which, when made, is not distinguished from me. This consciousness, in consequence, takes a negative attitude towards the relation of lordship and bondage. Its action, in the case of the master, results in his not simply having his truth in and through the bondsman, and in that of the bondsman not finding his truth in the will of the master and in service. The essence of this consciousness is to be free, on the throne as well as in fetters. Throughout all, the dependence that attaches to its individual existence and to maintain that stolid, lifeless unconcern which persistently withdraws from no movement of existence, from effective activity as well as from passive endurance, into the simple essentiality of thought. Stubbornness is that freedom which makes itself secure in a solid singleness and keeps within the sphere of bondage. Stoicism, on the other hand, is the freedom which ever comes directly out of that sphere and returns back into pure universality of thought. It is a freedom which can come on the scene as a general form of the world spirit only in a time of universal fear and bondage, a time too when mental cultivation is universal and has elevated culture to the level of thought. Now, while this self-consciousness finds itself essential reality to be neither something other than itself nor the pure abstraction of ego, but ego which has within it otherness, in the sense of a thought-constituted distinction, so this ego in its otherness is turned back directly into self. Yet, this essential nature is, at the same time, only an abstract reality. The freedom of self-consciousness is indifferent towards natural existence and has therefore let the latter go and remain free. The reflection is thus duplicated. Freedom of thought takes only pure thought as its truth, and this lacks the concrete filling of life. It is therefore merely the notion of freedom, not living freedom itself, for it is, to begin with, only thinking in general that is its essence, the form as such which has turned away from the independence of things and gone back into itself. Since, however, individuality when acting should show itself to be alive, or when thinking should grasp the living world as a system of thought, there ought to lie in thought itself a content to supply the sphere of the ego, in the former case with what is good, and in the latter true, in order that there should throughout be no other ingredient in what consciousness has to deal with, except the notion, which is the real essence. But here, by the way, in which the notion as an abstraction cuts itself off from the multiplicity of things, the notion has no content in itself. The content is a datum, is given. Consciousness no doubt abolishes the content in an external, a foreign existent, by the fact that it thinks it, but its notion is a determinate notion, and this determinateness of the notion is the alien element and notion contains within it. Stoicism, therefore, got embarrassed when, as the expression went, it was asked for the criterion of truth in general, i.e., properly speaking, for a content of thought itself. To this question, what is good and true, it responded by giving again the abstract, contentless thought. The true and good are to consist in reasonableness, but this self-identity of thought is simply once more pure form, in which nothing is determinate. The general terms true and good, wisdom and virtue, with which Stoicism has to stop short, are therefore in a general way doubtless elevating, but seeing that they cannot actually, and in fact, reach any expansive content, they soon begin to get wearisome. This thinking consciousness, in the way in which it is thus constituted as abstract freedom, is therefore only incomplete negation of otherness. Withdrawn from existence solely into itself, it has not there fully vindicated itself as the absolute negation of this existence. It holds the content indeed to be only thought, but in doing so, also it takes thought as a specific determinate thought, and at the same time the general character of the content. Scepticism is the realization of that which Stoicism is merely the notion, and is the actual experience of what freedom of thought is. It is in itself and essentially the negative, and must so exhibit itself, with the reflection of self-consciousness into the simple, pure thought of itself. Independent existence or permanent determinateness has, in contrast to that reflection, dropped as a matter of fact out of the infinitude of thought. In Scepticism, the entire unessentiality and unsubstantiality of this other becomes a reality for consciousness. Thought becomes thinking, which wholly annihilates the being of the world with its manifold determinateness, and the negativity of free self-consciousness comes to be, in the case of these manifold forms which life assumes, real negativity. It is clear from the foregoing that just as Stoicism answers to the notion of independent consciousness, which appears as a relation to Lordship and Bondage, Scepticism on its side corresponds to its realization, to the negative attitude towards otherness, to desire and labour. But if desire and work could not carry out for self-consciousness the process of negation, this polemical attitude towards the manifold substantiality of things will, on the other hand, be successful because it turns against them as a free self-consciousness and one complete with itself beforehand, or expressed more definitely, because it has inherent in itself thought or the principle of infinitude, where the independent elements in their distinction from one another are held to be vanishing quantities. The difference, which in the pure thinking of self are only the abstraction of differences, become here the whole of the differences, and every differentiated existent becomes a difference of self-consciousness. With this we get determined the action of Scepticism in general, and also its mode and nature. It shows the dialectic movement, which is uncertainty, perception and understanding. It shows too the unessentiality of that which holds good in the relation of master and servant, in which, for abstract thought itself, passes as determinate. That relation involves, at the same time, a determinate situation, in which there are found even moral laws as commands of the sovereign lord. The determinations in abstract thought, however, are scientific notions into which the formal contentless thought expands itself, attaching the notion as a matter of fact in merely an external fashion to the existence independent of it, and holding as valid only determinate notions, albeit they are still pure abstractions. Dialectic as a negative process, taken immediately as it stands, appears to consciousness in the first instance as something at the mercy of which it is, and which does not exist through consciousness itself. In Scepticism, on the other hand, this negative process is a moment of self-consciousness which does not simply find its truth and its reality vanish, without self-consciousness knowing how, but rather which, in the certainty of its own freedom, itself lets this other, so claiming to be real, vanish. Self-consciousness here allows not only the objective as such to disappear before the negations of Scepticism, but also its own attitude and relation to the object, where the object is held to be objective and rendered valid, i.e., its attitude of perception is also its process of securing what is in danger of being lost, viz. Sophistry with its self-constituted and self-established truth. By means of this self-conscious negation, self-consciousness procures for itself the certainty of its own freedom, brings about the experience of that freedom, and thereby raises it to the truth. What vanishes is what is determinate, the difference which, no matter what its nature or whence it comes, sets up to be fixed and unchangeable. The difference has nothing permanent in it, and must vanish before thought, because to be differentiated just means not to have being in itself, but to have its external nature solely in another. Thinking, however, is the insight into this character of what is differentiated. It is the negative function in its simple ultimate form. Skeptical self-consciousness thus discovers, in the flux and alternation of all that would stand secure in its presence, its own freedom, as given by and received from its own self. It is aware of being self-thinking thought, the unalterable and genuine certainty of itself. This certainty does not arise as a result out of something extraneous and foreign, which is stowed away inside itself, its whole complex development, a result which would thus leave behind the process by which it came to be. Rather, consciousness itself is thoroughgoing dialectical restlessness, this melee of presentations derived from sense and thought, whose differences collapse into oneness, and whose identity is similarly again resolved and dissolved. For this identity is itself determinateness as contrasted with non-identity. This consciousness, however, as a matter of fact, instead of being self-same consciousness, is here neither more nor less than an absolutely fortuitous embrogligo, a giddy whirl of perpetually self-creating disorder. This is what it takes itself to be, for itself maintains and produces this self-impelling confusion. Hence it even confesses the fact. It owns to being an entirely fortuitous individual consciousness, a consciousness which is empirical, which is directed upon what is admittedly has no reality for it, which obeys what in its regard has no essential being, which realizes and does what it knows to have no truth. But while it passes in this manner for an individual, isolated contingent, in fact animal life and a lost self-consciousness, it also, on the contrary, again turns itself into universal self-sameness, for it is the negativity of all singleness and all difference. From this self-identity, or rather within its very self, it falls back once more into that contingency and that confusion, for this very self-directed process of negation has to do solely with what is single and individual, and is occupied with what is fortuitous. This form of consciousness is, therefore, the aimless fickleness and instability of going to and fro, hither and thither, from one extreme of self-consciousness to the other of contingent, confused, and confusing consciousness. It does not itself bring these two thoughts of itself together. It finds its freedom at one time in the form of elevation above all the whirling complexity and all the contingency of mere existence, and again, at another time, likewise confessor to falling back on what is unessential and to being taken up in that. It lets the unessential content in its thought vanish, but in that very act is the consciousness of something inessential. It announces absolute disappearance, but the announcement is, and this consciousness is the evanescence expressly announced. It announces the nullity of seeing, hearing, and so on, yet itself sees and hears. It proclaims the nothingness of essential ethical principles, and makes these very truths the sinews of its own conduct. Its deeds and its words belie each other continually, and itself too has the doubly contradictory consciousness of immutability and sameness, and of utter contingency and non-identity with itself. But it keeps asunder the poles of this contradiction within itself, and bears itself towards the contradiction, as it does in its purely negative process in general. If self-sameness is shown to it, it points out unlikeness, non-identity, and when the latter, which it expressly mentions the moment before, is held up to it, it passes on to indicate sameness and identity. Its talk, in fact, is like a squabble amongst self-willed children, one of which says A when the other says B, and again B when the other says A, and who, through being in contradiction with themselves, procure the joy of remaining in contradiction with one another. In Scepticism, consciousness gets, in truth, to know itself as a consciousness containing contradiction with itself. From the experience of this proceeds a new attitude which brings the two thoughts together which Scepticism holds apart. The want of intelligence which Scepticism manifests regarding itself is bound to vanish, because it is in fact one consciousness which possesses these two modes within it. This new attitude, consequently, is one which is aware of being the double consciousness of itself, as self-liberating, unalterable, self-identical, and as utterly self-confounding, self-perverting, and this new attitude is the consciousness of the contradiction within itself. In Stoicism, self-consciousness is the bare and simple freedom of itself. In Scepticism, it realizes itself, negates the other side of determinate existence, but in doing so really doubles itself, and is itself now a duality. In this way, the duplication which previously was divided between the two individuals, the lord and the bondsman, is concentrated into one. Thus we have here that dualizing self-consciousness within itself, which lies essentially in the notion of mind, but the unity of the two elements is not yet present. Hence the unhappy consciousness. The alienated soul, which is the consciousness of self as a divided nature, a doubled and merely contradictory being. Translator's note. The term Ungleichgewicht is designed in summary expression for the following movement, there being no recognized general term for this purpose. As in the case of Stoicism, the term hardly seems fortunate. With the following analysis should be read Hegel's Philosophy and History, Part 4, Section 2 and 1, and History of Philosophy, Part 2, Introduction. This unhappy consciousness, divided and at variance with itself, must, because this contradiction of its essential nature is felt to be a single consciousness, always have in the one consciousness the other also, and thus must be straightway driven out of each in turn, when it thinks it has therein attained to the victory and the rest of unity. Its true return to itself, or reconciliation with itself, will, however, exhibit the notion of mind endowed with a life and existence of its own, because it implicitly involves the fact that, qua single and undivided, it is a double consciousness. It is itself the gazing of one self-consciousness into another. As itself it is both, and the unity of both is easy to own, its essence. But objectively and consciously, it is not yet this essence itself. It is not yet the unity of both. Since in the first instance it is the immediate, the implicit unity of both. For it, they are not one and the same, but opposed. It takes one, namely the simple and unalterable, and essential, the other, the manifold and changeable, as the unessential. For it, both are realities foreign to each other. Itself, because consciousness of this contradiction, assumes the aspect of changeable consciousness, and is to itself the inessential. But as consciousness of unchangeableness, of the ultimate essence, it must at the same time proceed to free itself from the unessential, i.e. to liberate itself from itself. For though in its own view it is indeed only the changeable, and the unchangeable is foreign and extraneous to it, yet itself is simple, and therefore unchangeable consciousness, of which consequently it is conscious as its essence, but still in such wise what itself is again in its own regard is not this essence. The position which it assigns to both cannot therefore be an indifference of one to the other, i.e. cannot be an indifference of itself towards the unchangeable. Rather, it is immediately both itself, and the relation both assumes the form of a relation of essence to the non-essential, so that this latter has to be cancelled. But since both are to it equally essential and are contradictory, it is only the conflicting contradictory process in which opposites do not come to rest in its own opposite, but produces itself therein afresh merely as an opposite. Here then is a struggle against an enemy, victory over whom really means being worsted, where to have attained one's result is really to lose it in the opposite. Consciousness of life, of its existence and action, is merely pain and sorrow over this existence and activity, for therein consciousness finds only consciousness of its opposite as its essence, and of its own nothingness. Elevating itself beyond this, it passes to the unchangeable. But this elevation is itself this same consciousness. It is therefore immediately conscious of the opposite, viz. Of itself as single, individual, particular. The unchangeable, which comes to consciousness, is in that very fact, at the same time, affected by particularity, and it is only present with this latter. Instead of particularity having been abolished in consciousness of immutability, it only continues to appear there still. In this process, however, consciousness experiences just this appearance of particularity in the unchangeable, and of the unchangeable in particularity. Consciousness becomes aware of particularity in general, in the immutable essence, and at the same time there finds its own particularity. For the truth of this process is precisely that the double consciousness is one and single. This unity becomes a fact to it, but in the first instance the unity is one which the diversity of both factors is still the dominant feature. Owing to this, consciousness has before it the threefold way in which particularity is connected with unchangeableness. In one form, it comes before itself as opposed to the unchangeable essence, and is thrown back to the beginning of that struggle, which is, from first to last, the principle constituting the entire situation. At another time, it finds the unchangeable appearing in the form of particularity, so that the latter is an embodiment of unchangeableness, into which, in consequence, the entire form of existence passes. In the third case, it discovers itself to be this particular fact in the unchangeable. This first unchangeable is taken to be merely the alien external being, which passes sentence on particular existence. The second unchangeable is a form or mode of particularity like itself. The unchangeable becomes, in the third place, spirit, Geist, has the joy of finding itself therein, and becomes aware within itself that its particularity has been reconciled with the universal. What is set forth here is a mode and relation of the unchangeable came to light as the experience through which self-consciousness passes into its unhappy state of diremption. This experience now doubtless not its one-sided process, for it itself is unchangeable consciousness, and this latter, consequently, is a particular consciousness as well, and the process is as much a process of that unchangeable consciousness which makes its appearance there as certainty as the other. For that movement is carried on in these moments, an unchangeable now opposed to the particular in general, then being itself particular opposed to the other particular, and finally at one with it. But this consideration, so far as it is our affair, is here out of place, for thus far we have only had to do with unchangeableness as unchangeableness of consciousness, which for that reason is not true immutability, but is still affected with the opposite. We have not had before us the unchangeable per se and by itself. We do not therefore know how this latter will conduct itself. What has here so far come to light is merely this, that to consciousness, which is our object here, the determinations above indicated appear in the unchangeable. For this reason, then, the unchangeable consciousness also preserves in its very form and being the character and fundamental features of diremption and separate self-existence as against the particular consciousness. For the latter, it is thus altogether a contingency, a mere chance event, that the unchangeable receives the form of particularity, just as the particular consciousness merely happens to find itself opposed to the unchangeable, and therefore has the relation per naturam. Finally, that it finds itself in the unchangeable appears to the particular consciousness to be brought about partly, no doubt, by itself, or to take place for that reason that itself is particular, but this union, both as regards its origin as well as its being, appears particularly also due to the unchangeable, and the opposition remains within this unity itself. In point of fact, though the unchangeable assuming definite form, the beyond, as a moment, has not only remained, but really is more securely established. For if the remote beyond seems indeed brought closer to the individual by this particular form of realization, on the other hand, it is henceforward fixedly opposed to the individual, a sensuous, impervious unit, with all the hard resistance of what is actual. The hope of becoming one therewith must remain a hope, i.e. without fulfillment, without present fruition, for between the hope and fulfillment there stands precisely the absolute contingency, or immovable indifference, which is involved in the very assumption of determinate shape and form, the basis and foundation of hope. By the nature of this existent unit, through the particular reality it has assumed and adopted, it comes about of necessity that in course of time becomes a thing in the past, something that has been somewhere far away and absolutely remote it remains. If, at the beginning, the bare notion of the sundered consciousness involved in the characteristic of seeking to cancel it qua particular consciousness and become the unchangeable consciousness, the direction its effort henceforth takes is rather that of cancelling its relation to the pure unchangeable without shape or embodied form, and of adopting only the relation to the unchangeable which has form and shape. Translator's note: the historic Christ as worshipped, e.g. in the medieval church. For the oneness of the particular consciousness with the unchangeable is henceforth its object, and the essential reality for it is just as the mere notion of the essential object was merely the formless abstract unchangeable, and the relation found in this absolute disruption, characteristic of its notion, is now what it has to turn away from. The external relation, however, primarily adopted to the formed and embodied unchangeable as being an alien extraneous reality, must be transmuted and raised to that of complete and thoroughgoing fusion and identification. The process through which the unessential consciousness strives to attain this oneness is itself a triple process in accordance with the threefold character of the relation which this consciousness takes up to its transcendent and remote reality embodied in specific form. In one it is a pure consciousness, At another time, it is a particular individual who takes up towards actuality the attitude characteristic of desire and labour. And in a third place, it is consciousness of its self-existence, its existence for itself. We have now to see how these three modes of being are found and are constituted in that general relation. In the first place, then, regarded as pure consciousness, the unchangeable embodied in a definite historical form seems, since it is an object for pure consciousness, to be established as it is in its self-subsistent reality. But this, its reality in and for itself, has not yet come to light, as we already remarked. Were we to be in consciousness as it is in itself and for itself, this would certainly have to come about not from the side of consciousness, but from the unchangeable. But this being so, its presence here is brought about through consciousness only in a one-sided way to begin with, and just for that reason it is not found in a perfect and genuine form, but constantly weighed and encumbered with imperfection, with an opposite. But although the unhappy consciousness does not possess this actual presence, it has at the same time transcended pure thought, so far as this is the abstract thought of Stoicism, which turns away from particulars altogether, and again the merely restless thought of Scepticism, so far, in fact, as this is merely particularity in the sense of aimless contradiction and the restless process of contradictory thought. It has gone beyond both of these. It brings and keeps together pure thought and particular existence, but has not yet risen to that level of thinking where the particularity of consciousness is harmoniously reconciled with pure thought itself. It rather stands midway at the point where abstract thought comes into contact with the particularity of consciousness qua particularity. Itself is this act of contact. It is the union of pure thought and particularity. Moreover, this thinking individuality or pure thought exists for it, and for it too the unchangeable is essentially a particular existence. But that this, its object, the unchangeable, which assumes essentiality in the form of particularity, is its own self, the self which is particularity of consciousness, this is not established for it. In this first condition, consequently, in which we treat it as pure consciousness, it takes up towards its object an attitude which is not that of thought, but rather, since it is itself pure thinking, particularity, and its object is just this pure thought, but pure thought is not their relation to one another as such. It, so to say, merely gives itself up to thought, devotes itself to thinking, and is the state of devotion, Andacht. Its thinking as such is no more than the passing clang of ringing bells or a cloud of warm incense, a kind of thinking in terms of music that doesn't get the length of notions, which would be the sole immanent objective mode of thought. This boundless pure inward feeling comes to have indeed its object, but this object does not make its appearance in conceptual form, and therefore comes on the scene as something external and foreign. Here we have the inward movement of pure emotion, Gemuth, which feels itself, but feels itself the bitterness of soul diremption. It is the movement of an infinite yearning, which is assured that its nature is a pure emotion of this kind, a pure thought, which thinks itself as a particularity, a yearning that is certain of being known and recognized by this object, for the very reason that this object thinks itself as a particularity. At the same time, however, this nature is unattainable, beyond which, in being seized, escapes, or rather has already escaped. The beyond has already escaped, for it is in part the unchangeable, thinking itself as particularity, and consciousness therefore attains itself therein immediately, attains itself, but as something opposed to the unchangeable. Instead of grasping the real nature, consciousness merely feels, and has fallen back upon itself. Since then, in thus attaining itself, consciousness cannot prevent itself from being this opposite. It has merely laid hold of what is unessential, instead of having seized true reality. Thus, just as, on one side, when striving to find out itself the essentially real, it only lays hold of its own divided state of existence, so too on the other side it cannot grasp that other, the essence, as particular or as concrete. That other cannot be found where it is sought, for it is meant to be just a beyond, that is which cannot be found. When looked for as particular, it is not a universal, a thought-constituted particularity, not notion but particular in the sense of an object, or a concrete actual, an object of immediate sense consciousness, of sense certainty, and for that reason it is one which has disappeared. Consciousness, therefore, can only become upon the grave of its own life. But since this is in itself an actuality, and since it is contrary to the nature of actuality to afford a lasting possession, the presence even of that tomb is merely the source of trouble, toil and struggle, a fight which must be lost. But since consciousness has found out by experience that the grave of its actual unchangeable being has no concrete actuality, that the vanished particularity qua vanished is not true particularity, it will give up looking for the unchangeable particular existence as something actual, or will cease trying to hold on to what has thus vanished. Only so is it capable of finding particularity in a true form, a form that is universal. In the first instance, however, the withdrawal of the emotional life into itself is to be taken in such a way that this life of feeling, in its own regard, has actuality qua particular existence. It is pure emotion which, for us, or per se, has found itself and satiated itself, for although it is no doubt aware in feeling that the ultimate reality is cut off from it, yet in itself this feeling is self-feeling. It has felt the object of its own pure feeling, and the object is its own self. It thus comes forward here as a self-feeling or as something actual in its own account. In this return to self we find appearing in its second attitude the condition of desire and labour, which ensures for consciousness the inner certainty of its own self, which, as we saw, it has obtained by the process of cancelling and enjoying the alien external reality, existence in the form of independent things. The unhappy consciousness, however, finds itself merely desiring and toiling. It is not consciously and directly aware that so to find itself rests upon the inner certainty of itself, and that its feeling of real being is this self-feeling. Since it does not, in its own view, have that certainty, its inner life remains still a shattered certainty of itself. That confirmation of its own existence, which it would receive through work and enjoyment, is therefore just as tottering and insecure. In other words, it must consciously nullify the certification of its own being, so as to find therein confirmation indeed, but confirmation only of what it is for itself, viz. Of its disunion. The actual reality on which desire and work are directed is, from the point of view of this consciousness, no longer something in itself null and void, something merely to be destroyed and consumed, but rather something like that of consciousness itself, a reality broken in sunder, which is in only one respect essentially null, but in another sense is also a consecrated world. This reality is a form and embodiment of the unchangeable, for the latter has conserved in itself particularity, and because, qua unchangeable, it is universal, its particularity as a whole has the significance of all actuality. If consciousness were for itself an independent consciousness, and reality were taken to be and for itself of no account, then consciousness would attain in work and enjoyment the feeling of its own independence, by the fact that its consciousness would be that which cancels reality. But since this reality is taken to be the form and shape of the unchangeable, consciousness is itself unable to cancel that reality. On the contrary, seeing that consciousness manages to nullify reality and to obtain enjoyment, this must come about through the unchangeable itself, when it disposes of its own form and shape and delivers this up for consciousness to enjoy. Consciousness, on its part, appears here likewise as actual, though at the same time as internally shattered. And this diremption shows itself in the course of toil and enjoyment to break up into relation to reality, or existence for itself, and into an existence in itself. That relation to actuality is the process of alteration or acting, the existence for itself which belongs to the particular consciousness as such. But therein it is also itself. This aspect belongs to the unchangeable beyond. This aspect consists in faculties and powers, an external gift which the unchangeable here hands over for consciousness to make use of. In its action accordingly, consciousness, in the first instance, has its being in the relation of the two extremes. On the one side, it takes its stand as the active present, and opposed to it stands passive reality, both in relation to each other, but also both withdrawn into unchangeable and firmly established by themselves. From both sides, therefore, there is detached merely a superficial element to constitute their opposition. They are only opposed at the surface, and the play of opposition, the one to the other, takes place there. The extreme passive reality is sublated by the active extreme. Actuality can, however, on its own side, be sublated only because its own changeless essence sublates it. It repels itself from itself and hands over to the mercy of the active extreme what is thus repelled. Active force appears as the power wherein actual reality is dissolved. For that reason, however, this consciousness to which the inherent reality or ultimate essence is an other regards this power, which is the way it appears when active, as the beyond, that which lies remote from itself. Instead, therefore, of returning to its activity into itself, and instead having confirmed itself as a fact for its own self, consciousness reflects back in this process action into the other extreme, which is thereby represented as purely universal, as absolute might from which the movement in every direction started, and which is the essential life of the self-disintegrating extremes as they first appeared, and the process of change as well. In that the unchangeable consciousness condemns its specific shape and form and abandons it entirely, while on the other hand the individual consciousness gives thanks, i.e. denies itself the satisfaction of being conscious of its independence, and refers its essential substance of its action to the beyond and not to itself. By these two moments, in which both parts give themselves up the one to the other, there certainly arises in consciousness a sense of its own unity with the unchangeable. But at the same time, this unity is affected with division. It's again broken within itself, and out of this unity there once more comes the opposition of universal and particular. For consciousness, no doubt, in appearance, renounces the satisfaction of its self-feeling, but it gets the actual satisfaction of that feeling. For it has been desire, work and enjoyment. Qua consciousness, it has willed and acted and enjoyed. Its thanks, similarly, in which it recognizes the other extreme as its true reality and cancels itself, is its very own act, which counterbalances the action of the other extreme and meets with a like act the benefit handed over. If the former yields to consciousness merely its superficial content, consciousness expresses thanks all the same, and when it gives up its own action, i.e. its very essence, it, properly speaking, does more thereby than the other, which only renounces an outer surface. The entire process, therefore, is reflected into extreme of particularity, not merely in actual desire, labour and enjoyment, but even in the expression of thanks, where the reverse seems to take place. Consciousness feels itself therein in its particular individual, and does not let itself be deceived by the semblance of its renunciation, for the real truth of that procedure is that it has not given itself up. What has come about is merely the double reflection into both extremes, and the result is to repeat the cleavage into the opposed consciousness of the unchangeable and the consciousness of a contrasted opposite in the shape of willing, performing, enjoying, and of self-renunciation itself, or in general of self-existent particularity. With this has come to light the third attitude in the movement of this consciousness, an attitude which follows from the second and is such as in truth has proved itself independent by its willing and by its performance. In the first situation, we had only a notion of actual consciousness, the inward emotion, which is not yet real in action and enjoyment. The second is this actualization as an external expression of action and enjoyment. With the return out of this stage, however, it is that which has got to know itself as a real and effective consciousness, or that which truth consists in being in and for itself. But herein the enemy is discovered in its special and most peculiar form. In the battle of emotion, this individual consciousness has a sense of being merely a tune, an abstract moment. In work and enjoyment, which are the realization of the unsubstantiated existence, It can readily forget itself, and the consciousness of its own proper life found in this realization is overborne by grateful recognition. But this overthrow of its proper distinctiveness is in truth return of consciousness to itself, and moreover into itself as the genuine reality. This third attitude, wherein this genuine reality is one term, consists in so relating this reality to absolute universal being as to show it to be mere nothingness. Translator's note, the conception of the nothingness of the individual in the sight of God. End translator's note. The course of this relation we have still to consider. To begin with, as regards the contrasted relation of consciousness, in which reality is taken to be immediately naught, its actual performance thus becomes a doing of nothing at all, its enjoyment becomes a feeling of its own unhappiness. In consequence, activity and enjoyment lose all universal content and significance, for in that case they would have substantiality of their own, and both withdraw into the state of particularity to which consciousness is directed in order to cancel them. Consciousness discovers itself as this concrete particular in the functions of animal life. These latter, instead of being performed unconsciously and naturally as something which is per se of no significance, and can acquire no importance and essential value for spirit, these latter, since it is in them that the enemy is seen in his proper and peculiar shape, are rather an object of strenuous concern and strenuous occupation, and become precisely the most important consideration. Translator's note, asceticism. End translator's note. Since, however, this enemy creates itself in its very defeat, consciousness, by giving the enemy a fixedness of being and of meaning, gets away from him and finds itself constantly defiled. And since at the same time this object of its exertions, instead of being something essential, is the very meanest, instead of being a universal, is the very merest particular, we have here before us a personality confined with its narrow self and its petty activity, a personality brooding over itself as an unfortunate as it is pitiably destitute. But all the same, both of these, both the feeling of its misfortune and the poverty of its own action, are points of connection to which to attach the consciousness of its unity with the unchangeable. For the attempted immediate destruction of its actual existence is effected through the thought of the unchangeable, and takes place in this relation with the unchangeable. The mediate relation constitutes the essence of the negative process in which this consciousness directs itself against its particularity of being, which, however, qua relation, is at the same time in itself positive, and will bring this unity to light as an objective fact for this consciousness itself. This mediate relation is consequently connected to its inferential process, Schluss, in which particularity, establishing itself first in opposition to the inherent essence, is bound together and united with this other term only through a third term. Through this middle term, the one extreme unchangeable consciousness has a being for the unessential consciousness, in which, at the same time, it is also involved in the latter likewise. It has a being for the former, solely through the middle term, and this middle term is thus one which presents both extremes to one another, and acts as the minister of each in turn dealing with the other. This medium is a self-conscious being, for it is an action mediating consciousness as such. The content of this action is the destruction and annihilation which consciousness has in view of its dealing with particularity. In the middle term, then, this consciousness gets freed from action and enjoyment in the sense of its own action and enjoyment. It puts away from itself, qua self-existent extreme, the substance of its will, and throws on the mediating term or the ministering agency, the priesthood, its own proper freedom of decision, and herewith the guilt of its own act. This mediator, being in direct communication with the unchangeable being, renders service by advising what is just and right. The act, since it follows upon obedience to a deliverance enunciated by another, ceases as regards the performance or the willing of the act to be the agent's own proper deed. There is still left, however, to the subordinate consciousness its objective aspect, namely the fruit of its labour and enjoyment. These, therefore, it casts away as well, and just as it declaimed its own will, so it condemns such reality as it received in work and in enjoyment. It renounces these partly as being the accomplished truth of its self-conscious independence, since it seeks to do something quite foreign to itself, thinking and speaking, what for it has no sense or meaning, partly too as being external property, since it demits somewhat of the possession acquired through its toil. It also gives up the enjoyment, since with its fastings and its mortifications, it once more absolutely denies itself that enjoyment. Through these moments, the negative abandonment first of its own right and power of decision, then of its property and enjoyment, and finally the positive moment of carrying on what it does not understand, it obtains completely and in truth the consciousness of inner and outer freedom, or reality in the sense of its own existence for itself. It has the certainty of having in truth stripped itself of the ego, and of having tuned its immediate self-consciousness into a thing, into an objective external existence. It could ensure its self-renunciation and self-abandonment solely by this real and vital sacrifice of itself. For only thereby is the deception got rid of which lies in inner acknowledgement of gratitude through heart, sentiment and tongue, an acknowledgement which indeed disclaims all power of independent self-existence and ascribes this power to a gift from above, but in this very disclaimer retains for itself its own proper and peculiar life, outwardly in it the possession it does not resign, inwardly in the consciousness of the decision which itself is resolved upon, and consciousness of its own self-constituted content, which it has not exchanged for a content coming from without, and filling it with meaningless ideas and phrases. But in the sacrifice actually accomplished, while consciousness has cancelled the action in its own act, it has also implicitly demitted and put off its unhappy condition. Yet that demission has implicitly taken place. It's affected by the other term of the logical process, Schluss, here involved, the term which is the inherent and ultimate reality. That sacrifice of the subordinate term, however, was at the same time not a one-sided action. It involves the action of the other, for giving up one's own will is only in one aspect negative. In principle or in itself, it is at the same time positive, positing and affirming the will as another, and specifically affirming this will not as a particular, but as a universal. This consciousness takes the positive significance of the negatively affirmed particular will to the will of the other extreme. This will, which, because it is simply another for a consciousness, assumes the form of advice or counsel, not through itself, but through its third term, the mediator. Hence its will certainly becomes for consciousness universal will, inherent and essential will, but it is not itself in its own view this inherent reality. The giving up of its own will, as particular, is not taken by it to be in principle the positive element of universal will. Similarly, its surrender of possession and enjoyment has merely the same negative significance, and the universal, which it thereby comes to find, is, in its view, not its own doing proper. This unity of objectivity and independent self-existence, which lies in the notion of action, and which therefore comes for consciousness to be the essential reality and object, as this is not taken by consciousness to be the principle of its action, neither does it become an object for consciousness directly and through itself. Rather, it makes the mediating minister explain this still halting certainty, that its unhappy state is only implicitly the reverse, i.e., it is only implicitly action bringing self-satisfaction in this act, or blessed enjoyment, that its pitiable action too is only implicitly the reverse, namely the absolute action, that in principle action is only really action when it is the action of some particular individual, but for itself action and its own concrete action remain something miserable and insignificant. Its enjoyment, pain and sublation of these, positively considered, remain a mere beyond. But in this object, where it finds its own action and existence, qua this particular consciousness, to be inherently existence and action, as such, there has arisen the idea of reason, of the certainty of consciousness is, in its particularity, inherently and essentially absolute, or is all reality. End of chapter 4b, recording by Morris in Alzey, Bedfordshire.